with the early access. It's also the last day of early access. Yeah, no, it's, I'm trying to remember time-wise. Yeah, no, stream should be over before it goes live for everyone by a couple of hours. But yeah, so I got early access because I am a Giants software partner and everything. I've played a lot of this on the channel. Well, I mean, this one just came out, but a lot of farm sim on the channel, all that. It is a game that has been kind of a classic around the community and all that.
Take a sip.
Which,
What's the worst that could happen?
which, if I recall correctly, didn't we get into this the very first time because of a dare drop? Am I remembering that correctly? I feel like that's where we like, they had been just releasing whatever their new DLC was for Farming Sim 22. And so they did a dare drop, and I was like, hey, there's people I know who I like their content, and they do Farming Simulator. Yeah, let's check that out. Which it was a pretty decent departure from what I've been playing at the time. Like, we did a little bit of American Truck Simulator, and people seemed to resonate with that at the time I was playing. I was like, yeah, we'll check out Farm Sim. Let's see if people are interested in me doing the simulation stuff more. And it went great. We played over 1,000 hours. And several hundred of those was cutting down a forest and making farms on Silver Run. And I'm excited to see the new improvements with where we can, like, make the thing just target onto a tree and cut it down without having to spend, you know, 2-3 hours of your real life cutting each tree down one by one. But yeah, so what we're doing in this one... Oh, I didn't actually start the contract. I understand. So what we've been doing right now... Oh, I forgot. I gotta start my music. We'll do the tropical playlist, this one, the tropical house one. We'll probably end up switching that one because that playlist isn't as long. But it's fun. But yeah. Getting a free ride for the train? Yep, that did happen. The train and us got acquainted more than once at Farming Simulator 22. I just kept cutting that corner behind that train, like right through the gap, because it was just way faster than the other way. All right, so where am I cultivating a field? Field 41. All right. But yeah, so with this run, we started with $0, and basically I've been building up from nothing on the hardest economy settings. Now, you might go, wait, how did you get $0? Like, the lowest you can get is $100,000. Yep, and I started myself with a $100,000 debt. With that $100,000, paid the debt immediately, thus erasing all of my money. So to that end, we do actually own a tractor, and we do also own a thing for carrying water. That is the amount we managed to get. We have also bought a plot of land that had a greenhouse already built on it for us. It's just the way the map is. And it's a type of greenhouse for doing rice. So the intent here is to do the rice. Let's all take a look at our contracts real fast. Right, so we're basically just about spent on those. That's fine. So we'll do this one ourselves. But we've been working on the contract. This is a plot of land I know I'm gonna buy eventually if we keep to the save, which we probably won't. We'll probably wait to see whatever No Man's Land equivalent map comes out and mess with that. It helps if you actually lift it. Oh, that is, I don't know why, but like every time now, when I put the weight on the front, I forget to switch back from the weight to my other equipment, and then roll around lowering the weight going, why is this not working? It's a real problem. But yeah, so the plan right now and what we're working towards is I do have the tractor, and I do have the thing for carrying water, to get our rice pallets or whatever, the rice you'd plant. out of the greenhouse. And our goal is to have the rice seeder plant, or whatever it's called, by the time it's time to plant the rice, which I believe is April. So we're in December. So we're going hard on contracts to get that initial money. And it's not too bad. I want to say it was like 90,000. So it'll take us a little bit of work there, but not super awful. But once we've got that, then we just kind of ride it out for a couple of months, you know, doing contracts to get ourselves some more money until it's time to buy the harvester, which again, I think is somewhere around that 90,000 mark. And then once we bought the harvester, we then have literally everything I need to do, like, the minimum viable for rice. Like, that won't be including fertilizing, that won't be including, I don't know if we need to weed rice. I have no idea what's going to go into the rice. But you get it. That should be the absolute minimum required to be able to do all that. And I'll need a cultivator or a plow or a harrower or something like that. We'll worry about that when we get there. Which I'm suddenly realizing I did not check. What are the specials right now? Nothing we need. Nor can afford. But yeah, so the idea is then we'll be able to start farming our own land so that we will have a means of making money that isn't contracting ourselves out to other people. Also, when we do the Survivor Man challenge, whenever we make a map like that, whenever that happens, with the mods showing up when the game releases. And that one we usually have a no contracts rule, which usually is because there's also no contracts on those maps that are... Like, if there's no existing fields, they can't ask you to work the field. I could see them doing deadwood missions or log transport missions on No Man's Land style maps. I probably still wouldn't do them, though. Because honestly, if we do aim, because I mentioned this before stream, like we started the game part of it, is I'm really hoping that maybe this time when we go to start our No Man's Land, I know it won't technically be harder from the economy side of things because I'll just have so much money from trees. I kind of want a map that's like No Man's Land in that you have just like your starting sell point / you buy your tractors at that point because mechanically you need that for the game to function. And then, you know, just otherwise I want a mostly wooded map. And I understand there's a hard limit on how many trees you can have in a map, which is why you don't see big maps with trees that are very dense. So, by all means, have it like a bunch of forests with like little patches of valley and all that in there. You know, a river cut through, whatever you got to do to make it work, to make it feel good, and also, you know, not a tiny map because of the tree limit. Because I have no idea what the tree limit is on this one, if there is one. I assume there would be. It might literally be the same one as the last one. It's just one of those things I never looked into. But I like the idea of being able to see that progress where you start with the forest and then, you know, you carve out yourself a little farm there and you work that little farm, and then, you know, rather than just fast forwarding to, like, you know, you seeded the farm, you fast forward till it's time to harvest, you then harvest and then, you know, cultivate or whatever, and then you fast forward to seeding again. It'd be nice to be able to sit there and take like a little bit of time each day, not necessarily like the full day's time, but take like a little time each day, clean up a little bit more of the area around, get a little bit more farm for the next year, that kind of thing. The only caveat with that whole thing is lumberjacking in this game is extremely lucrative, like really, really lucrative. So it does make that a complete not challenge. Okay, that's going. Hey, Rual, how are you doing? What have you missed since the last time? I'm doing well. I don't know where you left off and what you saw. Most likely the biggest differences are we do own one tile of land with a rice field and a greenhouse for the rice saplings on it. And we have the tractor, specifically the tractor we're going after, the one that was like 90-something thousand for like 230 horsepower. And impossibly small water tank for it. So we do technically own our own equipment and land now, but it's not enough to do anything quite meaningful yet. One thing that does make me curious is I did notice we have the option of selling the rice saplings. So that's actually something I'm going to check right now while we're on this one. Is where I'm able to sell rice saplings, because it might be a thing that I end up needing to sell the surplus. Yeah, rice saplings. Okay, so I can sell them both for honestly not an unreasonable amount. Apparently December is the month to sell as well. So that's cool. So technically I do have a product I can produce and sell. The challenge I'm going to run in with that, though, is I do not have a means of moving the pallets yet. I might be able to get, we'll take a quick look, the last version of Farming Sim, you had a front loader attachment you could put on your tractor. And that front loader attachment for your tractor could pick stuff up. Yeah, so you could attach these to certain tractors. I'm pretty sure the tractor we have doesn't accept those. So then the question would be, what options do I have that I could lift up a pallet with? And I'm feeling like the answers are going to be pretty upsetting. Yeah, I figured we've gotten past that by now. I'm gonna have a big fight trying to get this off here, so... Actually, it wasn't that bad. Okay, so we've already done our 2 headlands here. But yeah, so I would need to see what my cheapest option is of dealing with the pallets. It could also be that I just ignore selling the pallets for right now and just plan for planting my crops, and then, you know, see where we end with that. Because let's see, how fast do you fill up? Not fast. We're at 2 liters of pallets of the 500 we can carry. Oh, right. Now I think about it, it's probably got them sitting outside. Let's see, WIFO HMZ 300 has a 3-point attachment that could help that. Oh, a 3-point attachment for this one? Yeah, we can look at it. WIFO HMZ. Where would I find that in here? Because they don't organize it by brand. That's what I'm trying to think of, is what category it's under. Just looking for stuff that's wood, animals, grapes, specialty crops, vegetables, root crops, baling, grass things, foraging wagons, combines. Yield improvements is not going to be it. Seeding, sapling, soil cultivation. It could be, like, it's going to be probably under loaders, I would think. None of those have the 3-point. Like, that's going to be the hardest part, is just... There is probably a solution. I just got to find out where it's located in that. Because it's not going to be those. And the front loaders and all that, those are going to be attachments for the front loaders. Let's see. Brands is above the tractor loader. Brands is above the tractor loader? Oh, right, I see. Okay, so I do actually have this where I can search it. And you said it was WIFO. Yeah, that's the one from the last one. Yeah, okay, that'll work. Yeah, that's exactly what we had in the last game. I still don't know where that is in the organization of, like, the actual things, because usually I don't search by anything by brand, because I have 0 brand loyalty. Because it's very irrelevant to me. I just look at the stats of the game and go, that's the one. That's the ticket. But yeah, so most likely we'll grab that thing if we start to overfill on the number of rice pallets we have. But Brand loyalty is a scam anyways. Yep. Yeah, no, once upon a time, brand loyalty had a certain amount of measure because companies would go way out of their way to try and do everything they could to, like, get you to like their brand over their competitor to get you bought in. But those days are long gone. It is a different world now. I remember selling tools and all that. So not so much the lawn and garden side of... Actually, no, I had it in that area too. And for me, it wasn't like tractors, I think. It was like lawnmowers, weed whackers, that kind of garbage, chainsaws, whatever. And I remember... I remember you'd have people come in, and they'd come in to buy, like, a power drill or whatever. And there's definitely some really good brands, and there are some real crap brands. And I remember you'd have people be like, oh no, I would never buy a Companion brand. That stuff's garbage. I'm gonna go buy a Craftsman brand. And you're like, you want me to let you in on a little secret? It's just the plastic cover that's different on those two. It's different with the hand tools, but like the power tools, it literally is the same tool with a different plastic cover and a different warranty. That's the difference. And for the record, you have to pay for the warranty for the Craftsman tool on those power tools. Hand tools are different. Hand tools have the lifetime thing and all that stuff, which I don't even know if that matters anymore, with Sears slowly dying a very slow death because they completely missed the whole online thing. You missed the Valtra Valmet 8750 from Farm Sim 22 already. Yeah, I haven't gone through and looked through tractors carefully to see which ones were there and which ones weren't. Because I know it's a smaller set than they had previously. But, I mean, let's be honest, if you looked at that list of tractors we had in the previous title, you could have probably deleted 3/4 of that list, and no one would have been affected. Because you'd have, like, people get this one because it's the highest horsepower, that one because it's got the fastest top speed, this one because it's got, like, a bunch of nice options. Also some because they're just really good looking. And then you had all those ones that fell in between there that they didn't really kind of hit any of those marks that people would buy if they were like collecting them kind of thing, but generally people otherwise tried once and never touched again. There's JC Penney drifting off into the sunset. Yep. Generally with companies like that, when they go out of business, they take one of two strategies. One is they just try and keep like slowly churning down stuff and just keep the company running for as long as possible before it finally does go away. Or the moment the writing's on the wall, they go, nope, and they just close down all their stores and just liquidate the whole company. And Sears and JCPenney are both in that first category, where they'll close a couple stores here, they'll close a couple stores there, and just little by little they'll sell off one brand and another brand. And just slowly fade into the sunset. But yeah, no, we used to have people who'd come in and they would scream up and down about how this brand is just better than the other brand. And sometimes there was truth to that. You know, when you're comparing, like, you have like the Craftsman power tool, and then you've got like I have most of my tools are them. I'm trying to remember, it begins with an E. It's not, my brain is saying Echo and it doesn't sound right. Aw, man. Like, you need to run downstairs and grab them. Actually, I don't even think I need to run downstairs. I think I literally have one in the other room where I had to do some work on one of my walls. Why is my brain being dumb? It doesn't matter. DeWalt all the way? DeWalt's okay. It's not a bad brand. I would put DeWalt as comparable to Craftsman, as someone who used to sell both. They're not bad tools, like by any stretch of the imagination. But there was definitely like, there's like the DeWalt Craftsman is kind of in the middle there. Then you usually have like your knockoff brand, cheap, super budgety ones. You know, brands that you won't even recognize the name. And then there would be like a step over that would be like Ryobi, and I'm blanking on the one. It begins with an E. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But yeah. But you'd have people... Is it blue and black? Emerson? It's not Emerson. Makita's do good tools as well. I'm literally going to line this up. I'm going to go in the other room, and I'm going to check what the brand is, because it's bothering me too much. Give me 2 seconds, I'll be right back. I lied. It's not in the other room. I only have my rigid tools in the other room, which are also not bad. I actually don't really know where they compare in the whole spectrum of thing, rigid brand. I got that one because it was one of those ones where I had a very immediate need, and I just needed the tool right now, and it's what was available. But it was, like, a decent one. Like, I'd probably put rigid, maybe, from what I experienced. I would say it seems like it's a little bit better. There are Echo. But you thought they were like chainsaws? I could be mixing up my brand. You know what? That's probably exactly what I'm doing, Zerks. I'm willing to bet I have Echo for, like, the electric weed whacker and chainsaw and everything, and that's probably the thing, is I'm just mixing up my brands. But yeah. But the whole point with that is some of those brands, you'd have one company who manufactures 2 or 3 brands, and they'll change the labeling. Like Craftsman does that with, you have the Craftsman tools and the companion tools. They're both the same manufacturer. And with their power tools, they usually are literally the same tool with just different plastic coverings. And, you know, maybe one will have a couple extra features, like it'll come with, like, you know, a better chuck, or it'll have an extra place to put your little bits on the top of your screwdriver. But as far as, like, the guts of it, it's the same thing. And then usually, like, the Craftsman will have, like, the one higher tier that's not available in the companion. But they're literally manufactured the same, and that's with their power tools. With their hand tools, there is a difference. The metal they use is a different composition. That does tend to make the hand tools for the companion not quite as long-lasting. And then the warranty on the companion tools is basically, here's your tool, what's your warranty? Don't break it, I guess. But yeah. But that was like another one we ran into was with the lawn and garden, where I said, oh, that doesn't happen in lawn and garden. I was like, no, wait, actually, Ryobi, Rigid, and Milwaukee are the same company? Gotcha. I was not familiar with that. But yeah, I've been pretty happy with Rigid. I have no idea where they land in the spectrum, but you get the idea. A lot of those brands that compete against each other are literally the same company competing to the next same thing at different price points. That, you know, one's targeting like a premium market, one's trying to do something that's in between, and one's your, like, budget one, and usually the difference is, like, the warranty. Sometimes they will have different offerings that, like, this one will lean more towards this industry versus that industry, but you see a little bit less of that. But that also happens with, like, your lawn and garden tools. That it was, like, for example, oh man, who was it? It's one of the major brands for weed whackers, electric weed whackers. I don't think it was Craftsman. But, oh man. For the record, I haven't worked in that area for like 20 years, which is why my memory, oh, actually it's been longer than 20 years. It's been like 22 years. It's been a while. Black & Decker, not Black & Decker. They're probably also the case. But most of your electric weed whackers were made by Electrolux. So the vacuum cleaner company. And I remember a guy showing up, and I can't remember, like, you know, he's like, hey, I'm looking for electric weed whacker, like battery operated and all that, you know, I wanna get this for, I've got a family member who is getting up there in years and can't really do the pole cable anymore, and so I'm looking for something decent. Black & Decker, Stanley, Craftsman are one company. Is that because Craftsman got acquired? Because that used to not be the case. But I haven't kept up, and it wouldn't surprise me at all to find out that Craftsman got sold or whatever with what's going on with Sears. Like, I'd fully believe that. I vaguely remember, I think you are right about Stanley and Black & Decker. Yes, they own DeWalt as well. Gotcha. So that's probably they got acquired since I worked there. Again, 20 plus years. But it was one of those things that you looked at those tools and they're like, oh, I don't want to buy it. I'm going to say Black & Decker. I don't remember who it was. But it's like, oh, I don't want to give him a Black & Decker. That's made by Electrolux. They make vacuums. And I can't remember what other brand he's holding. Like, well, you want me to tell you a hint? That one's made by Electrolux as well. You want me also to tell you a hint? Electrolux was at the time like the brand of vacuum cleaner. Like, they were the vacuum cleaner you wanted. So they make stuff really good versus a lot of the other stuff was kind of pretty garbage, actually. Like, there's a reason why you generally discourage people from buying the electric lawn equipment back in the early 2000s and all that. They were usable as long as you really loosely defined usable. Nowadays are good. Nowadays those things are great. Like, if you don't have a giant property you're dealing with and all that, it's like, no, get a battery operated, weed whacker. It's gonna cost you half as much as this gas one. Heck, gassing and oiling up your weed whacker is gonna just run you out of money. Not to mention all the maintenance nightmares and need to drain your gas if it's gonna sit for any length of time because you got a long winter or something, and then you don't want your gas to settle and separate, and then you gotta clear the lines and all that. Have that maintenance nightmare. All your air filters and all that you gotta deal with, and mixing your gas. I'm like, man, here's a battery, plug it in. You'll save money, you'll save time, you'll save stress, and as long as your property isn't too big that you can't do it in one charge, you're good. And if it is, hey, get 2 batteries. Let's see, is that UI guide for the tractor new to this version? You don't remember the last one? Yes, it is. So the last game, there was a mod called Courseplay, and this is not a mod, this is built into the base game. It doesn't quite do everything that Courseplay does, but I think that's a good thing in this particular case. So Courseplay, you could literally sit there and push a button, and it was like having a really smart version of the game's AI drive your vehicle. So like it wasn't perfect, but it get it really, really much better off. Whereas this one, I'm not fully hands-free. Like, it'll stay on that straight line for me, on that green line, but then if I want to do like the next row, you see it won't turn around on my own, so I gotta intervene. So it's kind of this nice little happy medium where if you want to do all the stuff yourself, like just do all the field yourself, you can do it. If you want to hit, hey, AI driver, do the work for me, I'll pay you can do it. If you want to do something a little bit in between where you're not quite fully automating it, but you're not quite having to deal with like keeping everything in perfectly straight lines, you can do that now too. Low key, even if you're not going to use it for like the driving in a straight line, those blue lines on the outside, which is the tool width, are amazing for dealing with like the fertilizer spreader. The fertilizer spreader is just one of those things that like you're trying to eyeball, especially if you're fertilizing after you've let the things grow to the first tick, and just trying to see where you have it and have not put it down already is honestly guesswork at best half the time. Having those blue lines lock in, you're like, I know exactly where I need to be spreading this. It is an amazing addition to quality of life. It's one of my favorite features for the new version. Let's see, yeah, like Yamaha, you can get a guitar amp and a motorcycle. Oh yeah, and that's some of the companies out there like Mitsubishi and Yamaha, and I want to say Volvo and Toyota or other one. No, not Toyota. I think Volvo's another one. That the breadth of products they make gets really mind-blowing. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and accept this contract and not turn in our current one because, yeah, Honda's another one that they don't export a lot of them here to the US, but as far as like products they make, it is one of those companies that they make dang near everything. Where is... Okay, it's Field 11. But they make dang near everything. And you'll have people like, oh, I'm not going to buy their product. They make vacuum cleaners. It's like, yeah, and they're really good vacuum cleaners. Isn't it Sony that makes most of their money selling life insurance? I think that's true. I know there was one of the electronics companies that did that. It's just like, there's one of the big name companies, like gaming companies, was it Konami, that makes most of their money from Pinko machines, which is like, it's a gambling machine. Or no, pachinko. It's just wild, the things that they do. So you look at, like, Konami and, like, all this... I think it was Konami. I feel like I've got that wrong. But yeah, no, there's a whole bunch of companies that just... You wouldn't even realize are in entirely other industries that they're extremely lucrative. There's a number of companies that, like, they might do tools in one thing, but you look at, like, their main core business... And yeah, it'll be something that feels so much more mundane, like insurance, or, you know, they're like realtors or whatever. And you're like, huh. Okay. And the best is a lot of times it'll have nothing to do with their other industry. You know, the electronics and the insurance thing, where you look at those and go, these two things are wholly unrelated to each other. I mean, that's for as much as, like, you know, people don't like Tencent because they invest in, like, literally every game company and electronics company there is. So, like, there's just no escaping them. Some of those companies, you look at, just their whole thing is they diversify their portfolio. And you look at some of those companies and they'll have their hands in just about everything. And there's some that's a real big problem. That, like, what they do gets pretty screwed up. Like, they'll have, you know, their playbook to be a successful company or whatever. And they'll be, like, really, really awful things, like deliberately underpaying staff and, you know, different ways they can kind of screw the consumer and all that. But you'll have a whole bunch that they just kind of get into everything, and they're kind of good at everything because their whole model is just to hire people who are good at the stuff. And they just kind of know the baselines of just operating businesses in general, and then hand over the keys to, like, actually operating the specific industrial stuff to whatever is relevant to that industry off to people that they go out of their way to pay them well to get, like, the best people they can calling the shots. Now, sometimes those people then turn around and hire a bunch of people underpay and be awful. But, you know, at least they are approaching in that thing versus, like, a lot of the trends right now are get rid of your most capable people because you're your most expensive. Hey, wait, why am I going out of business? Why have I botched my last 5 releases? Oh, right, I got rid of all the people who knew how to release something properly. Oops. I honestly wonder how things look at companies like Google and Amazon and Microsoft who... I mean, Microsoft's a lesser degree, but they have done it as well. But mostly Google and Amazon, who have done the whole thing where they just lay off massive number of people, and usually it's the people on the top of the pile. Or if they don't lay them off, they put, like, particularly hostile policies to, you know, get people to want to voluntarily quit. And I do wonder, you know, 10, 15, 20 years out, when there's that brain drain in the company that they keep hiring in new people, and about the time they start getting decent at their job, they kick them out for the next batch. I do wonder what happens when just the quality of their product sinks because they don't have the people they need to continue to perform. Like, will we see a major upset in the industries where, you know, some upstart who is bringing in more capable people then takes over, that they lose that momentum and they take over that spot? Does it just mean our products just get worse, period? It'll be curious. And that's the thing I don't think we'll feel in the next year or two. That's the kind of stuff that's a slow chip away. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and turn in these 2 quests. I call them quests, contracts. We can go ahead and we'll cut down these trees. Oh, good, you have the good truck. Cool. We had a contract the other day we did, and it was with a different truck, and it ended up being absolutely awful. It's just the nature of the trailer in that one is like, we're not taking that one again. I'll take the picking up the trees thing, but not if that's the vehicle you're gonna give me. It was one of the ones that was the drag behind your tractor little trailer with the little claw arm on it, and it felt like it had the strength of the actual claw arm arcade machines, where you grab like the lightest stuffed bear, it goes, no, it's too heavy. It felt like that, and we made it work, but it was definitely like, this is not a good experience. Versus, we did the ones where, like, the vehicle that we're gonna get on this other one, not the one I'm doing now, but the other quest, we've used that one a bunch of times, and it's pretty good. It's still a lot of mouse movement, so if you're someone who has wrist pain or anything like that, or if you'd like to get wrist pain, it's a good option. It's the one thing I do hope I can see this weather. I can see half of these trees from here. Okay, note to self. Winter time is a time to do deadwood. Because those things stand out so much with the trees all being, you know, mostly thinned out from leaves. All right. Yeah, so like 3 of them over this way. And you can tell the deadwood because they're some of the tallest trees in the game. There's like 1 or 2 other trees. I don't know about this version, but in the past, there are like 1 or 2 other trees that have similarly tall models. But usually, yeah, like this one here is also a tall one. But usually there's not that many compared to the others. Yeah, I see another one over there to the left. Yeah, so that's all I do when I'm looking for the deadwood trees. You'll notice I'll mostly focus on the canopy and just look for the scraggly, tall, skinny tree in the middle of it all. Sometimes when they're on like a hill or whatever, it can be particularly bad to look for them, but luckily we haven't run into much of that. This particular map, while it does have some hills, it's nowhere near as bad as like Silver Run or those where you have borderline mountains going on. Oh, that must be the edge of the map. I cannot seem to walk farther. Yeah, and the texture ends there. Okay, so that's the edge of the map. That should be good news, because that should mean that, I have less area they could be in. Alright. Oh, and that's ever curious, if you see me always buy the Husqvarna chainsaw, that's actually the reason I bought, or I have the Husqvarna chainsaw in the game, is of the chainsaws I sold, the brands I sold, they were the like standout best brand we had. I know people have very strong opinions about Husqvarna. Like they either, they either love it or they hate it kind of thing. So literally that contract was right where I was at. I didn't even check. Is this the tractor you're just talking about? Nope. Yeah, in real life? Yeah. Do you think that the woodcutting give us too much money? I would say it is extremely lucrative. And I actually mentioned at the beginning of the stream... Oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's what I thought. I kind of wish there was an option in the game, whether, like, it could certainly be a mod, but to effectively have some form of global market or whatever. So the idea being is if I sell lots and lots and lots of wood, you know, whether it's just me against myself or the player base at large, it would begin to devalue wood as a way of kind of balancing crops a little bit. Like, don't make it so it could go down to, like, $1 or whatever, like something really awful, but you have, like, the range that the wood can be worth, and the more people selling the same product, the more it pushed towards the bottom of the range. And make it an option. Make it so you can see, like, I want this or I don't want this. Options are always a good thing. But I would like that because it would be nice if I'm just cutting down tree after tree after tree on the map, that the game would gradually encourage me to be like, hey, you really should do something other than just cut down trees. Because you can just burn yourself out doing the same thing. But yeah, I do feel like if you're someone who's trying to find balance in the game, I do feel like the logging is extremely lucrative. And that is the whole thing. At the moment, 2 trees give us more money than a full harvest field. You gotta be talking a pretty small field. Like, I did tons and tons and tons of lumberjacking and farming, and maybe it's a 25 versus 22 thing, because 22 is where I'm referencing this. That I was making way better money from the fields like, as you went along. That's assuming, you fertilize and you do everything. But yeah, no, they're very lucrative. I think part of the thing that works for or against it is if you're actually taking the time to do it like I'm doing right now, where you actually use the tools required, it is not a fast process. Versus if you do just use the autoloader, that kind of stuff, you can just fly through it super fast, at which point then, yeah, human time-wise, you can make some absurd money real fast doing the trees. Isn't as broke as Farm Sim 15? I have no idea. So for me, it was Farm Sim 22 as my first one. Which then, I absolutely was like, this is an amazing series, and I've been playing tons of it since. But yeah, no, I definitely feel like, because I like to do challenges. Like you can see, I'm doing hardest economy starting with $0 and all that. Last Farm Sim I did Survivor Man challenge where, I started with a chainsaw and a dream and like nothing else on the hardest economy settings. And it is one of those things that, yeah, I deliberately made it so I only was allowed to like cut down enough trees to get things off the ground. Just because, just because it did feel like it kind of hurt the spirit of the challenge after that point, because the lumberjacking was very genuinely thing. But as far as the comment about, like, you make 1 tree or 2 trees makes you more than a whole field, that depends on a lot of stuff. So in Farm Sim, you can sell stuff, like, when the prices are good and all that, or when they're bad. And yeah, if you just harvest and immediately sell, then yeah, you're probably right. But genuinely, if you take the time to... Please scooch forward a little bit more. Wiggle, wiggle. The machine does not want to cooperate. I need you to scooch the arm towards me more. Oh yeah, no, we're getting to production lines. Alright. We're gonna do it this way. I can lift the arm up, extend it out, drop it down, bring it in. Ah, perfect. This is exactly why you hate logging. So this is funny because we've actually done a lot of these missions and they've gone incredibly smoothly. But yeah, no, this one, that was definitely... We're definitely gonna have problems with the logs with how not well positioned they are. But yeah, no, generally the weak spot of logging is this part here. Like the cutting down the trees, I honestly think that's totally fine. It's even better, like that part is actually much better in this game. You have the machines that cut down the trees. You can actually pull up to the tree and just have to get the head close enough to the tree that it realizes it's the tree you want. and then there's literally a button you can say, like, go to the tree, and it will gradually position itself in position, and it's just much more wonderful if you don't want to sit there and micro every one of the arm movements. It's also realistic from what I've heard that, like, genuinely those logging machines do have a thing where you just kind of get it on there and it will put itself in position and all that. And then, you know, you hit the cut button and it cuts. But, yeah, no, it's very lucrative. And if you're talking baseline of the crops, you're probably right that it is more valuable. But if you're talking a decent-sized field, and then you're taking the time to, you know, fertilize it. I thought I was going to get, like, all of those right there. I was about to say, like, I'll take 5 in one go. I won't complain. But yeah, so it's, it is one of those things that if you're just talking baseline, you shoved some corn in the ground, you harvest it, and you sold it immediately, then yeah, you're probably right. But if you wait till the crops get to their peak market, I would be less inclined to believe that. Not that I've done the numbers. And then even more so, once you start getting production lines and all that involved, some of those crops can get really, really absurdly valuable. Yeah, no, that was the meta in 22, was to just... It was to mow grass and convert it into silage, and then sell the silage. So literally just take grass, heap it up, or bale it up, whichever way you want to do it. Heap it up, let it ferment, and then sell the fermented grass when it's, like, the correct season to do so. I might have to two-trailer this. This is a brave drop. Yeah, I thought so. Well, that didn't go the way I wanted to. I was hoping to just nudge that. I'm still gonna sit here and try and make this all in one. We might have to do some strap shenanigans. You can get away with some pretty obscene things by putting on and removing the straps. Should stack them vertically. Honestly, when I was doing the Silver Run map in the last game, I did some really ridiculous stuff throughout that run because of how many trees we cut down. I saw that log get away. We're pushing the limit on how far I can take the arm. Hey, stop it. I need you to not ever so slowly shift out of the trailer, please. Don't down come towards me. Alright. This'll break everything, so bear with it. Oh, you actually got that out? That's not supposed to happen. Yeah, so you can see how badly stacked these are. That's a problem. So what I did there is I strapped those in, and then I told the arm to rotate. The arm will forcefully rotate and succeed in doing so. And as long as they're strapped in, those logs cannot escape. What is interesting is very clearly they turn the physics back on the logs while they're there. But you'll see those straps make it so they cannot escape whatsoever. And for the record, I would not get attached to any of the prices in the game right now. I suspect we will have, like, balance passes and all that kind of stuff, just to see if, like, something's way out of whack. They'll probably be similar to how they are now, but if we do have one that's, like, outlier, like, oh, this one's super lucrative, just use this, there is a good chance they'll make adjustments. They've done that before. But usually it's when, like, if one of them is way an outlier. But, that said, there usually always is a crop that is, like, way powerful. Alright, and now we watch the cursed physics. It's okay, everyone knows logs are a liquid. It just fills up whatever volume's there. But yeah, it won't surprise me if we have, like, within days of this releasing, that we start getting, like, auto loader and super strength and all those classic mods that people cannot live without. And that's honestly, if you like cutting that trees, but you hate the loading part, autoloader is what you're gonna do. And it's sadly not interesting. You just pull up next to a log, you hit the button, they just teleport in the back. I generally tried not to use that for a lot of stuff. The one I did use autoloader for is the pallets. Once you start getting production lines going, there is a point where you just really get tired of forklifting. So autoloader is the perfect way to get around that. Or you can just, I'm going too fast. Okay. If you spend the time, will they stack neatly? Yeah, you can make them stack neatly. This one, the problem is about, like, the first 4 or so were stacked in there well. And then I got, like, a set of 2 or 3 logs that I just didn't quite line up right, so they got stuck on the front or the back of the cabin. And because those ones weren't set up right, everything after them also was cursed. But yeah, no, actually most of the time my stuff is set up fairly neatly. This is one that didn't go well. You're kind of sad that the Challenger hasn't had a front loader option. I don't know the Challenger. Yeah, like any time it comes with, like, you know, this brand of whatever has this in real life, it's like I don't know that. Like, I enjoy farm sim, but I am in no shape an expert when it comes to farming. Nor am I very familiar with, like, the different brands, the nuances with them, or anything like that. I'm just a heckin' gamer. Let's see, what do you do if you see this truck in the road? You'd stay away. As horribly balanced as this load is, you stay... Alright, that's gonna be a problem. You stay away. Okay, so I need to take you where? Wait, where do you... Oh, that's a different location. They've been making me go to the city with the logs all this time before. I gotta go way the heck to the other side of the map. That's still fine. Yes, we're taking this to the sawmill, whereas before, I don't remember... Oh, we were taking it down, there's like a carpenter or something down here. Yeah, so I need to go basically north. And it doesn't matter which side, just north. Yeah, so we're taking the very scenic route. Excuse me, sir, are you within the load limits of this vehicle? No. Next question. You prefer loading it with the front or the yard? Yeah. This is work simulator. If you get tired from work, maybe take a break or consider a different game. I am enjoying this. Like, I get the whole meme that it's like, yeah, you're simulating work. It's just like, well, you're not wrong. But usually the pushback I give on that is in real life, when you're dealing with stuff like this, you could be a farmer and do absolutely everything correct and just have bad luck with the year weather-wise, and suddenly you're in financial trouble and sweating it out. Oh, not you, other people? Oh, is someone saying that, like, they get tired of the game? Okay, not sure. But yeah, it's just like, in real life, this work, you get dirt in places you didn't even realize you can get dirt into, among other substances. You end up with, like, a sore back, hurting arms, all that sort of stuff. You're breathing in all sorts of wonderful smells, many of which are very ripe. You can do everything right and just get really bad luck, and the weather is crap that year, and your harvest is pretty terrible, and so now you're in financial straits because things just didn't go your way. And there's lots of like paperwork and bureaucracy, and everything's rush, and it's very hard, back-breaking labor, even with the tractors. Versus in the video game, I don't have to do any paperwork. I don't wake up the next morning with anything hurting or anything like that. Let's see. Do you think it's worth it to get a PS5 to get this, or stay with the PS4 for 22? For me personally, I am someone who struggles justifying buying a console gaming system in general. So it's difficult for me to give you an honest answer to that, because I look at the cost of the PS5 to begin with, and that's a hard pass for me, like, at the door, regardless of the games on it. Because the way I look at it is I could buy the PS5 and it costs, you know, several $100s, almost $1,000 and how many games I would have to buy on that console before I'm not spending $100+ per game when you take into consideration the cost of the console and the game together. And so it's one of those things that, like, I understand why people like consoles, and I'm not judging anyone for using them. Being able to just push the power button and play is a very powerful thing. But since I do need to have a powerful computer for the line of work I am in, both in and out of streaming, I already have something that can play these games. So throwing down a couple $100, like even a Nintendo Wii or whatever the new one is a hard sell for me, because even that being just a couple $100 is still a significant investment, and I have a near limitless number of games. So I unfortunately can't give you a good answer. Would I say that Farm Simulator 25 is a major upgrade from 22? Yes. I personally feel so. I know some others have disagreed with me, and that's totally fine. Like, you know, it is the fact of it being subjective. We have different opinions, and that's fine. But there's just so much that this one has that you would need to get mods for, or even mods didn't cover in the last one. To me, it's been worthwhile. Yeah, and $100 is $100, no matter how you split it. So, like, because, like, for example, with the PS4 versus PS5 thing, if you're someone who you only got a little bit of play money that, you know, you can go out for, like, a nice dinner once every other week, and that's kind of the max you could push your budget, you know, it's a very hard sell to spend money getting another console. Versus if you're someone who has a private jet, which I would assume you don't, but if you're someone who has a private jet, buying another console literally means nothing to you. That's not even a rounding error. Calling a rounding error would be generous to rounding errors in that. So it's a very difficult question to answer, unfortunately. But for me, which for the record, the devs gave me a key to this game, but I was prepared to buy it, and there still is a little bit of fuzziness because, you know, I do work with the game and all that so far as people watch me play it and all that, so there's an income side of it and the investment side. But if I was just going to be playing it for myself, I would not feel bad about spending the money on the game. But I probably would not build out an entire computer just for it. Okay. Yeah, sell wood. I figured this is going to happen. It's stacked too high, so... That's fine, I'll deal with that in a moment. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that's like... I can say whether or not I felt... I mean, were people talking about the money value on this? That would only sold for $4. Let's see, you own a PS5 and you'll never buy a new one. The games are hard expensive, PC costs more first, but games are much cheaper. Yeah, and well, that's also one of the things is like with the PC, you don't necessarily have to get a super powerful computer either. Sure, you're not going to play like the latest high fidelity game out there, but you can get away with that. Yeah, so interestingly enough, I don't think we made hardly any money on selling the wood here, but the contractor are going to make really good money. Okay, we got another deadwood contract, because we are trying to make our money for our equipment that we need for planting the rice. So let's go take a look where that is. And we're running out of contracts fast. They do spawn new ones, but you can reach a point that you would need to just sit here and fast forward time and maybe get new contracts, or just Sorry, I gotta check this real fast. Okay, nothing urgent. It's you buy a CPU and graphics card, it will cost you a good $1,000, $1,500. Right, if you're getting a good one. But if you're getting one that's, you know, several generations behind, that's still good enough, you can manage to get away with it pretty cheap. But you're not going to be playing the latest, greatest games or anything like that. But that's my point with, like, the PC gaming. You can play a game like this, and you can crank the sucker's, you know, graphics down to potato, and you can get away with it on the cheap, if you're okay with that. But yeah, no, I would generally say, because it's also one of those things like with the PlayStations, aren't those up to like $800-900 now? I don't shop for them, so I could be doing regular or long grain. Regular is what we're looking at doing. How am I able to play the new farm sim? So I am a Giant Software partner. So I'm a content creator that on my Twitch channel, I usually pull in somewhere in the area of like 150, 200 people a night that are like watching at the same time. And so Farm Sim likes to do marketing, as any game that wants to be successful does. So they give me a copy of the game, I play it on my channel, people see it and they go, ooh, that game looks really good. And then they buy it. And then the developers make money. And they like it. Yeah, so developers did give me a key, like full transparency. I have got key that was given to me to play. Definitely gonna be buying this one. I've been happy with it. Like I said, and very genuinely. So the developers gave me a key for on their platform, or what? Not to say their platform, that you can go through their store. I personally prefer Steam, but most likely what I will probably end up doing, if I'm being totally honest, is I do really like my Steam achievements. I will probably end up buying this game on Steam after, like, you know, after it comes out. Because I should just be able to take my existing save file and whatever and bring it over. If not, that's fine. But the PC costs less, gives you more freedom overall. PC can be built cheaper than consoles, with the same gameplay performance, and closer to bleeding edge tech and advancements. Can be expensive, unsurprisingly. Yeah, that's been my experience. Is that if you look at thing, wait, you have the game already now? I do own the game already. Yes. My comment is I like Steam achievements. I do not have the Steam version of this game. I have the version of this game that comes directly through Giant Software's website, which isn't like a separate launch or anything like that. It's just a separate store Like, you just download the game and you just run it. There's no log into this thing and do whatever. It's just literally, you hit the executable, the game opens. So it's not like Origin or any of those kind of garbage. But yeah. How is improved to the AI? It's so much better. I haven't got to test it doing everything yet, but it is definitely leagues better than it was. That's literally the same one I just did, but I mean, they're paying well, so I'll take it. They should have given you a Steam version. They prefer to do the stuff in their store, and there's valid reasons why they do that. Steam does take a cut and does make it a whole big mess and all that. So they do go through their store, and their store is fine. There's nothing wrong with it. I just prefer to keep all my stuff in Steam, where it's just like the game will automatically update when you boot up the game still. Like, it's not, you don't lose any of that by doing the one through their store, which technically I have an affiliate link that if you buy the game through their store, I get a, I'm going the wrong way, I get a kickback. I just don't honestly promote it hardly ever because I personally wouldn't plan on buying it through the store. Didn't Steam take like 30% of what you pay? Yep. There is some wiggle in that it's kind of like with an asterisk where, like, if you have enough negotiating power, you can negotiate a better deal, yada yada. But generally speaking, yeah, 30%. Let's see, how can you carry the chainsaw with the changes to farms thing? Like, you mean the movement speed thing? I put away the chainsaw when I'm not using it, or if you crouch, it has the same problem that so many other games have, where they have, like, a mechanic that slows you down, but then they have a separate slower speed for crouching that's not as bad as the slowdown speed, so you crouch and you move faster. So play it like Counter-Strike from back in the day, where you break out your knife to run faster. Are there new contracts? I gotta think of what contracts we had before. I think I'm just gonna get two and I'm just gonna have to settle. Or I'm gonna get none of them. That's what I get for being greedy. As far as like new contracts, I don't remember plowing contracts in the old one. Like we had the contracts for cultivating and for, sorry, not plowing, hoeing. Like we had the plowing and the cultivating, but I've seen hoeing contracts. They're kind of the same thing though. Are you able to lease equipment and trucks? Yes, I'm choosing not to for like my own personally set challenge. Like, yes, they're leasing them with the contracts, but I'm not just like leasing the equipment to like run my farm. And that's just kind of me giving a little bit of leeway. When we go to do the Survivor Man challenge kind of thing, when you know we start getting the maps out for that, which will hopefully be relatively soon after it releases, I will not allow myself to do contracts. Let's see, what new depends on what DLC you had in 22 as well. For example, if you don't have the deadwood log transport, those would be stock. Yeah, so we don't have like this. There technically is a DLC for it, but as well as ones that adds like, or I think it's not even a DLC in the regards, like the pre-order premium thing, you get like one new tractor or whatever. Or no, it's one new harvester? You get one new vehicle, but it's not one of those things that's like, this is just like the hands up. Oh, please cooperate. Maybe not. Please cooperate less. I can see my camera shifting and I know it is happening. Alright. I'm gonna try and bring this nice and close and slowly lift to try and keep as close to our center of gravity as we can. Because we were 100% not moving the logs, but moving the trucks there a moment ago. That's... At least it fell in there before it lost its grip. I'm hoping I can get these ones to settle in. Yeah, just that one is still not settled in correctly. Let's see, when you're customizing something in the shop, does it take 10 seconds for the change to load? Not that I've noticed. That's going to be more of a personal computer performance issue than a game problem. Like, that's going to be a matter of your hardware and all that. Which, granted, it could be you have perfectly reasonable hardware and it takes too long. That's certainly a thing that could happen. I have not personally experienced any noticeable performance. Actually, let me back that up one thing. I did have, when I first installed the game, it ran really badly for me until I updated my video driver. My video driver was only about 2 months old, but it did seem to massively struggle until I did update that. We're not in the absolute highest graphics setting. I think we're on high, and there's like very high ultra, so there's like a little bit more than that. Which the biggest thing you're losing here is like view distance. What's your GPU? I have all my system specs in the about section, or in the yeah, if you go to the bottom below stream on Twitch, I have all my computer specs down there. That way, because like it's gonna be more than the GPU. It's gonna be the GPU, CPU, RAM, all of that contributes. But the GPU, I believe it's a 4090. Was it 3090 or 4090? I think it might have been a 4090. It's a good GPU. It's a pretty strong computer. Like for full disclosure, but also don't use that as a directly 3090. That's a 3090. Whatever it says is correct, because that's when I updated it, and I haven't done any major computer changes in a good couple years. But yeah, so keep in mind though with what you're seeing here, this is with me rendering a stream on the same computer. And having that stream go out to multiple sources. Because I am streaming technically to both YouTube and Twitch, Twitch being my main platform. So as far as like, is this indicative of the performance you will get? Just keep in mind my system is under an additional load, but I do have a good computer. So take that for what you will. I wish I could give you better information. Yeah, so they definitely made the claws in this game a lot more willing to let you get away with stuff than the other one. Like the other one, you would drop like putting three side by side like this. You're not holding in Farm Sim 22. They're just getting away from you. They'll just do the thing where like squeezes out the middle one and then they all fall out. So it does seem like they took the feedback that picking up the logs was pretty rough, and they did do some stuff to like make it a little nicer. It still does have a lot of wrist motion with your mouse, because like this is me doing this up and down with right mouse button. This is left and right with left mouse button. This is up and down with left mouse button, back to right mouse button, up and down, left mouse button, both buttons at the same time. You get the idea. I am just all of the buttons. Is your game running on 4K? No, I don't run anything in 4K. I don't see a point in that. I understand for some people it's like, no, I need the fidelity. I run my stuff, usually it's around like 2,000 some pixels by whatever. It varies a little bit game to game because like performance and all that. But again, as a content creator, I gotta focus on making sure my frame rate is absolutely on par for stream. Because if I'm pushing my computer to the absolute limit to do like 4K displays and all that kind of stuff, that's just costing performance to the stream that none of my viewers can see. And yeah, we're gonna get the ability to stream in 4K if we do the encoding ourselves. I have no immediate intentions of doing that either. Alright, I got the one log that did escape off the right side. But even on my own gaming, I'm not someone who has ever been the no, it needs to be crisp and as absolutely over the top realistic. I will always go for I want a very reliable and sustainable frame rate. And I'm willing to give up a lot of visual fidelity for it. Now granted, the game looks like garbage because I've toned it down too much. That is a problem. Alright. I think I just do the cursed thing again. Which is now... We've locked it in so its physics don't work. And then we just lift the arm out of it. I think it'll just snap back into place. So where am I taking this one? Sawmill? Sawmill. So probably my best bet for the sawmill is to just go back past the market and then north. Is a big budget really thing? It looks like it's from 2011. What looks like it's from 2011? Like 1080p? Yeah, so I missed something with a lot of that. Okay. What was the first farming simulator? Oh, I have no idea off the top of my head. The first farming simulator was like really interesting, and the vehicles were basically big chunky polygons and all that. They had this really cool video a while back to kind of show like the progress of farming sim over the years. And yeah, no, it was a whole thing. Like the first one was these big chunky rectangles that would slide over the field, and it would just kind of like change the color of the texture of the ground, kind of thing. Like it was, you know, it was the product of its time, and it looked really rough. And then they moved forward. It got like, oh, I'm glad we didn't go outside with whatever I hit there. You know, then it went like it got to be a little bit more shaped and everything else and all that. Right, Night Dweller, you take it easy. Sleep well and all that. What's the next goal for this run? So the current goal we're working on is I'm trying to save up money for a rice seeder. I already have a greenhouse that is currently making the rice saplings. I own a rice paddy that it was on the tile of land I bought, which was the second cheapest tile of land. And you know, and like all that, and it's just a kind of thing where, you know, I just need to get the seeder next so I can plant rice when it's time. And then I'm going to need a harvester on the other side. The current graphics might compare to a high-end 2011 game. Oh, again, I've got my graphics turned down. That reminds me, after this contract, let me try turning up some of the graphics, because I was doing a lot to get the frame rate good. And as I mentioned, I ended up having to update my video driver. That and turning off VSync really kind of smoothed it out. But I didn't turn the graphics back up after that. And, you know, we've had like the occasional stutter when something's loading into the world, like when we first start moving around and all that. But I wouldn't say we've had particularly bad graphics or bad frame rates or anything like that. Now, granted, I haven't put like a frame rate counter on it or whatever. Do they still have that? What was that? F11? Nope, that's a screenshot there. Okay. They used to have controls and all that stuff. They've been watching a playthrough on YouTube at 1440, and it's better, but it's not like WoW. Yeah, well, it's a good chance the one on YouTube is also not running on maximum graphics. Keep in mind when you're also dealing with this, it kind of doesn't matter what's on my end, because whether you're on 1440p or 1080p, even at 1080p or 1440p, YouTube and Twitch do add compression based on the encoding, and it is not lossless, which does mean you do get like a little bit of fuzziness, a little bit of loss of fidelity, and all that kind of stuff. So it is just kind of one of those things.
Ooh, hankering for education, are we?
Can you see the current farm and equipment? Sure, give me just a moment to drop this off. We don't have much because we did start with $0 and we are on the hardest economy settings, so it just takes a while to do stuff. I tend to be a player who very much enjoys slow progression, slow build-up, slow burn, so you don't just do a couple missions and then buy the top-of-the-line tractor and then do a couple missions and then buy the top-of-the-line harvester and then do a couple well, not missions. You get the idea. On the easy economy settings, it's very easy to just skip past all of the lower and middle tiers. Whereas this, you really do get to have the whole thing. You're the opposite, and that's totally fine. Alright, so we gotta hop on this to get the physics turned back on. For that last log. That'll be another 10,000. A helper does not stop ever. What do you mean you can take care of your own farm as well? Alright, so we just got ourselves an achievement, so we'll collect that payout. Alright, so the equipment I have, which I'm weirdly having a difficulty switching to all of a sudden. My tractor should be right here, right? Okay, there you are. But yeah, so we've got our tractor here. And I've got this water carrying. That is my equipment. That is the entire list. We are playing in the hardest economy, so we're just making it work. I do own this rice field, which is not, like, I didn't let it wither. It was withered when I got it. And we do own this greenhouse. And the greenhouse is, you know, actively making more rice so that when it comes time, we can get that all sorted out. Oh, it's the grass is marked as red hearts. It's weird that that's showing like it's a field. Okay, that's fine. But yeah, so what I want to do really fast, because I was going to do this yesterday, and then I promptly forgot about it, is I'm going to save the game, and I'm going to snooze our ad for a minute here, so that when I go on the ad break here in a little bit, it's timed about right for when my wife gets home. We're going to just exit out, make a quick settings change, and all that. What's the difference between Farm Sim 22 and Farm Sim 25? There's a whole lot of things. So what I wanted to do is go into here, go under advanced. Let's bump these up to about 150. Because I had to do a bunch of stuff like to get my frame rate and all that stuff going. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I'll probably just leave it with that. I don't want to push it too much. Because if we start getting into the weeds of changing a ton of settings, then we can get ourselves in that situation where, you know, I'm changing a setting, my frame rate goes down, I decide it's too low a frame rate for the stream, so I go into a setting. I don't want to get into that whole treadmill. But, yeah. A bunch of stuff flickering coming across the stream. Like, keep in mind, a lot of that's going to be compression, a lot of that's going to be a different stuff. Like, I wouldn't sweat it too much. But what's the difference between Farm Sim 22 and 25? Farm Sim 25 is a totally different, like, version of the engine underneath. So you've got stuff like volumetric lighting, volumetric fog, and all that stuff. There are natural disasters like tornadoes, so you've got weather and all that has gotten a bit more love to it. The water physics have been totally redone because we have rice, which requires flooding the fields and all that. We have 5 new variations of crops between the peas, the green beans. There's 2 variations of rice. And I'm trying to think of what the last one is. I'm forgetting. And spinach. So you've got those. And there's also technically more if you count the stuff in the greenhouse. There are hot peppers. There is spring onions. There's 2 variations of mushrooms and all that. Let's see. Still got the usual low draw distance pop as well. Yeah. So you don't think you can write it unless it's actual 25? Copyright 2003 to 2024. Yeah, it's just saying for the years of 2003 to 2024, the Farming Simulator brand has been copywritten. Okay, so that seems fine right now. I'm not seeing any noticeable drops in frame rate. Like, it might look a little bit bad for all of you because, you know, bitrate. But it looks fine. Yeah, ground deformation is a thing now, so you don't just leave... You don't just leave, like, where you had just, like, the texture tread in the ground. It'll actually leave grooves in the mud and all that. We no longer... Like, where they had course play with the guidelines and all that, they now have steering assist, which is some... Like, it's not quite as far as course play, and like, as a deliberate decision. You keep giving me this exact same one for 10,000. Let me go ahead and accept... we'll skip the plowing one. I know I'm repeating a lot of the same missions again and again right now. It's just we're in winter, so there's no harvesting missions or anything like that. So the options we have aren't as much. Better AI workers, yep. You can notice a difference in frame rate. Yeah, no, there's definitely a little bit of a stutter. I didn't notice it before. Yeah, I'm just gonna switch it back real fast, and then we're gonna leave it alone. But yeah, and that's, again, one thing to keep in mind when you're looking at my PC specs and that I got a little bit of frame rate issue when I did that. I am streaming from the same PC I'm gaming, so I am taking this stream, like I am taking the game, rendering the game, doing all that stuff, and then coding that game into a stream that I'm then putting out, and I am putting out to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. That said, that frame rate dip is nothing that I look like is going to be a big problem, but I'd rather it be buttery smooth and give up a little bit of this. But yeah, I don't want to get in the weeds of this because there's a place you can get yourself in trouble where you spend half your stream just dealing with tech. And people are here to see that. Let's see, is the ground voxel base? Or is the ground deformation 2.5? The game is not voxel based. There is, like, as far as, like, proper terraforming, you can do it, but it is fairly limited. You're not going to completely change the aesthetics of the map or anything. You're not going to, like, dig this area down where you have this, like, big lower plane and everything. You're not going to make, like, a natural, like, an artificial mountain or something like that. You can terraform a bit, but again, it is fairly limited on what you can do in that regard. At least I assume so. That's the way it was in the last one. And that's because it's not built around the idea of you, like, making your own map in the existing game right now. And so it is kind of one of those things. Let's see, can you get profit doing a mission and subcontracting it? If you're not on the hard on the hard economy, absolutely yes, without question. Oh. I was curious if I could just hop across, but... Alright, we'll learn our lesson there and go here instead. If you're absolutely, like, on the hard economy settings, it just eats into the profits so much it's not worth it. Do you have enough money for the Panther Harvester? No, not even close. I got 44,000. Because again, I am playing on the absolute hardest economy settings, and I did start with $0, and I've already spent like probably $160,000 between the equipment and the land now. Do you just fall through rocks? I do believe I clipped into some rocks, yes. To be fair, it was a very odd place for me to be. Hey, Rual, how's it going? As this game looks like it's still in development, then don't play it. I think it looks great. I mean, it looks way better than 22 did, and 22 looked fine to me as well. Assuming you play 22 on hard, do you have any thoughts about the economy compares? It seems harder. I personally haven't really noticed that much of a difference. But part of the issue with that is when I did the 22 on its hardest economy settings, I did the Survivor Man challenge. And with the Survivor Man challenge, I had like no contracts or anything like that, so I had to depend on cutting down some trees to get like the very basics and all that. So it's what I'm doing right now is not a good direct one-to-one comparison kind of thing. Will you play Silver Run if we get Silver Run as a Giants mod? Probably not Silver Run itself, but if there was a Silver Run-esque map, I wouldn't be against it. Like, Silver Run was fine. I enjoyed Silver Run. It was one of the most played maps I did on the channel. I put a couple hundred hours into that map. But I would much rather play a new map than replay a map I've already played. That's the same thing with like the Survivor Man challenge. One of the things I'm looking for is I want a new No Man's Sky, or not No Man's Sky, No Man's Land. Very different thing. No Man's Land-esque map without it literally being No Man's Land. Because I've played No Man's Land more than once. It's a good map. Really, definitely recommend. But like I've done Calm Lands, I've done No Man's Land, I've done Silver Run pretty heavily. We messed around with some of the other ones, but I do have a preference for like the Survivor Man-esque thing where you're just in a big area and you build it up to be what you want it to be. Like the less the game kind of decides for me, the happier I am about it. Have I seen a tornado yet? I have not. Have you done New Lands? Ooh, that one sounds very familiar. I'm probably looked at it. I don't know if I did it. If I did, it wasn't one I did for a long run or on stream. Because I definitely looked at a bunch of them. And I remember there were some I liked and some I didn't like. Because one of the other things I like is I like for the maps to not just be flat. Because I remember there is a popular map that's by the same person who does No Man's Land, but it's like Texas or something. And it is flatness the map. Like it is a very flat map, and it's a very popular map. But for me personally, okay, yeah, this one we're not doing. I did this tractor the last time, and this poor thing struggled with just one log. I don't care if it's 10,000. That's a no. All right. I know I looked at New Lands. I think I'd looked at New Lands as a possible one for a run to do on YouTube, and then I ultimately went with Calm Lands instead. Love to go see them do another stab at a game with terraforming and create equipment. Oh, like instead of just going and just saying raise this land, lower this land, and having, you know, pretty defined limits, instead going through it by going, okay, so it's down by my farm. So it's literally just down the road. So you could be completely off the mark, but in your headcanon, it's Americans that like big flat square field maps. So I am American. I think like it doesn't. I don't think it necessarily aligns with a demographic like country-wise, like not that I've seen. I definitely know there's some players who do prefer it to be a flat map because they really kind of want to be able to min-max it to have like every inch be usable. But yeah. You think terrain deformation is a big upside? You currently still have a backlog of games to play, but you're probably going to hold off on buying a new one for now? Yeah, that's fine. Out of curiosity, have you ever played SnowRunner? I have. I have played it a bunch. On stream, I only got most of the way through Michigan. Just because it's a very long game. Like, when you actually look at it objectively, SnowRunner is a deceptively long game. Okay. Let's see. Will you use the subsoil or a plow when you get to do tillage at your rice fields? It most likely needs plowing. I haven't gotten that far. We'll see what we get. But yeah, no, I am gonna have to deal with that. Because generally, when I did my challenge thing, I plowed as I need. Like, I plowed for the longest time in the game because I get a plow relatively cheap, and I didn't have a tractor. Excuse me? Alright. We appear to be crashing. Okay, so maybe messing with the render distance while I was playing the game was a mistake. That's been our first crash so far. I did notice a couple of flickers after we had changed the resolution, so I'm guessing something about, or sorry, not resolution, the view distance. So I'm guessing going in and out of the save and then changing my graphics settings made it angry. Maybe just something gets stuck in the memory. But yeah. But no, I haven't decided yet what we'll do with that. Let's see, what is the open-in video like when you load the game? I mean, we could watch it. It's literally the trailer. Like, I'm not gonna go through the thing. It's literally the trailer they have on it. It just shows them going to what I assume is Japan or someplace like that. And they're, like, trying to figure out their way around. They miss their bus. There's some bull, and they notice there's a farm there, and they're doing rice, and they do, like, a selfie with the rice. They're like, oh, yeah, like, you know, the rice looks cool. Then, like, a bad storm rains them out. And then it just shows them doing, like, farming stuff and making rice and all that. It's cute. It's endearing and cute. But yeah, no, that's just, you can go and pull up the whole trailer. We don't sit here and watch, like, the 2-3 minutes. It's literally the trailer. It's not unlike the other one. Okay, so the autosave. Okay, so the autosave, we were still on the deadwood. So we did lose a tiny bit of progress there. Not much though. So I'm just gonna go back up here and deal with that deadwood. Because it autosaves, it's something like every 5-10 minutes or something like that. If it has an issue, the game should require a restart. I don't think it's an intended thing, Otan. Let's see, why does the loading screen have a girl? Because there are two, like, they're CGI, but there's two spokesmen for the game. What was the names? It was, oh man, was it like Jeremy and Kate or something like that? And that's the one. I'm not sure if it's meant to be like a father-daughter situation, I think. But, that's the thing. And this might surprise you, but women farm. Quite a few, actually. I actually, for the record, I actually know more women that farm than men. Thinking about it. Which I know they're not the majority or anything. But just personally, that to my knowledge, I know more women who farm than men. That's anecdotal, so it doesn't hold up, I think. Senji, it's also girls witty. Yep. I guess the bigger question is, why does that matter to you? No for stream? Yeah, because that's not our character. That's like a character for the brand. That's not my character. I actually don't... Oh yeah, our character's running around in sandals and shorts. That's right. That's what I chose to do. So we're running around in like sandals and shorts and a tank top. OSHA-approved sandals? Yeah, we'll go with that. We were memeing with it. You would absolutely not get splinters and all sorts of issues doing that. And I just realized we are on the ad break real fast. The game looks good. It is good. I've been enjoying it. So what's going to happen here, chat, is this is around the time my wife gets home from work. So I usually take about a 5-minute break to welcome my wife home from work. You know, get some food to happen real fast. It is my one long break for the stream. Like I said, it's about 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a couple minutes. in the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, we're... Oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Okay. Stop. Why is it pitch black? What am I supposed to do? The whole thing just went pitch black instantly. I can see nothing. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having any emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Okay, and relocate our position over here to have some cover. I think in all my time, that has been the single most effective orbital bombardment I've ever used. Considering there is nothing left. There is a pair of corpses left and everything else got wiped out. Did they revamp that? I remember orbital bombardment being a lot weaker, let alone mining out chunks of the mountain. I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wolf. What? Thank you for being quiet, Demon Dog. You're really messing with my mindset. Hey, Ops, not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Whew. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. Just gonna go on a guess here. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. So yeah, so I'm trying to just continue. It's freezing. Can we have a heater? No. Oh, I see. This is the... Oh, it's not freezing because you need a heater. It's freezing because you have a giant ice cube in the room with you. That is not the button I wanted. This is why games need an undo button. I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Obsidians without retaining walls? Yeah, and that's I deliberately try and make stuff. Oh, this is fine. Who wants to step out that door? This door right here. Because that is a pretty... Well, I mean, they just did it. Alright, I guess it's fine. Alright, I am back. And no, I'm playing on PC. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So sorry about that delay. It's just one of those things that sooner or later you gotta eat. I do stream for, on a normal night, 9 hours a night, but that's not been the trend lately. 2 streams ago or 3 streams ago or whatever it was ago, it may have been a 16.5-hour stream. Don't expect that for a while. That's a long time to try and stay engaging, and that was on Factorio as well, so a long time to stay engaging and having to, you know, keep the brain cells working on stuff that you actually have to do problem solving and all that. Which surprisingly, it wasn't even like the next day that I felt like truly exhausted. It was like 2 days later that my body was just like, nope, nope, we're done. It's sleep time. Calling in this debt. Alright, so I got a couple more trees here. Yeah, no, I'm not playing any type of console. I basically exclusively PC game. I technically have like a Nintendo DS or some flown around here, but I don't use it. So those things I bought being like, it would be nice to play on the go. And then I just didn't. Need to be focusing up here. I'm willing to bet because as well as ones on the hill, probably I have a difficulty seeing it from down below. Get to higher ground, I'll probably be able to see it better. Because I'm looking for the dead trees to cut them down, and I got a bunch of them. Yeah, getting our flicker again. I wonder if I'm having a computer problem. Because the 3rd day we've been playing, and we haven't had an issue until I started messing with the graphics setting. And all we did was we just changed the view distance. There's one down there. And I have had that before with other games in the past a long time ago. Where I'd end up with like a flicker on the graphics card, and at that time it ended up being a bad driver. That I then had to go and wait for NVIDIA to update stuff because it put out a bad driver. and just, it was a problem. And like, I was still able to stream, but the games I had wanted to stream, I couldn't because it's just driver issues. Which is the argument in favor of consoles. Is generally speaking, usually consoles, you don't gotta deal with that kind of garbage. Alright, so there should be one more deadwood tree in here. Trying to stay to the more of the high-ish area. This should be able to see the deadwood trees a little bit better just because they are taller trees. You can look for them poking over the top. But if we do have that flickering and we have another crash, I'll start turning down the graphic and see what's going on. Because I definitely won't reboot the stream because that absolutely murders your viewership. There you are. That absolutely murders your numbers because the stream goes down, everyone gets dropped. And then you gotta build up from nothing again. Okay, so we've got that one done. Contract, collect our money for the deadwood mission. We've got the plowing and the transport wood. The transport wood is the one that we said we're not doing. So I'll pick up exactly where we left off. Alright. Wasn't it just down the road over here? Alright. Let's see. Cowboys used to hang lanterns on their stirrup to see the trail more easily while riding in the dark. This is considered to be the earliest form of satellite navigation. Why do you commit these crimes? Why would you do this? Can't we be friends? Oh yeah, and I'm also seeing the flicker over on the other stuff, so yeah, it's not just farm sim. That's lovely. Hopefully it doesn't end up being too bad, because otherwise I get an evening of troubleshooting my computer to do. Whoa! Which will probably be honestly rebooting it and most likely be just fine, but as forementioned, that ends up being kind of a real bad deal breaker kind of thing. Yeah, that was better than every single pun from yesterday. It was. That was definitely, of the puns we've had in the last 24 hours, that's definitely been probably the best, if not, like, close to. I can't remember. Do I have where I can see my video card's stats right now? Nah, I don't want to get into all that. Let's go by starting to close some of these applications that got opened in the background to try and spare myself a little bit of system resources in case that. Is this like Factorio but farm? No. No, there's really nothing similar. Like, very generally, there's almost literally nothing similar to this in Factorio. There's not a viewpoint, there's not a genre similarity, there's not a playstyle similarity. The closest you get is there are production lines that you put materials in, but you do it manually. So, no, really, this is pretty far from Factorio. There are conveyor belts you guess? Yeah, no, they do have, like, the lifter belts and all that. I'm not gonna do the headlands. They're both used as a diagnostic test for autism. I wouldn't see how that would be even remotely a reasonable test for autism. Unless we're just memeing on stereotypes, which is kinda not cool. Because I'll admit, I don't know the the actual procedure for diagnosing autism beyond that. You could find the paper. I mean, I'd be curious. You'd have to link it on the Discord. I have links disabled on the chat. But it'd be one of those things that, it needs to be like an actual, scientific paper, not just. I had like a couple weeks ago that someone was making a big stink about how Windows Defender hates Python and, you should turn it off and a whole bunch of stuff. I'm like, what are you talking about? I've even taught Python. I've never had a problem with Windows Defender. Like, what is this? And the person, as his, like, gotcha counter argument, posted a Medium post that the person who posted that post didn't even bother, like, finishing making their profile and everywhere. Oh yeah, no. It's like no problem with people being autistic or anything. It was one of those things that a lot of times when you hear that, it comes across as like, it comes across as a thing with the where people are like, oh, this is like expression of a symptom or whatever, and so that was the only hesitation there, kind of thing. Was as like, I don't think they would actually use that for diagnosis. Usually they have a much more formal procedure to all those things. I just don't know what autisms are. I know ADHDs, and I know for dyslexia how they go about that, and a couple of them. But autism, I am admittedly fairly ignorant on. Like, I do try to advocate. It's just I don't know the details of the diagnosis process. Other than normally what happens is something occurs that creates the concern that maybe or maybe not you have it. You would then go talk to a professional who works in that specific area, and then they would go through whatever their procedures are for diagnosing you. And it's after you talk to that specialist. I don't know anything past that. Like, I know a list of a number of the symptoms and that kind of stuff, but don't know anything past that. No, if I thought you were using it like in a derogatory way, I would have jumped on it. There we go. Okay. Do you prefer sugar beet or sugar cane? I have done sugar beet. I only very briefly touch the sugar cane, so I don't actually have a strong opinion on it because I haven't done enough of either of them. It was left field. Well, that was the reason it was a question. Like, I didn't see it as a derogatory thing necessarily. It was just such a random thing that I was kind of scratching my head as like, what? I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt, though. Let's see, did they finally add a mod GPS into the base game? So the steering assist is in the base game, yes. It's not exactly like the GPS net we had in the past ones. I think it does a really good job of being a halfway point between having the AI driver drive and you driving it yourself. So, like, I do have to do the turnarounds at the end and all that, but basically when it comes to doing, like, straight lines or following the edge, I can just line it up, hit the button, and go. And so it will line it up correctly for you once you get the pass started. Yeah, so, like, I don't have to be, like, on that, but if I hit D, you'll see that line turns green, and that means it's locked in. Is autism or autistic considered derogatory? No, but if you, like, so, the terms themselves are not. Not unless you're using it in, like, a hostile way for someone. Like, if you are insulting someone and then using a medically diagnosed condition, regardless of what it is, as the insult, then that would be considered derogatory, even if it's not commonly used in that manner. You don't know, you're seeing a lot of similarities between this and Factorio? I would be curious what those are. I mean, beyond being, like, games or whatever. And the fact that, again, production lines do exist. Yeah, so like as terms, no, they're not considered derogatory by themselves or anything. Like you can make anything derogatory by using it in a derogatory manner. It's just there's certain words that their most common use is derogatory to begin with, and then those are the ones that get you in trouble. Like if the typical common use is hostile, it's treated as hostile. But yeah, no, neurodivergent conditions, just the different diagnoses is no, that's not the case. Let's see, you think your statement could have been seen as overgeneralizing, which you understood? If someone was insulted? Sorry if you actually... No, I don't think you insulted anyone. It was just one of those things that, like... It's tricky as a content creator, someone who advocates for people who do have neurodivergent conditions, because you'll have a lot of people who just don't know things will shout stuff out, and then you have to have a learning moment with that. And you'll also have people who will take like some, it's usually a stereotyped behavior of a condition, but like an extreme one or whatever, and then they will they'll use that to describe something that's completely unrelated to the condition. Like the most common one that comes up is OCD. That someone will be like being meticulous and they'll describe it as OCD, and that can kind of get bad because like, well, no, that's not actually OCD. Like OCD is a very different animal than that. So it's one of those things, and like I said, I don't usually jump on that in a bad way. It's just one of those things that you just take them on and go, okay, let me understand what's happening here. Is this just ignorant humor? Is this like actually a thing? Because there's a lot for me to still learn about these subjects, and I have learned a lot from that. And I do know if I just jump on the immediate, oh, bad, you get it wrong a lot. But yeah. Because, like, for the record, I have a long history in advocacy. Like, it started primarily for women in technology who were very underrepresented at the time I got into that. And I eventually, like, when I say pivot, it's not like I don't still support that cause, but I rather adjusted my focus onto trying to help people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions. And that's because at the time, while there's still a heck of a lot of work to be done for women in technology, they were getting a lot of good resources applied to them. But then, I look over at, the stuff that people with disabilities were facing and accessibility issues and all that, and there wasn't really a lot of professional resources that were well-funded or supported or whatever, so I kind of made that my focus. Only to a number of years later, which came from the advocacy, come to find that I had ADHD, which has only been a thing that's happened, I think, a little bit over a year ago that I got my diagnosis for that. And it was kind of one of those things that, sitting around trying to get to know people with the conditions, like learn what I can do to help them and all that. And I would sit down with people with ADHD, and they would talk about, oh yeah, no, this was going through, this is what led to my diagnosis. I'm like, why are you talking about my childhood? Why are you talking about me through you? I need you to stop that. And it's like, no, apparently, saw a doctor, like went through, and they're like, yeah, let's check this out, because a lot of times, a lot of these, like whether it's autism or ADHD or a number of other conditions, there's a lot of overlap between a whole lot of them. And it's one of those things that, like, you want to make sure you're giving people the right diagnosis. The wrong treatment for the wrong thing doesn't help anyone. And so I got my diagnosis. Now, granted, so far, I haven't done medication. I have done, counseling's not the word. It's an ADHD coach. So it's not quite as formal as therapy, which I am 100% advocacy of. If medicine helps, do it. If therapy helps, do it. like, these are good things. I think it'd benefit everyone to, like, I wish it was just a normal thing here in the U.S. that the exact same that you go in for your annual physical to be like, hey, your cholesterol's high, work on that kind of garbage. I do wish we had that you would meet up with someone who just general mental health, not like a specialized, just general mental health, who would sit down and you'd be like, hey, how you doing? You a little depressed? Anything bothering you? Like, just kind of do the walkthrough, like, for just checking in on people. Not waiting till everything hits, like, the crisis level of you can barely keep it together before, you know, finally you can get to talk to someone and insurance, you know, reluctantly agree to it. Behavioral modification? Not modification. The same mission in New Zealand, shocker. Thank you for the follows. Welcome to stream. But, it's just, it's like almost, because I mean, both mind and body are part of your health. If either one of them is unwell, you are unwell. And, you know, you need help to get better. And that's not being neurodivergent, isn't being unwell. It literally means think different. It's just your brain works a little bit different than other people. But, like, for stuff like depression can be extremely difficult for people. And it can undermine so much of what you're trying to do with your life. And just, if you can get on the leading edge of it, can be a lot easier to get it handled than waiting till everything is escalated to, you know, the worst it can be, and then trying to, like, work your way back to help the person deal with all the little things. Or if it's one of those ones that's not mitigatable, like if it's like truly just a genuine imbalance of chemistry in the brain, getting whatever medications they can find that work, which all of like mental health medication is a lot of difficulty as well, because what works for me won't work for you, won't work for the other person. So there is a lot of trial and error in finding, like, okay, this particular medicine was not a winner, but, you know, 2 or 3 medicines later we find something that works well. Yeah, no, absolutely. If you, like, the wrong therapist, you can have a good therapist that is a bad match for a patient, and it can be a real bad time. Think of it called mental hygiene. Let's see, that's a generative term. Might as well be encompass any form of learning. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, like, I could see the term mental hygiene. Just like the idea of trying to, like, it's the same thing with mental health that is with like body health. The earlier you start to detect something is not working well, the better you can get into it to try and get ahead of it for being a problem. It's just like the same thing when you detect someone's got is starting to get bad cholesterol, and you step in and go, hey, like, you're not in the danger zone yet, but, like, we're not liking what we're seeing, you know, get ahead of this. You can save a person from a heart attack later on in life, or the many other side effects that cholesterol has, or, you know, for the more immediately concerning stuff like cancer diagnoses. You catch someone with cancer at stage 1, and most cancers are very, very treatable and operable at that point, that you can basically knock that thing out and be done with it most of the time. But if it doesn't get detected until it's like stage 3, the prospects can get very grim. And it could, like, depending on it. There's some that are still very operable at that stage, but there are some that are like, hey, you've got stage 3 lung cancer. Sorry, man, you're dead. Get your will and testament in order. Like, we can ease your pain, but this is a done deal. And that's exaggerating a little. Like, we'd be talking, like, specifically the lung cancer that you get from asbestos. That's those ones that you don't detect until, like, things are bad. Things are real bad by the time you detect it. So it's all that stuff that you can get ahead of it before it gets to that point. So I do wish is a thing. Let's see, you're talking about cognitive behavior therapy, are you? You've been a psychiatrist for many years, specializing in BMOD cognitive restructuring therapies, so you fully appreciate your input. Nice! will admit that I only have a very, very, very light amount of college education around psychology. I did not major in it. It was more of an interest for me. So I did do, oh, what was it? There was 2 courses I took. One was developmental psychology. So, like, you know, as people grow up in age and, like, different, like, you know, how toddlers learn versus small children and all that. And there was one that was behavioral psychology, but it was more focused on addiction than anything else. Hey, CS, how's it going? Which, that addiction course, if you want a course that is a difficult course to sleep at night and take, oh my god, that course was a real emotional struggle bus. Holy crap. Like, following around, like, I remember there was an entire thing where following a study on people who got addicted to black tar heroin. Oh, that was like go home and hug an animal, just anything to just feel okay. That was a rough course. Addiction is terrifying. Does the cancer is really hard to find at that stage? You'd have to find them in markers of blood, you think? Yeah, no, that's definitely a thing. There are cancers that are very easy to detect early on, and then there are cancers that are very hard to detect early on, and that's the problem with the lung cancer caused by asbestos. It's one of those ones you see nothing on anything till you're already well on your way to inoperable. It's very genuinely with the diagnosis is you get that detected and you're usually down to a couple months to live is all you've got left. Like, it's a terrifying one. There's a reason why we are super no asbestos these days, because that one is really an outlier for being particularly nasty. Versus a lot of oral cancers can be detected very, very early, like tongue cancer, throat cancer, that kind of stuff. Nowadays, it didn't used to be, but nowadays, like, literally you can go to the dentist and, like, here in the US you can just say, hey, I would like an oral screening for cancer just while you're there. They usually don't even charge for it, and all they do is they, like, pull your tongue out and they, like, kind of feel around in your mouth and they feel around here and all that, and they're just basically looking for anything that's hard that shouldn't be hard. Sometimes they might put a thermometer up to it to see if it's warmer than the area relative to around it, because that's a sign of rapidly growing tissue. So they can actually be really, really solid. But yeah, stuff like lung cancer, that can be very hard to detect. Do you have a favorite cedar combination in Farming Simulator 22? Generally, I just took the big one. Like, that's the thing. Like, generally, for me, I didn't... Most of the equipment in Farming Simulator 22... The one that had the largest width was my favorite one of them. You know, unless it was something like the largest width didn't have the fertilizer combination on it. I don't remember that with the cedars, though. There was a couple of, I think it may have been under the cultivators. There was one of the larger ones that was missing a major feature that the other ones had. But you get the idea. Generally that. For the tractors, I had a little bit more of a preference, because the highest horsepower tractors I didn't like. They were the ones that were like they pivoted in the middle. I really didn't like that style. Like, I bought one in the game, I was like, yeah, we got the big one. And I was like, I hate this thing. This thing sucks to drive. Like, I can manage it, but I'm not enjoying it. And I ended up finding, I don't remember what the model was, but there was one of the tractors that was like just a couple miles per hour faster than the other ones. What platform am I playing on? I am playing on PC. I actually think literally right now with the early access, I'm not sure it's available for anyone but PC, but I don't know that one way or the other. I know the way that we were given our keys as giant partners, I don't think that would make it available for PlayStation players. I don't actually know if it's coming out at the same time with PlayStation or not, because I like, very honestly, I don't pay attention to consoles because I'm not a console gamer, so it's just not a thing that I focus on. Did you say psychiatrist? You said psychotherapist. My apologies. I may have misread that myself. Dealing largely with people with emotional problems, depression, bipolar, addiction. Started out as addiction counselor. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of respect for people who can do that. That is a job I wish I felt I could do. It is a job I don't think I could do. And this is assuming, you know, formal training and yada yada yada, like going through and doing all that. I just have a feeling working that job for any length of time would, like, I might be able to help other people, but I do think I would not be okay on the other side of it. I do, like, I feel like I would internalize too much of the stuff I'm trying to help other people with, that it would be not good for me. Let's see, the Homer Terra variant 585 was over 600 horsepower. Drives like a JCB, though, mod. Oh, if you get into the modding stuff on Farm Sim 22, like any added vehicles, I mod extremely lightly. So literally I never added a new vehicle myself. The only time I did that was when I was going to be playing multiplayer with others who had preferences. I would accept whatever they had. But genuinely, I don't mod any vehicles into my games or like that. Just a personal preference. Like, no objections with mods. I did do a decent number of modded maps. Again, like the No Man's Land, that kind of thing. Said addiction counseling is fun, joking, and yes, it could rip your heart out. Yeah, because especially, like, you can have someone who's, like, on the right path, they're, like, getting better, things are going well, things are lined up, they seem to have beaten it, you're like, oh man, I think we're here, I think we've made a breakthrough, and we're gonna be good, and it's gonna be great, you know, we've been clean for a good couple of months now, like, we got this thing beat, and just something happens that triggers whatever it is that, you know, the little bell in their brain that says go get your drugs, and they have that momentary lapse of judgment, and it's just like taking that progress and going, all right, I'm gonna set that aside, let's start this over. Like, it's okay, this is normal, lapses happen, but it's a major setback. And it's just difficult to see. Let's see, modding is often another advantage over PC than consoles. And yours clean. Oh yeah, no, it could be like a person literally goes their years and years and years clean, but like they had like a really awful parent or something that is what led to their initial addiction, and then they get a boss that reminds them of that parent and just right back down into it. Why are you running an offset? I'm just following the lines, is the way I'm doing it. I understand I could do this more efficiently, but the ability to just hop over here, line it up onto the mark, kick in the steering assist, and go, why be efficient when you can be lazy? The Homer mod was made by Giants, though. Used to be a DLC for Farming Sim 17. Yeah, no, that was one of the things that I didn't even realize till way later in Farming Sim 22, is there were a lot of mods to Farm Sim that were literally just Giants adding the extra vehicles. And this is not coming from Giants or anything. My through the grapevines understanding is because of all the licensing and yada 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 involved, that they, like, with the licensing, they have to be careful, and so sometimes they'll mod stuff in to not run afoul of licensing and all that. That is entirely hearsay, though. But that was the understanding I got from others in the community who would know better than I would. Nothing official. Shouldn't your wheel be in the plow spacing, though? I don't know actually garbage about farming in real life beyond I know a little bit about strawberry farming. I've plowed 0 fields in my life in real life, nor have I ever really particularly looked up the details on plowing. I take that back. I did use a hand plow, not like just one you drag behind you. Well, I mean, sort of, like a gas-powered one that you would push and all that. I did run one of those once because the company I used to work for that I sold tools for was attempting to break into the agriculture business. They failed. They found no success there, but they were attempting to, and they did let us go at one point to, I don't know what you'd call it, a trade show maybe, where they brought out a bunch of vendors and all that, and they let us try the equipment, which surprised me because this was just outside a hotel, and so we just went outside a hotel with like the big like you push it around like plow, and it's just in there churning up the dirt in front of you. And this is like the yard of this hotel. And there were definitely people who carved stuff into the road at the hotel using pressure washers, which it was not they cleaned it. No, they were using commercial grade pressure washers on full blast on the concrete. That was carved. That was there until someone resurfaced that pavement. But yeah, so I didn't like plow a field, I plowed like 3-4 feet. So your personal experience was your late husband who was clean for 18 years and then died overdose 7 years ago. Last month, it was medical. Not him trying to get high, but why was the doctor prescribing fentanyl for a former heroin addict? Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. I've had very mixed results when it comes to like medicine stuff. 99% of the time, it's been good. The medications worked great for me, and I would highly encourage it. And man, what was it for? Was it a dentist? I don't even remember what the thing was for. I had an issue that I think it may have been dental, so I think I had like dental pain, and so I went in for it. It wasn't the dentist that I went out of my way to find after this experience. But they're like, oh yeah. Oh no, it was I had my wisdom teeth out, and they put me on the antibiotics for a while, and that part was fine. But I got off the antibiotics, and I started to get sick. So they put me back on the antibiotics. But it was a different person, that the person had sold their practice between the first and the second occasion. And with the second one, they had sold their practice, and the guy tried to prescribe me penicillin, which is on my chart as something I'm dangerously allergic to. Needless to say, I was pretty upset about that situation. And I said it was never coming back, and it was not paying for this appointment that they, had I followed through, would likely have killed me. I was very upset. I wish I knew what I knew now, because I would have, I don't know, actually I still don't know who you'd report it to. I would have reported it to someone, because that's the kind of crap you don't get wrong. Like, it's on the chart. You look at the chart. If it says don't give this person that stuff, you don't give it to them. But yeah, I was pretty upset about that. That's the same guy who messed up one of my teeth pretty bad, and I ended up having to get all fixed later. Which, for the record, I actually like dentists. I had a really good dentist who sold their practice to a really bad dentist, and then it took me a while to find another really good dentist. And I have a really good dentist now, and I had almost the same thing where I had my new really good dentist eventually sold their practice to retire to another dentist who fortunately also ended up being really good as well. Because I have learned the hard lesson in life, there are some things you do not cheap out on. You do not cheap out on anything medical. You just don't do it. Like, it's a different thing if you can't afford it. I understand economics are economics. But generally speaking, you get what you pay for. And when that's your body, that's not a place to short yourself. How's the farming going today? Hope you and chat are doing well. We're doing good. Farming is going pretty well. We're doing some plowing, so it's a little bit slow, because plowing in the game is pretty slow. But, We're just making the money saving up for our rice seeder. We already have our greenhouse. We already have our land with a rice field already on it. It came that way, and we're just going to take advantage of that. But we're trying to get our rice seeder. More than likely, I'm going to have to get, like, a plow or something else to clean up. There was withered crop on it when I got it. That's, I'm sure the cheesy strat still exists in the game. For those who don't know, kind of a cheesy strat you can do to, like, make the cost of field not so bad is find a field. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Find a field that already has crop ready for harvest. Lease a harvester if you don't already have one. Well, buy the field, lease the harvester, and then just harvest the field and get basically a full harvest without the investment. And then you can do whatever else you want with the field. Yeah. That's good stuff. But yeah, no, I much prefer. Yeah. Hey, Luxray, how's it going? Actually, I hit forward, so it canceled my cruise control. You been watching anime? Good. Watching anything good? No, it was terrible. That's why I'm here. No. No, let me tell you about this new series. It's awful. Noted for when I switched to Farm Sim? Yeah, when you do Farm Sim, that's, there's a couple of cheeky things you can do like that. Like, you can stack contracts and a couple of things. They're not quite as abusable as they used to be. And for the record, I haven't tried that buying the land when it's harvestable strat this time. But yeah. Yeah, it's good to hear, Layla. That's, like, honestly, those are the things that, like, being open communication can really, like, help a lot. Because, like, we all have our insecurities, our get-ups, our problems. You know, some are certainly more difficult than others. But it's one of those things that, you know, as someone who has been married now for 12 years and going, like, that open communication, there can be some what can seem like some pretty insurmountable things that are very manageable once you're openly talking about it. But yeah, no, it's a real bummer to hear that you went through that. Like, you know, that sucks. But did you play the Alpine map in Farm Sim 22? The Alpine map. Ooh, which one was the Alpine map? If it's a modded map, then no. If it's a not modded map, then maybe. Because I did try every one of the not modded maps, at least some. Let's see, coffee is made and you're gonna lurk while you redo your factory for the third time. Good luck. It's a whole thing. The base game one, Elgard. Yeah, no, I did that some. Not much. Like, it seemed like a decent map. My whole thing was, like, the sheer amount I did in my runs, and because I did, like, the slow burn style play, the only maps I really had some real play time in would be Silver Run, No Man's Land, and Calm Lands. I did try a bunch of others, but with how, let's see, Erlengrad? Gotcha. But yeah, like, I did try it a little bit, checked it out, because that was, I was trying to come up with a new challenge run, and so I was checking out all the different maps and just being like, okay, what map do I want to do my new challenge run in? And so I checked out all the ones that are in the base game, I checked out a bunch of mod ones, you know, came to the decision on what map I was running, and then I'd run that map for the next several hundred hours. Versus a lot of those other ones, you know, I probably put in 5, 10, 15, 20 hours, not a whole lot. You know, just enough to get kind of a feel for the map. But genuinely speaking, when this game does become available for everyone, we start seeing the modded maps drop and all that, because like any game when it first releases, it'll take a little bit for the mods to catch up. That's fine, that's normal, they're coming. But they're like, a lot of them are going to be missing when you first start. So like, right now, if I wanted the super strength mod, too bad. There's no super strength mod yet, because literally the only mods available for the game right now in the early release thing, where it's not publicly available yet, is the government subsidy mod, and there is the oh, I'm forgetting. It's a vehicle we got for people who like pre-order or whatever. I didn't pre-order, but because I got a content creator key, they basically treated it as I did. So I've got the vehicle that comes with that, and technically that qualifies as a mod to a certain extent. So yeah, but that's just, the mods are going to show up once it releases. So like, it'll be, you'll first open the game, and if you go to grab all your latest mods, there's going to be some delay between you being able to grab those mods and not. It's not like a deliberate thing to keep you from modding, it's just the modders can't push their mods until they've got access to it. And there's a good chance some of the really big modders out there probably have gotten early access to it and are working on their mods and all that, but they're just not going to show them till it comes out. I have no idea about that one way or the other, though. But it wouldn't surprise me. That's pretty typical for a lot of game companies to do that kind of thing. Like another game that I've played on the channel a lot is RimWorld and Project Zomboid in the past, both of those. And they do that same thing, that generally speaking, most people won't get access to it, but some of like the biggest name modders and all that, you know, they'll have to sign NDAs and all that kind of stuff, but then they'll get access to it just a little bit before. Okay, so we finished plowing the field. I'm pretty unhappy with both of those cultivators. I'll do the deadwood here, because I think that's close to where we are right now. And just kind of hoping a third cultivating one shows up. Because a third cultivating one... Yeah, it's just south of me. If a third cultivating mission shows up, we might get lucky and get a really big cultivator that we can lease from them. Because for those who missed the way this is set up, is I start with $0 on the hardest economy settings and all that kind of stuff. No property, no vehicles, no nothing. And we're doing the contracts to make our money for the time being. But I have given myself the arbitrary rule that I cannot take a loan and I cannot lease equipment directly. The exception is for the contract. So I could take the stuff from the contracts, and that's just me not being as strict to my rules as my Survivorman challenge. Because I'm fully expecting, once we get some good Survivorman challenge type maps, that it will then do the Survivorman challenge, where then we'll go for like the really hard, sweaty rules that I can't loan or lease literally anything. Hardest economy, where you'll see me fight tooth and claw to get a tractor that's got like 5 horsepower, whatever the weakest tractor is going to end up being. And it'll be a whole thing. It's a fun challenge if you like slow burn type progression things. And it's also fun to watch in the sense that, like, sure, the farm doesn't grow very fast, but it is one of those things that, you know, going from nothing to getting the little 5 horsepower tractor is like a momentous occasion, and then getting from like the 5 horsepower to 100 horsepower, it's like, you know, everything opens up. There's definitely some serious grind in it, though. But I think those kind of challenges work especially well with games like this, because when you look at Farm Sim, it is a game that in a certain sense is very repetitive. If you are farming the fields, that works a certain way. And it's not repetitive bad, it's just repetitive as in, you know, you have your processes, your systems. It is a game that you relax, you chill, you kind of go through the motions, occasionally you add new things. And there is like decision making of going, hey, do I go for this crop or that crop, this production line or that production line? Which map tile makes the most sense for me to grab? Like, where's my next focus on equipment? Do I save up money for the better one, knowing it's going to delay me from being able to do this thing to make money now? Or do I get the crappier one and I just make do until I have more money, knowing that there's going to be the loss because I bought the thing and then I'm going to sell it back? Well, that's kind of cursed. Okay, so those rocks are make-believe rocks. They do not have collision turned on. Yeah, so it looks like the rocks on the bottom have collision, but some of the rocks not at the very top, but along the top, because I guess they don't anticipate you doing much up there. Some of those are lacking collision. That's probably something they'll update the map to fix. They've had a couple of those before. Alright. Yeah, no, it's a fun way of playing. It's also one of those things that you don't get, like, super min-maxy on trying to get the money out of stuff because you lack the means to be super min-maxy. You know, doing stuff like getting the roller, you have to sit there and go, okay, I can get, like, 5% more money out of my crop, but I also need to spend, like, $75,000 to get this thing. And then you have to do that. It's like, well, I could spend the $75,000 on this, or I could turn around and spend the $75,000 over there. And so I'm making less profit per harvest, but now getting more harvests per year. And it can be a lot of fun to go that way. And that's my preference to play versus, you know, just buying the best tractor and being like, sweet, I got the best tractor. And for the record, nothing wrong with playing that. It is a single-player game unless you're playing with friends. Which means however you're playing it, if you're having fun, congratulations, you are playing correctly. And if you're not having fun, I don't... Why are you still playing? Yeah, I don't actually know which one of those is better. Let's take a peek at these two, see which one's got the bigger diameter. So we've got our two cultivators here somewhere. I think I skipped them. So you're the one, so you're 5 meters, and you're 5.6 meters. Okay, so that second one is just the teeniest, tiniest bit better. So we'll take you, we'll borrow that, and then we will accept the other contract. Alright, we're getting pretty close to the point. I'll double check what the price is on that cedar once we get lined up and harvesting. Or not harvesting, cultivating. Because we're almost at the point that I've almost cultivated literally every field here. So we've got 44 on the... Okay, so it's the far north and the far south on the east side. But yeah, so we're almost to the point that I'm going to be able to get the rice cedar, which is what we're saving up for. And that'll be good. For the comparison of when I'm doing the Survival Man Challenge, where I can't do these contracts because we'll be on a map that most likely won't have contracts in the first place, the way that plays out is you end up cutting down a lot of trees for money early on to just barely scrape by to get like the absolute minimum you can turn a profit on. And I chose to not let myself just buy power generation because that felt a little too cheesy for me. Because for those who don't know power generation in the game, you slap down a solar panel, and it costs you like $200 a month to run, and you get like $1,000 a month payout, whatever the amount is. But basically, it means every month you effectively just get handed a check for $800, and there's no like it wears down or whatever. It's just free money from then on. So if you want to have low effort on the money, that's how you do it. You just buy a bunch of those, shove them in a corner, and congratulations, you've effectively got an infinite money hack. You just, you know, every cycle you get that money. So I didn't allow myself to do that. I did allow myself to do the greenhouses, though, because I at least had to pick up the pallets and sell them and that kind of stuff. So while the pallets are another one that's pretty low effort to get money, it was I could drop, I can't remember what is like 10,000 in the game, like 10,000, got like the crappiest little 5 horsepower tractor that was like 3,000 or 4,000, I can't remember what it was. And then like the tiniest water storage thing, which is again like another 3,000, 4,000. And then we just had the thing to haul the pallets, which is like 1,000. And I don't mean haul them well. And basically we were surviving on the greenhouse till we were able to slowly work our way up to getting enough equipment to justify buying land that had a field on it. Or sorry, we had the land, we just couldn't put a field on it because there's no point. Current cultivator reminds you of the Horsch Finer 6SL, which can seed too. Interesting. Alright, so let's change over to steering assist, not the worker. I'm gonna start on this long side and just... I'm not gonna bother doing the headlands. Oh, you know what I'm not doing? It helps if you unfold it. There we go. Alright. So now what I was going to check is going to our specialty crops. The rice planter. Oh, we have plenty for the rice planter. Okay, so the rice planter, we've got 25,000. So we can get that. And then this one is 95,000. Once I have those two, we have everything we need except for like a, I don't know if it'd be like a plow or a cultivator or a harvester or whatever we would need for the rice field. Like I know the plow will work. But yeah, so 115,000 for each. And I only need the planter, I believe in April is when I have to actually plant the crop. And then we harvest, I think it's like August or September. So that's very doable. Which will be good because we already have our tractor. And that's fine. I can go, and because of how small the rice field is, I could probably just buy a really crappy plow. It'll probably cost me just a couple thousand, like 2, 3, 4,000. And we can go with that. And then from there... A little too fast. But from there, we can get the cedar and we can do all that. But somewhere around there, we'll start being able to see, like, with the, isn't the dark brown symbol on the planter for long grain rice? I thought it was, I thought that one was the regular rice and the other one was the long rice. Yeah, no, the white rice is the long grain rice and the brown is the regular rice. So this is for regular rice, not the long grain rice. And then this one is for the regular, not the long grain rice. The long grain rice uses a lot of the same equipment you do the wheat and all that for. You use, I believe, literally the same... I don't remember if it's the same seeder or same planter. We can check that as soon as I do my next turnaround. But it is one of those things that if you want to just get rice in and you're already doing stuff like, you know, wheat or whatever, you have most of the equipment. Yeah, no, I'd rather you have me double check it and all that versus the other way. Yeah, no, I was trying to remember with the with these, if we go up to our regular cedars. Yeah, so you got the long grain rice is just your regular old cedar and harvester. Cool, cool. Let's see, the small production that only costs 36,000 might change the progression in No Man's Land type map. The small production that only costs 36,000. Which production are you talking about? Because I know, the, not, meta's the wrong word for it. The safe way to play No Man's Land if you're doing a No Man's Land challenge. Not counting the modded buildings, because those are overpowered as all get out. Slapping down the $10,000 greenhouse. Just slapping down a $10,000 greenhouse and getting like the bare minimum tractor to both haul the goods away and the water. If you're assuming you're not just doing the thing where it sells directly from the greenhouse, you could do all of that, and it comes up to be something like $20,000 for your first greenhouse to get everything you need to get its water, sell the products, and the greenhouse itself. And I think it's like $20-ish thousand. And then, you know, for each additional greenhouse, it's $10,000. I think we did 2 greenhouses? I don't remember. But the cheapest production building? Let's take a look at that. I keep saying I need to look at this one. Yeah, so we've got 44,000. Oh, that's sheds. Oh, production here. Got a bunch in the hundreds and 200s and 400,000s. Okay, so we've got a really cheap bakery for 36,000. Oh man, yeah, no, that's gonna be very significant. Because I want to say, if I remember correctly, the lumber yard, wasn't that like 50,000 in the last one? Which is why it was so popular, is it was the cheap one back then, was you'd get the lumber yard, you'd shove trees in it, and you're happy. And I can't remember if it's 50 or 70. But yeah, no, 36,000. That'll definitely help with the no man's land, because especially with like the bakery and all that early on. Some of those are pretty easy to get off the ground. Like there's a couple of the crops that are dirt cheap. Also, for people modding this game, I want you to make a salsa factory. I want you to make a salsa factory. We have hot peppers, we have tomatoes, there's spring onions, so they're not the right kind of onions, but we're gonna let that slide. We've got the onions. You know, you got all the basics for salsa. Sure, it's not gonna be fancy, you don't got like cilantro and all that kind of stuff, but you do still have a very straightforward salsa. Especially since it doesn't specify what the hot peppers are, just that they're hot peppers. So we can ad-lib the fact that maybe it's a mix of like jalapenos and habaneros and all that. So you can make it a little bit more interesting. Let's see, it makes it easier to diversify, and you find a lot of fun in versus focusing on 2 things. Agreed. That was one of the comments I made when I was playing. Because I was doing the challenge, I got forced to like lean into something until I kind of hit the point that, you know, you'd hit a bottleneck on one of your productions that you had enough crops to handle it. But it was always one of those things that once I got that set up, even though if we're talking raw, what strategically made the most sense was to just expand on your existing production lines and just lean into it. I did start separating out into other stuff. I'm liking that because that was one of the problems we ran into with the Survivor Man. Is like, it took us a long time to build up to the point where we could do wheat. Or grains in general, I should say. Let's see, salsa is not a very specific kind of food, rather a broad category. Yes, I agree. But when you're looking at salsa and going, what's the minimum? There's a whole bunch of different types of salsa out there, but this is the first farm sim that outside of mods, we did have at least a baseline for one type of salsa, like the traditional, you know, tomato-based salsa with hot peppers. You normally have like salt and you know, usually like onions. Sometimes you'd have stuff like cilantro in it, you know, give or take. Sometimes it'd be like a vinegar base to it, sometimes there wouldn't, you know, all that kind of stuff. But we have one, because like even if you're talking like a sweet salsa, we haven't had the ingredients for that, like green tomatoes and all that kind of stuff. But the idea of running a farm that specializes in salsa production excites me greatly. Which there is not a production line, to be clear for that. At least not that I've seen. I think the hot peppers, you put them in, you jar them, you do them for preserves, if I recall correctly. You've changed your mind about the Farm Sim Mud Runner baby. You now want a Farm Sim Mud Runner Anno baby. Okay. You'd be impressed when you see a vegan queso chain. I actually don't know what they make vegan queso out of. Hot peppers are for kimchi. I have. Did I play Anno? I know what Anno is. I'm just trying to see, like, because Anno you build up like an actual like city based around production chains. And so that's kind of one of those things. I'm scratching my head. I'm like, okay, so you're looking like really, really, really expanding on the production chains. So like take what we've got here, but instead of having like 3-4 layers deep production chains, have like 12. Do the whole thing where there'll be like a part of the map that is like the town, the city that you don't actually deal with yourself. And just kind of watch, like, as you get more production lines up and running, the town just builds up on its own. People move into the area. Anno was always one of those games I had debated playing on the stream, but it was one of those categories that always kind of scared me away. Because you'd have for like 2 seconds, it would have a little bit of life in it, and then it would just completely die off on Twitch again. And so as well as ones I was just so worried about buying the game, playing it once, having a really bad viewership. Well, I mean, probably like 2 or 3 times I bought it. Just having like really bad viewership on it. So even though the game is good, because I'd heard nothing but good things, you know, kind of having my hand forced to get out of the category and being out that money. Because this is a business for me. So when it comes to buying games to stream, I gotta justify it. If I'm not going to make my investment back, then I'm better off doing something else. And I do play games off stream, but I have so many of those, and I don't have enough time to enjoy them, that buying more is usually not a concern. Not unless it's a specific game that I am really out of my way wanting. Let's see, it'd be fun to see some kind of truck sim and farming sim world kind of game. I could see, like, even if it wasn't technically the same game, I could see doing the overlap where, like, the data matches up. So it'd be one of those things that you would have your farm, and that someone else would have, like, your farm represented in their world of, you know, Truck Simulator. So it's not technically one game, but, like, there is that bridge where they talk to each other. Let's see, Anon does well in German, for what you say on Twitch. Gotcha. Unfortunately, I speak English. So you don't know those English food names? Your mother language is German, so you rarely cook in English? You like hot salsa sriracha with your chips? Oh, queso? Queso is like a melty cheese dip. So, for like being German, you know that cheese dip they give you sometimes with pretzels? It's similar to that, but instead of being just like basically cheese, they'll turn around and they'll have like some spicy implements in it as well. Mildly spicy. Usually just enough to get a little bit of pep. You wonder why the quest thinks 45% of the land is done? I mean, this looks 45%-ish. There's a lot of fuzziness around, because it doesn't... I don't think it actually takes the entire thing and it does like a, you're this % of it done by volume or whatever. I think it has like just little checkpoints it checks to see if you go across and it fills it in, but I don't know that for a fact. Yeah, you already noticed that? Yeah. I bet they love being as efficient as possible. It is a stereotype. Yeah, Farm Sims, City Skylines, Truck Sim, MMO, all the way. All in one. Yup. Like, what is in chili cheese nuggets? I haven't heard of chili cheese nuggets. I mean, chili cheese is you have chili and cheese, and then chili... I don't know if that's the thing you have in Germany. I can't think of it. Usually chili is like... And you can have, like, vegetarian and all that kind of stuff as well, but normally, like, the traditional chili is, ground beef, kidney beans, sometimes they'll add black beans as well. They'll usually have a cayenne-based seasoning in it that's some... Like, it varies wildly. Like, it'll usually be, like, garlic and onion and cayenne in the seasoning. Some will add, like, little bits of corn to give it texture. A lot of them will add diced tomato or tomato chunks to it. But it's a red stew. Cumin? Do you put cumin in chili? I was on the fence with that one because cumin, I know you do that with like a lot of Tex-Mex kind of dishes. Like I'm very familiar with cumin. If you don't, it's wrong. You put chili powder in it. Yeah, no, it's like I haven't made my own. Like I've made chili seasoning once and forever ago, but I don't remember what was in it. You have chili the dish here? Yeah. So my assumption of a chili cheese nugget, just based on description, is I would assume it's chili cheese more than likely wrapped in some kind of breading or protein or whatever. Like I said, that's not something I'm familiar with being a thing. Like we got chili cheese dogs, like a hot dog with chili cheese on it, which is just, you know, using chili cheese to carry a hot dog, because let's be honest, in the way of those kind of things, hot dog's pretty low bar compared to, like, you know, sausage and all that. And I know there's multiple people in my community who I've just upset, and it's okay. I stand by what I said, though. Sounds like a jalapeno popper? Yeah, so it sounds like a jalapeno popper, but, like, chili instead of jalapeno. Like a stuffed tater tot with chili cheese? That's what I'm guessing. Oh, contain chili the fruit. Like chili peppers. Okay. I mean, I guess that makes sense. It'd be like a habanero popper. But yeah, so basically a popper but not spicy. Unless you are talking a habanero popper. Which, yeah, then it's just a jalapeno, typically cut in half. You put it with, the cheese will vary. It might be like cheddar, it might be cream cheese, it might be whatever. That's a preference thing. You can usually buy a bunch of different varieties. And then they'll usually bread it and deep fry it. Or you can get them where it's, instead of being a popper, it's a bacon-wrapped jalapeno with cheese in it. Same idea, but bacon, that you bake in the oven. Because, of course, if it exists, someone's gonna wrap it in bacon. You make those weekly in a smoker? They're good. Yeah, it being a fruit doesn't sit right with me. I know. That's fine. When you're getting to language barriers, there's some of those things, it's like, yeah, it's whatever. Of course, we can get into the long debate about tomatoes and all that, fruit or vegetable, and people be like, well, it's this. They're like, well, are you talking botanically or are you talking culinarily? Because there's different answers. And if you really want to get into the weeds, I believe it is corn that when you're talking culinarily versus like botanically, corn can qualify as a grain, a fruit, a vegetable, a starch, and there was another one. Culinarily speaking, all depending on how you prep it. And it's like, I hate everything about what was just said. Grumbles. Well, I mean, cereal would be the product. I believe that would qualify as the grain part of it. Like, you would use it as a grain for the making of cereal. But that's more what you use it for, you know, versus how it's defined. Like when you're talking about botanical definitions, it's stuff like where's the flower at? How do the seeds grow? How does it do, you know, like all this other stuff. When you're talking botanically, it's like, do you fry it? Do you bake it? Like, do you grind it up into a fine powder first and then, you know, mix it with water to make a flour? And all that kind of stuff. Corn is technically a fruit in that sense. Yeah, no, that's what I was saying is, like, corn, it, like, really depends on how you prep it. I remember as a whole big thing that there was a culinary school by an office I worked at that I liked it because I could get extremely good food for next to nothing because it was students learning. So you're getting, like, gourmet food for basically, like, cafeteria food prices, which was amazing. You didn't get hardly any say in what you were eating that day, because it's whatever their lessons were on. But that is wonderful. Let's see, corn is a word for grain in German. It is also the name of very strong alcohol made of grain. Gotcha. That was you in college? But yeah, I loved that. Even sometimes you go there and like what they were doing that day, you're like, aw man, this is some eggplant thing. It's like, this really isn't a win for me. It's like, you know what? It's still probably going to taste better than what I would get as the alternative, so sure. It's also eating a bit healthier, so whatever. They didn't do that stuff often. Usually they were doing stuff that was like either with some French dish or Italian dish, you know, the ones that when you're hearing culinary stuff are usually the outliers. On the rare occasion you get something more interesting like Thai or something like that. Like in Germany you call corn maize. Yeah, so here in the US we have both corn and maize, and they are different things. They're very closely related things, but there is like, oh, what was it? There's like rainbow maize or whatever, and that is one subspecies of those. Someone who's a botanist would be like, well, tactically, you know, maize is a different thing than whatever. But as far as like the individual breeds, you'll have like sweet corn, rainbow maize, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Just the different breeds or whatever. I'm getting a little bit nervous about these last couple percent. Okay, yeah, so we were talking about the checkpoints. Clearly by volume, this last tiny little bit of the corner was not 10% of that field. There's just some kind of checkpointing system that does expect you to finish the bulk of the field. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Which is also why we can do the thing where you can be missing like half of the, well, not half. You can be missing like a good 10-20% of the field and it still gives you credit just because you happen to hit the right spots to make it happy. And that's just a practicality thing, because otherwise the game would need to be constantly calculating, going, okay, you have cultivated this many liters of the crop, or this much surface area of the crop, that is that percentage of this area, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But it's one of those things that doing that calculation on every field every single time it's updated is just a bunch of cycles on your processor that doesn't really matter. See, what you call is aubergine, we call eggplant in the US. Gotcha. I was like, I haven't heard that term before. Which I actually have, like, I've been to Germany a number of times. I've got a lot of family friends over there, so we go there. It's been a while, admittedly, but it's been a number of times. The aubergine mousse cake is, or eggplant casserole. Gotcha. That's interesting. I thought casserole was a very American thing, like not good, bad, or otherwise, but like every culture has their, I've got a bunch of stuff from the meal before's prep that I need to do something with. Let me put this in this thing and just get yourself some type of savory dish out of it. Like every culture has some form of that, and I know for some it's a stew. For Japan, it's a type of savory pancake. I forget the name of it. I'll take like leftover chicken and a bunch of, you know, veggies in that and chuck it in there. Usually put some spicy mayo on it. But for the US, it's casserole is like the big go-to, or at least historically it's been the big go-to. I don't know about anymore. That we would get a casserole dish that's, you know, this dish that's like that deep. You know, you might take leftover chicken or turkey or beef or whatever you got, you chuck it in there, you know, maybe chuck some cheese in there, chuck some breading stuff in there, like just a whole bunch of different things and cook it up. Let's see. Yes, I think that's the one, and I'm forgetting how you pronounce that. But yeah, no, that's a dish that came to be because, you know, you would be prepping, like, whatever, chicken the day before and all that. And you'd have, like, a little bit extra chicken, and you'd be like, all right, yeah, we can go ahead and, you know, get this ready for the next day. Oh, wait, we got some more, I don't know what vegetables are being used over there, but, like, you know, we got these vegetables. Yeah, we'll chuck some of those in there. You know, and then you have, like, the pancake part of it, the you know, that, like, is your medium of carrying it all. Put some spicy mayo on it, which is a specific kind of spicy mayo that's typically used. And then you've got yourself a nice savory dish. Because it's kind of confusing learning English food names. A bunch sounds the same, but sometimes slightly different. And there's a bunch that stuff that, not even Latin learned helps to understand it. Well, that's, it's very common that we have, like, a lot of things, like, both here in the U.S., and then, you know, you have British English, and we will have terms that both are referring to food, but also entirely different food. The classic, you know, chips versus French fries, chips versus crisps, all that kind of stuff. Let's see, you had okonomiyaki. When you was in Japan, and it was honestly the best food you ate while there. There's something to be said for, like, those like kitschy comfort food kind of foods in each culture. Because, like I said, for us, it's casserole is very common is in the U.S. And part of the reason why I say I don't know about now is the U.S. because they have so many different states and it's such a large place with so many so many different cultures that it's probably one of those things that's more common in, like, this region of the U.S. where that region... Yeah, no, it kind of popped into my head after a moment. It's like, oh, yeah, I remember that one. Like, me and Toom made it one time here at the house because we had planned before the pandemic to go to Japan, and then pandemic happened, which scrapped our plans for a little while. And then each time we keep planning to go and do it, some other opportunity to travel someplace else really cool pops up. And they were like, well, this opportunity is only, like, a one-time or only, you know, like, near-term, that kind of thing. So we'll do that one instead, and we'll do Japan next. And it keeps getting kicked down the can, which, for the record, Japan is probably the place that me and Toom want to go to the most for, like, a first-time experience. But, like, we had the opportunity to go to New Zealand, and we're like, well, yeah, let's go to New Zealand. Poutine is amazing. I am happy that poutine is starting to properly show up here in the U.S. Because I agree, poutine is amazing. It's not a thing you can find everywhere by any stretch of the imagination, but if you're in the mood for poutine these days, you can find it here now. You came to New Zealand? Yep, for ExileCon like 2 years ago. Was mostly in the Auckland area, but you know, got out of a little ways from that. Checked out like the Maui museums and all that. Went to Hobbiton. We checked out the... Oh, I'm forgetting the name. The people who did the special effects for The Hobbit. Checked out their whole showroom and everything. We didn't get... The one thing we missed that we wanted to see is we didn't get to do the glowworm caves because, unfortunately, we got sick. And so we ended up kind of being stuck just in recovery, trying to keep our contagious germs to ourselves. Like, just shelter in place at the hotel kind of thing for a little bit. Yeah, I don't know if and or when we'll be back, because it's one of those things we did manage to get, like, 90% of the stuff we wanted done. So we'd probably do, like, between going back versus going to Japan, we would prioritize going to Japan since we've seen none of it. And I know I want to go to Japan. I know I want to go to Reykjavik, Iceland. I would like to see the UK, you know, more than the airport. I would like to see France around, like, the Paris area and some of the historic areas around there as an adult, because I saw those when I was a younger kid. And I was very sick for that because I got food poisoning, which was not a good time. Not proper food poisoning. I got some that definitely disagreed with me, and I still toured France with it, but I toured the many trash cans of France. I got to tour the, I got to have a nice look at the trash can outside the Louvre, which was really unfortunate for me, and a shoebox, because they had things to keep people from dropping bombs in their trash cans. So I had to take someone's shoebox to get sick in. I got to see the trash cans outside the, like, at the Eiffel Tower. It was a whole experience. It was not a great experience. France seemed lovely. Paris seemed like, you know, your typically somewhat over-touristed city. Expensive, lots of people, but, like, interesting stuff there, too. But, ooh. No, see, to be honest, the South Island is a lot better for tourists than the North Island, Auckland. It's just traffic up here. That's the thing that's so funny, is you hear about, like, from people in New Zealand about, like, it's like, oh man, you can only go to Auckland? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry you had to deal with this, like, awful, awful city. And you're like, what are you talking about? This place is great. Like, it's so much nicer than back home. So it is amusing to me. It's just the entire circumstance over there is just so different that it hits different. You're about to apologize about going to Auckland? Oh no, and you're not the only one. I got that from a lot of people. Like at XLCon, for a lot of the people who work at GGG, which is based in Auckland, or like in that area, a whole lot of them were like, oh, I'm so sorry, we're not doing this like someplace nicer, that this is in Auckland. And you're like, what are you talking about? This place is lovely. Your standard for places to live is so much higher than ours that what you're like, I'm so sorry, it's like, oh my god, when can I move? Do you have openings? I would love to. Oh, so the specific cheese curds and poutine are too fresh? I heard that before, but we can get cheese curds here in the US that are, like, the joke is the ones that you bite and they squeak because they're so fresh. You nearly worked at GGG? Dodged a bullet? I've heard mostly good things about working at GGG. I mean, are you just referring to being stuck in Auckland? Or Auckland area, I guess. Yeah. Like, we can get the squeaky cheese curds in here in the US. Most of them aren't, though. But, like, that's, maybe you find some New Zealanders who want to live in Florida. I would absolutely recommend not moving to Florida. As someone actively living in Florida and who has been here for a long time, you are losing out if you move. You are moving solidly in the wrong direction if you're moving from New Zealand to Florida. You know, outside if you have a very specific business opportunity. You know, at that point it's not the location, it's the economics that you're considering, which even then we would probably want to sit down and have a talk about the whole fact that everyone thinks Florida's cost of living is low, and they're objectively wrong. We may not hit you on that income tax. We get you on everything else, though. Everything else. You want to drive down the road? You better like tolls, because we got some of the worst in the country. And that's not me being just, like, sassy within itself. That's actually objectively true. We are not technically the worst, but we're up there. You've been trying to find good poutine in the U.S.? You've tried several places, not even close? Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, don't get me wrong. Most of the poutine you find out here is just okay. Every once in a while, you can actually find a good poutine place. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand, like, comparing it to the stuff you get in Canada, it will be different. So, our measures will be differently. Let's see, now, specifically GGG, same with Weta FX. You were offered a job there and almost took it before you found your current job. Work-life balance is soul-destroying. Gotcha. I hadn't heard bad things about GGG, but I also didn't look into it particularly heavily because I didn't have the skill set required. Judges in Canadian? So is that judging with an apology? I'm confused. You think most of them are harder cheddar, but you can be sure to get Squeaky cheese. Yeah, you can get the squeaky cheese. You gotta, like, it's not often. It's not often. Conrad, yes. It's like, hey man, don't call me out to my face. Also, sorry, I didn't mean to be short with you. I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Sorry. Sorry, I did that. I'm sucking at the accent. Deal with it. Where the R's are more W's than R's. I used to live in Michigan and got to be around a lot of Canadian people. Yeah, no, I forgot the A, so I didn't properly terminate my sentence. That's my bad. I'm picking fun. I have nothing against Canadians. I actually have a lot of my closer friends are Canadians specifically, and that's not me being like, I know one. I mean, genuinely, proportionally, I might even have more Canadian close friends than U.S. Or, when I say that, they live in the U.S. now, but originally from Canada. You a former Youper? I don't even know what that is. I lived a bit outside of Detroit. So lived up there for a long time, moved down here, things. Don't worry, they'll apologize to you anyways. That was a fellow content creator who is Canadian was like, is it weird, like, is it, you know, do you feel weird when you apologize to an inanimate object when you bump into it or something? Like, you bump into a cart and you apologize to the cart? It's like, is that weird? Like, no, I've done that before. Like, it's not like this deep, sincere apology, like, you know, I'm so sorry. It's like, oh man, my bad. Didn't see you there. Then you aren't. 313, your second guess? I have no idea. The way I remember about Michigan is that in Michigan, the way you would describe from where you are is you'd hold up your hand, you'd say, I'm from there. And there's only about 3 or 4 places anyone ever pointed on their hand. Which if you're pointing around the gap between the thumb, you're pointing, you're Detroit or the surrounding area. That's one of the ways you could tell you've got yourself, you know, someone authentically from Michigan. Is either like, where are you from in Michigan, to another person from in Michigan. If they do that, or like they point over here, no one points up here. Like, that's just woods. And so you do that in New York, as in the city area. Oh, is there like a hand equivalent, like some hand motion you do to like represent, and you're like, I'm in the middle part, I'm in the east part, or whatever? 313 is your Detroit area code? Oh yeah, I don't remember it. I left like right around the beginning of teens to tweens, so it's like right in that time frame. You can't wait to play this? Well, you're getting close. You're almost there. You're on the home stretch. You're less than 24 hours. I was like, wait, is that true? I'm like, yes. Home stretch. You just gotta get there. But the Yupra Upper Peninsula folk, no one lives there. That's not true, but Upper Peninsula is a pretty quiet. Well, actually, no. Upper Peninsula has parts that have people in them. Yeah, Detroit, Flint, or Grand Rapids, basically the other cities we mentioned. Yep. Yeah, and like I said, I think it was one of those things. It was like, here, that's the one place. There's over here. I think, was that Grand Rapids? Like, this is going way back in my brain. Yeah, so it's like Detroit is here. I think Grand Rapids is over here somewhere. And then like once you get up here, you have almost no one point up in this area. There's a couple little areas up there, but that is definitely, you're getting out an extra woodsy. You're getting out into the proper forest, where you and the bears share your property. There are little towns up there, but it's pretty quiet. It's not quite Alaska rural, but it's not far. And then you get up the Upper Peninsula, and I want to say there's like 1 or 2 cities up there, but they're relatively small. It's wonderful, quiet. Oh yeah, no bad mouthing it. I had a coworker that we used to, like joke about different things about like the Detroit area because they had been from that area, and they lived. I don't think they were on the peninsula, but they lived in pretty far north Michigan. And, like, very genuinely had, like, apple orchards in the middle of nowhere. That, like, they really couldn't even sell their product because no one wanted to ship that far. But, like, they were a software developer like I was at the time, and just did the apple orchard as, like, a hobby. So you're talking, it's probably 10, 20 acres, like a really small orchard. But, it's always fascinating listening to the kind of stuff they dealt with. I was actually surprised that he was able to get decent internet. Usually when you're that far out, that's one of the big challenges, is getting internet that is, at least usable. So you've got Marquette and ooh, what is that? Sault Ste. Marie? Those are the opposite sides of the peninsula, but that's all people remember. Yeah. Alright, so let's check here. Did we finish what we were doing with that? I don't even remember what we're on with our contracts. We just been on that money hustle. So collect that money. Collect that money. I'm thinking, well, we're not safe yet. Cause I'm going to need at a minimum a plow. Because what we're saving up for the plow is what I think we're gonna do. Yeah, so smallest plow is 14,000. That's honestly pretty rough. I was expecting more. Yes, it need the plow. We're probably not gonna have the stone picker. Oh, there's only the one too. We're just gonna have to live with the stones, I believe. Sault Ste. Marie, Michiganders, weird folk we are. Yeah. Just make cider, it doesn't spoil on the long transport route. Oh yeah, but the thing is, when you're talking that small of an operation, you're not going to be shipping things. Like, that's more you're going to go to your local market and drop it off. That once you start getting involved with shipping, it can be real hard to move product. And it was like, again, just a hobby. I'm sure they've made cider. And they probably accidentally made apple liqueur, because that's what happens when you make cider and you leave it in the barrel and it freezes, and then it ferments, and then you get apple liqueur, and then you get very drunk when you don't mean to. I've known that to happen more than once to people, where the middle part of it is all thawed because it's all alcohol, and all the rest is ice. Okay, so, right. So we're looking at the plow, 14,000. Yeah, because well, actually, I mean, there is a smaller cultivator. I think I'll need the plow anyways. Personal experience? No, so I was a kid, so I was not one. But family members had done that to themselves on accident. So I did not get to partake due to age, but there were others. Yeah, so we'll get that one for 14,000 for dealing with that. We will need the specialty crops, the rice planter. Okay, so we can afford both of those right now. And then the last thing we need is this one, which is 95,000. I do think I am going to advance the day, just because I'm getting a little tired of doing just wood transport, cultivate, and farm wood. Or deadwood. And to give you an idea how much we've done, all of these fields that are currently cultivated, I believe we did all of them. So these handful of like 4 fields here that aren't done, those are the only fields we did not cultivate. Can someone spell fermented frozen apple mass for you. Did you not spell that? Or like, are you looking for a special name for it? I don't know if there is a special name. There probably is. Well, Farm Sim 25? Yeah, I don't know what you'd call it. Like, this would be not like a formal, properly made thing. This was accidental production. Yep, Farm Sim 25? Yes. Coming out in less than 24 hours. Let's see, you know the hand thing with Michigan, but you're from Ohio, and yes, you are correct in the city location. Yeah. I also spent a lot of time in Ohio around the Canton area. I have family from over in Canton and Maslin. Yeah, apple hooch. I mean, it's probably closer than I care to admit. Like, when you have something that's not planned, it just happens. There's a disc car over, that's more than we're looking to spend. That's fine. So nothing on the sales today. Let's double check, when are we actually going to need our cedar? So we use the cedar for our rice in April. So the plan is we'll buy in March the plow if we don't see any special deals or anything like that. Let's also go ahead and pop over here and check in on our greenhouse and see how much we've got going. Okay, so it's using just under 200 liters of water a day. And it does look like we've got a very large area for the rice saplings, which is good. Because I have no context of how much. Oh, are you talking about apple cider? Yeah, so apple cider, it can be alcoholic, it's typically not. Like there is such thing as a drink called a cider that is alcoholic, but apple cider is typically... fermented's not the right word. There's a process to making apple cider. YouTube calls it Applejack. It has all the toxic methanol of the distilling removes first time. Algorithm sent you that last week. Interesting. Yeah, okay. But, so with that, we'll check our contracts. We do have a rock removal contract. We haven't done one of those in a while. We've got that same... So yeah, so we got one new contract, and then the other ones. Let's go break up a rock. You can be sure you can imagine what oh yeah. Now, if you're thinking it's going to be a good, delicious liquor, my understanding, it was definitely not that. My understanding, it was like, did you want a lot of alcohol and maybe anything? Is cider not exclusively made from apples? Ooh. I used to know the answer to that. I know it's primarily apples, if not entirely apples. But yeah, no, it's like there's an aging process to cider that you cook it, and you don't like age it. It's not like you leave it for months and months. But there's a process to it that I know they cook it for part of it. Sir, ma'am, whoever you are, you had a yield and a stop sign. You see that sign right there that says stop, ma'am? Lets you use a percolator with spices. Gotcha. Yeah, don't get me wrong. There's some apple cider they'll add cinnamon to. There's some they won't. I actually prefer it without it. But like, you'll hear things that are like, oh, it's so different if you get it fresh. And a lot of times that is true, and other times you're like, you're exaggerating. Apple cider is one of those things like, no, you don't understand. That schwill you get at the stores that's called apple cider is an abomination. That's still delicious in its own right, but it's an abomination compared to the authentic, fresh, real thing. These are not the same product. Distracted by the gold advertisement? Oh, was there like a billboard advertising gold or whatever? Like, this garbage you are consuming that you call apple cider, which is again also still fairly good, is not the same. What? What is happening right now? Ah, I guess I deployed it like I got stuck in the terrain. Okay. You never had press fire? It is... If you are ever in Ohio or Michigan, it is well worth your time. Those are the only places, and usually more northern Ohio than the rest. Those are the places you're going to find yourself some nice, fresh apple cider. There are other places in the world. You can get it in Illinois, I believe, as well. I think parts of Canada, like southern Canada, you can get it as well. But I don't know that as well. Looks like a golf course. Yeah, with the flags. With, like, the worst place to put a hole. Is Insider French? Oh, I have no idea. Like, I can't speak outside the U.S. Or Spain, the place Cider comes from? Yeah, and I gotcha. Like, I can't speak for Europe. I just know here in the U.S., Michigan is the primary place you get apples, and then Ohio and Illinois do have them as well. Once you get outside there, the amount of apples you find are pretty negligible. You have sortilege there, which is maple syrup based. So it's like fermented maple syrup. Oh, well, I did the exact same thing the last time, is I had like one rock that was... I did that last time too. You just get into the pattern, you're just like, yeah, let me destroy these rocks real fast. Like, no, that's a rock we wanted to keep. Why do you want to keep that rock? What makes that rock different from the others? Do you not have apple trees in gardens in Florida? No, they don't. It's too hot. I think you can grow them here, but they just don't do well. Wait. Okay. And the rocks are back? Yep. I guess you can grow bananas then? Yes. We do actually have banana trees here. Well, banana grass? Oh, I'm hitting all the wrong buttons. Bananas are technically a type of grass. Even though we call them banana trees because they're big and tall, they are in the family of grass like your lawn. Alright, Luxray, I do hope you feel better and all that. You have Banana River? We do have a Banana River. I believe that's out by Merritt Island? I don't remember. But there is a Banana River. Merritt Island, which is East Coast Florida by the Space Center. By Cocoa Beach. Where you go if you want to see a beach and not be able to do anything because there's just people everywhere. Cape Canaveral, yep. Where the cruise ships leave from. Spent a lot of time over there in my teenage years. Not Cape Canaveral. Well, I mean, I guess technically specifically because I did work for the Space Center. But, you know, it's because the Space Center is at Cape Canaveral. But, like, in that general whole area. And rockets? Yep. Refill the water tank at the beach. It's definitely fresh water and not the ocean. We're definitely not growing our rice in salt water. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? But yeah, no, I used to work at the Space Center and have to deal with, like, the traffic and tourists during night launches and all that stuff on holidays and all that. And that's not me complaining about either. Like, don't get me wrong, gigs suck and traffic sucked. The humidity would wreck you. You like it nice and dry? Agreed. Still in Florida, humidity is still terrible. You just altered a cup of mac and cheese with butter and Parmesan added to it. That sounds good. You like to watch those launch here on Twitch? Yeah. It's, if you ever are in Central Florida when there's going to be a night launch, that is one of those things to go out of your way for. It is just an experience you do not see anywhere else. Those night launches, when I say it becomes daytime, they're so bright, that is not an exaggeration. You go from it is middle of the night to suddenly it's day, okay, now it's night again, with just how ridiculous they are. Okay, so we topped that off. I'll do the Deadwood one, just so I'm not, like, completely skipping a month or whatever. Because if we come up short on the money when it's time, then no rice for us. And that sucks when that happens. Okay, so you're up here. We're in a big hole. But yeah, so it's just one of those things you experience. I imagine it's probably similar to, like, seeing the Aurora Borealis, where, you know, you can see video of it, it's like, that's really cool, but, like, being there is just like, you don't understand. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Or like a total eclipse, I imagine the exact same thing, where it's just like a wildly different experience in person. There's a streamer you watch and he would stop whatever game he's doing to watch the space launches. Yeah. No, I know one or two content creators who do that. I don't keep track of them enough anymore to do that myself. It's just one of those things that, like, it's weirdly when you live here, and especially if you live over on the Space Coast, which is what we call that area, and you've been through a lot of them, they do weirdly lose their magic. Even though you still respect what's happening is extremely impressive, but after it's, you know, your 40th or 50th or 60th rocket launch you've seen, it's like, oh, there's the boom. Yep, another rocket went up. Cool. Or, oh, hey, I guess there's a rocket scheduled for the day. But they do send them up with a pretty decent cadence. You know, every time a GPS satellite needs to be replaced, or, you know, a television station satellite, or whatever needs to go up, there's just another one. It's just another one of those amazing things that when you stop back and realize what you're looking at and how absurd it gets, that, you know, you stop back and you think about it, it's like, this is ridiculous. Like, it's an amazing feat and something to be proud of that we just feels like a normal day-to-day thing. It's the same thing with, like, cell phones and all that. That, you sit there and you'll get impatient because your cell phone took a couple of seconds to load something. And then if you stop and you go, let me just stop back and think about this. That I pushed some buttons in my phone, and it translated those button pushes into, like, whatever communication I'm gonna do. And now it is beaming that signal to a cell tower near me, that is then beaming that signal into freaking outer space, half across the planet, beaming that back down to a cell tower, and then over to someone's cell, all in a matter of seconds. That signal literally went to the opposite side of the planet. And I'm a little bit upset that it took, you know, 5-10 seconds. And it is one of those things that, like, when you're frustrated about it, you just kind of sit there and go, oh, no, this is me, that I need to be a little bit more patient. That was millions of microseconds. Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna put a 20-story building into space. No big deal. Yeah. And then you just do the numbers on, like, the sheer amount of physics involved And you're gonna do it by taking what's the equivalent of like an atomic warhead's worth of explosive power and rocket fuel, catapulted out of the back of a rocket at immensely fast speeds. 5-10 seconds, the dev in me cringed at the latency. Yep. Well, I guess we just advance our day again. That's the challenge with winter, is there's not a whole lot you gotta deal with. What I could do to wait for some more contracts is let's turn the speed back up to here. Let's go ahead and... Oh, I forgot that's up there. Let's go ahead and buy the plow. Because I know I'm going to need to do that anyways. And it's not exactly like I'm expecting that to get, you know, have a good sale. And plus, even if it does, it's a plow. So we can get the little one here. Little micro jobby here. That we're going to buy for ourselves. It's going to be great. I'm very thankful we're doing not a big field. Nukes have more energy. If you actually sit down there and you do the math on the on a rocket like the Apollo launches and all that, they actually are very close to each other. It's just the nature of how that energy is released and how it's controlled is very different. Because with a rocket, even though it is dumping like Olympic pool sizes, you know, Olympic-sized pools worth of fuel out the back per second, that's still much, much slower than you touch the thing and it's just all the energy's out at once. You ever glorified explosive powerful? Yeah, no, you look at like the old Apollo missions and how many equivalent tons of TNTs in that rocket fuel. It is mind-boggling. Rocket fuel is scary stuff. Now, I'm not saying if a rocket exploded, suddenly Cape Canaveral would be wiped off the map. It's just the nature of the explosion would be different. It'd be more fireball than radioactive mushroom cloud. Currently 5 a.m. and you're getting ready to go do some logging in Farm Sim 25. Is that out yet? Well, actually, because it was what, early in the AMs here that it comes out. I thought you still had a number of hours till it comes out, or like maybe there's pre-order time or whatever. Let me double check when the release times were, because I believe there's still a number of hours till it comes out. You're under a day now. You're getting to that tail end of this thing. Where did you go? Yeah, so we got this here. You're in Denmark? Yeah, so that should be on the Paris, because it's being released the same time for everyone. Like, it's not noon my time, noon your time zone shenanigans. It's literally everyone gets access to the exact same time. So I believe where Denmark is, I think the closest time zone I see is Paris's, which I don't believe is the same one. I believe it's at 2 p.m. Yeah, so you unfortunately, you do got a little while longer, you gotta wait. Which, for the record, I really appreciate that they're not doing the silly, it releases at 8, then it releases at 9, then it releases at 10. Let's see, RP1 rocket fuel is almost the same as diesel methane. It isn't special either. Oxidized are what makes it scary amounts of energy releasing possible. Well, okay, right, but when we're talking rocket fuel at launch, that includes the oxidizer. It's being combined in the moment. Yes, technically the fuel in storage isn't nearly as volatile, but at the moment when you're launching the rocket, you've got both the oxidizer and the fuel inside of it. I would still call that rocket fuel, even if it's not technically the rocket fuel component. You got downloading? You can pre-download it. Yeah, no, they're letting you pre-download it, but you won't be able to play it until then. They basically let you pre-download it, that way if you're in an area that you don't have great internet, you don't have to wait like 5-6 hours after release because you have to wait on the download. That's not unusual. Yeah, no, a lot of you should be able to already start downloading it. Like right now, you should be able to pull it up and download. I don't know if everyone will be able to. That might take a minute to roll out. But what'll happen, and this is a normal thing, is you can preload the game, but it won't physically let you run the game until it's release time. Now, it could also be that they made a mistake and they accidentally rolled it out early, but I would doubt that. These things are pretty well established at that point, that those kind of mistakes, very unlikely. Oh, gigabyte internet, go brr. Yep. You can download, but you can't activate the key yet. You already got installed, but it won't let you activate. Yeah, well, it also depends on how you got it. Like, if you get it through Steam, I believe it'll do all the stuff through Steam. You can grab it through Giant Software directly, and you'll be able to download it, but when you go to run, it'll ask you for your CD key, and it won't accept your CD key until it's available in your region or whatever. You don't think Rock is anything Hansar? I believe Darth is making a reference to where we said they have the explosive potential of an atomic bomb kind of thing, so far as just the magnitudes of things. And all that. Whereas, like, you know, an atomic bomb, I could see the comparison, even though that's also not quite the same, because nuclear fission versus nuclear fusion and yada yada yada. Rockets are just controlled bombs, which explodes gently out the nostril. Yep. It's basically like a slow release. You think it's released in Eurotier Hanover, Germany? No idea. I do love how incredibly muddy the rice pit is. Like, this is pure mud right down here. If you're sure you don't know that? Yeah, no, I probably really should be promoting that I am a Giants partner. So technically, if people, I don't even have the link handy, if people do buy the game through my link, I actually do get kickbacks and all that kind of stuff. That said, I usually don't promote it, just because I know I much prefer getting the games on Steam, and it would feel weird to me to be like, yeah, totally buy this directly from the source, which is good for them, because they do get a 30% bigger cut of it, because Steam isn't taking theirs. But I much prefer, like, Steam's convenience. And so it is kind of one of those things that, I don't know, it feels weird. Which this is the version that you buy directly from them, not the Steam version I'm playing now. But, like, to give you an idea about it, I fully expect to buy the game on, you know, on Steam, because I'd rather just deal with Steam. Like, it doesn't have, like, a launch or anything else like that to actually give you an upset. But, like, I like showing off my achievements and having those pixels there and all that stuff. It's just my preference. Does they can support me? I probably should. So obviously there's all the normal stuff you can do on Twitch, like bits, subs, all that kind of stuff. No one's surprising at any of that.
What's the worst that could happen?
And all that kind of stuff. Yep, I'll get that in just a moment. But yeah, so there's like subs obviously support me. We are on the 60-40 split, so 60% of the money when you sub goes to me, 40% goes to Twitch. There are bits, those are straightforward. Every 100 bits you give me or whatever, that's $1 for me. Doesn't matter what you paid, it's $1 for me, so that's nice and easy on my end. I do also have a Patreon and I do have a Ko-Fi. I prefer the Ko-Fi, but honestly, whatever you're willing to use. If you want to just directly financially support, that's a thing. I also have a merch store as well, which I don't advertise like at all, and I need to do more with. But it is there. Every single item on the merch store is priced where after you buy the item, I would get when I say exactly, it's like $5 and a penny or $4.98, whatever ends up being. But every item on the merch store basically gives me $5 when you buy it. The snow actually builds up the ground, isn't it? It does seem that way, that instead of just the ground suddenly snapping to being like partially snowed white and then the other it's doing that. Can you get that magnificent beard on a shirt? I do not have a shirt that is specifically a magnificent beard, no. I have not had someone request such a thing as of yet. But thank you for the compliment on the beard. I was actually thinking that's actually getting a little scraggly, that I just need to do a little trim up, not like get rid of it, just maybe it's just not picking up on the camera. It does need a little snippy snip to get the to be a little more tame. But yeah, so the big reason for those who don't know with all that, when you sub to channel, for the normal channel, it bases at 50-50. That Twitch gets half the money, the creator gets the other half. And then if you have enough people who are different individuals sub, then it does ultimately become a 60-40 split or a 70-30 split, depending on how well it's going, and yada yada. There's a whole system behind it in favor of the content creator. Whereas if you use stuff like Patreon and Ko-Fi, that ends up coming down to be like 98% or 95% or something like that goes to the content creator versus the 8 to 5% or whatever it is goes to Patreon or Ko-Fi respectively. You like the beard too, but you don't want him. You don't want him on a t-shirt. That's fair. Nah, most of our t-shirts are stuff like some of the emotes on the channel and all that. The merchandise that I actually do have people pick up from time to time are the coffee cups. They're really good coffee cups. I've got all but one of them myself here at the house, and they've held up well. How about a mug then? The mugs have been the popular item. Like, by and large, like 90% of the merch I sell, which is not much, is mostly the coffee cups. You drink from your fire coffee cup at least twice a week? Yep. There's also a thing, like, if you don't want the merch but you want to support the channel, Ko-Fi, or the merch does let you gift those to the channel, where what it does a drawing. So, like, it'll be like, such and such is trying, is giving whatever the merch is in the channel, and people who want it just, I can't remember, it's something like ! Enter or join or whatever when it happens. And it's not a long timer, it's like 1 minute or something like that, so you gotta hustle and enter yourself. And then what it'll ultimately do is it'll give you a code, like you'll go to the website, like I'm not involved in it. You'll go to the website, enter whatever information, and they'll send it to you. And I believe the person gifting it can choose whether or not they're covering the shipping. Just because if it's one of those things that, you're shipping and it's international, it gets to be pricey. As you have quickly become one of your favorite streamers, you see the chat, you're fun, and you have a sense of humor, and you don't shy away from topics, and you're honest, which is refreshing. Yeah, I try, and it's definitely a thing when we hit topics that get a little bit tougher, that there's definitely a dance you do. where you certainly want to be able to have an open conversation about it as long as people are being reasonable. We can have that, but there's also those times where you can tell people are getting kind of heated that you do have to like kibosh a topic sometimes. So there's definitely a thing. And then sometimes when you're getting into a topic, you have to take into consideration, it's like, okay, we're talking about this topic and that's good, but also the discussion of this topic can also be something that in itself can cause problems for people. Not just people like disagreeing, but, you know, people re-experiencing trauma and that kind of thing. So there's definitely a lot of navigation that goes around it. You don't like act like we're on Twitter where people will tear you apart because you breathe differently? Oh my god, yeah. Okay, so we've got our field here. It is 0% fertilized and it's full of stone. It's perfect. It's not. It's terrible. We're gonna have a really bad output for our first year. And we did get a new deadwood contract, but we still have this terrible one. I wish I could tell this one that, like, hey, I don't want that. Honestly, for the 750, we are just going to accept that today is not a good work day, and we're going to visit our home, because what's likely happened is I've already plowed most of the field. Or like most of the fields, so the number of opportunities for me to work right now are not very high. So it seems so, but as said, it might just be invented several places. Oh yeah, nuts! Any of those things that you go back, a lot of times, you'll have a lot of people who try and take credit. Do you know that some of the gravel you can buy here in Denmark is sometimes fossilized squid? That wouldn't surprise me. A lot of the gravel and stuff you buy here in Florida is fossilized, like stuff like fossilized coral and seashells and all that. It's literally the same contracts. I'll do the one, just for not sitting around each month. That, I may have done goofed. Oh, well, actually, no, we might be okay, because we'll get the cedar first. You literally can't figure out gifting it. Let me check to make sure, like, nothing got turned off. Real fast to the merchandise. Because I know they've done a number of updates, and I need to go back through. Let me do a quick little peeky peek. Yeah, everything seems fine there. I'm trying to remember how you gift stuff on here. I've done it before as well. I will need to look at that later. Because I do appreciate you're trying to gift it. Not quite sure where you do that now. Because I know I didn't turn that off or anything. Let's see. There's one last place I could check real fast. Yeah, I'll have to look. I mean, unless my guess is maybe I got turned off or moved somewhere. You just found out the rice only needs one fertilizer stage? That's pretty cool. Yeah, no, I remember it being really easy that you'd just be like, this product, I want to gift it. And I'm blanking, but I haven't gifted anything because I haven't done anything with the merch in a little while. I need to. That's bothering me. Let me take one last moment. I know I'm distracted from the game right now, but you know, this is how I pay my bills. Yeah, so we log in. I could set myself to look at it as a viewer. Let me see if they changed Twitch gifting. Ah, here. Okay, this might be... Alright. Yeah, so they just changed it. Give me 1 second, I'll get this set up again. They changed the chatbot. Allow gifts to be gifted while I'm live. And oh, good. I see why they changed it, so I can add a whole bunch of stuff. Gotcha. So the way shipping works is if you have the average cost of shipping, it will be covered automatically. But if there's an extra cost for like international, then whoever receives it will be the one expected to cover it. And I may exclude stuff. All right, Zidian. So it should be available now. You might need a refresher page. Yes, they just changed the bot. That's all it is. So we're learning together of how this will actually be experienced. But it should just work now. Because I used to have it go through a different bot and all that. I'm wondering if, like, we're gonna get jump scared by it or whatever is gonna happen. Like, I'm watching, like, if the alerts are gonna work. Because obviously I did this live. Page is working, testing. Gotcha. Cool, cool. I do appreciate it, both the gifting and the testing. Because as I mentioned before, that basically chips $5 towards the channel. You know, and then the rest of that's just the cost of the item. Like that's the same as what it would cost me to buy it and then gift it out after that 5. It's for people who want to chip into the channel, they want a little something to show for it. Or like, you know, gifting and all that. Okay, so we do have a new giveaway. It did not trigger alert on my thing, but you see there, if you would like to go, Zidian is gifting Rual emote stickers. So if you do !enter all capital letters, I believe it is a sheet of 6 stickers that are the, what were the emotes? There was, I think, the WoW emote. Oh man. But yeah. So it should be that. So it's a sheet of stickers, fun times. I know there's been a couple people who bought that before. Hey, people dropping in for the raid. If you want emote stickers, type in !enter. There is a giveaway happening right now. It only lasts for 3 minutes. But you'll do !enter. You maybe have a minute and a half, if that. They'll be able to get a sheet of Rual emote stickers that has been so kindly being gifted by Zidian, which I really do appreciate, also making me realize that my gifting was broken up until this started. But welcome in, Raiders. For those who don't know, Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Was doing some co-working stream when I was in there hanging out a little bit earlier. It might need to be all caps. I don't honestly know. But that should be coming up here in a minute. I believe shipping and everything will be covered unless you're international. If you're international, you'll just have to pay whatever the additional shipping cost is for international. But, you know, thank you so much for the gifting of that, Zidian. I do appreciate it. I'm just trying to watch the bot. I do need to get it set up where apparently the alert's still broken. But yeah, because apparently the bot changed at some point, so it broke. It should be good. But yeah, what should happen is after the 3 minutes or whatever it was set for, it should just do a drawing and it'll say, hey, this person. It'll give you a link. Oh, yeah, no, like, they were only broken in the sense that I hadn't had someone try to gift anything in a very long while. And so the bot got disconnected when they switched the stuff over on Fourth Wall. And I just need to fix it all. Like, you could still order merch and all. That was just the gifting functionality, the alerts, and that broke. It's probably after stream. I just need to go in, figure out what their new alert URL is, and just swap out what I've already got here for the new one. You paid shipping? Oh, so Zidian's even covering shipping, so thanks. Because I believe that's one of those things that you can do voluntarily or not. I'm not 100%. I've gifted stuff before through the Fourth Wall. It's just been a while. Because I'm really bad about pushing my merch. Like, as in not doing it. Like, I'm proud of my merch. I'm just I'm one of those people who asking for people for money, even though it's like, this is literally what I need to do to pay my bills, still feels weird, even though literally it's something I should do. Okay, so it seems like, Remaren, you are the one who won. So what you're going to do is you're going to click on that link in chat, and you'll drop that in there. And it'll just be one of those things that'll like ask you to connect your Twitch just so it can verify you are actually who you say you are. And then you'll enter like whatever you're shipping and all that information is. We don't see that, like neither me nor Zidian will see it. So that is 100% on you. But yeah, congrats. Sorry. But so thank you so much. Now again, before I forget, follow Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole variety of games. Been playing some been doing a lot of co-working stuff right now. But when Sui's not co-working, she plays stuff like Planet Crafter. She's played RimWorld and a whole bunch of other stuff. A lot of good times there. If you have a laptop, please put one on there if you're comfortable doing so. Yep. Because of the sheet, I can't remember if it was, I want to say it was 6 emotes. And I remember the WoW emote is one of them. I just don't remember what all of them were. I think the angry emote might be one of them. I could pull up the sheet. I probably should have done that earlier. I really should have done that earlier. So that people knew what they're actually entering for. So let's go to what you all see, not my back end of this. Yep, okay, so what you're getting, or what has been given away, is that. So it's got like it's got the 2 different versions of the tap, up and down. It's got the WoW one, it's got the exhausted one, the panic, and it's also got the let's go emote. So fun stuff. And I do have like a lot of stuff on here. Oh, that's interesting. It's actually marking that I'm live on the page. I don't imagine very many people come to the Fourth Wall page and then reach the Twitch stream through that. But yeah. So we got a couple coffee mugs. The coffee mugs are the ones that people like the most. We've had a bunch of people go, we tap for Tomb as well. Because that's the taps emote is one of the most popular emotes on the stream. And then Tomb would be my wife, which is where it came up. That's for some channel lore. We've had the tap emote for a long time, but the first time Tomb saw it, what she did is she saw the emote, and she saw the character was doing like this, and so she started doing it in the background, just like mimicking the emote, and people thought that was hilarious. So it became kind of just a meme that anytime she came by, everyone would spam that emote. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place. It's over by the temple. Everyone would spam that emote. And so we eventually, like, we got like the merch, the We Tap for Tomb thing as one thing, because people seem to really be into it. And then on top of that, we also... Oh, we build the temple? No. No, we build the temple. I knew there was a temple on the map. I didn't realize we're the ones who build this. So like this is just like the empty base there. What kind of temple? This is, so I said it was Japan. Do I still have this saying it's Japan there? 1 second, gonna just sneak in and change this to Indonesia, because that's where it actually, well actually, so for the record, it's amalgamation of like Japan, Indonesia, China, a whole bunch of places like vaguely Asian. But the name of the city is, I literally believe it translates to coastal forest in Indonesian. But yeah, so apparently I can drag, I think it was like 6,000 liters worth of planks and then 6,000 liters worth of cement. And we will work on building that. Satisfactory players are confused now. What? I mean, I'm confused about the confusion. Does that qualify? Okay. You do like that? You don't know that? Well, I knew they had yes, you have a jug of planks for breakfast too. Oh no, oh wait, we had this whole discussion. It wasn't liters, it was there was a different unit for logs that wasn't one I was familiar with. Because here in the US we use board foot a lot of times. And thank you again, Zidian, for that support. I really appreciate that. Thank you for, getting those for Ramen Ren. So thank you again for doing that giveaway. That was very kind. You have a good one. Man, like how many hours do you have farms in? You're gonna pick this up Friday on payday. But yeah. Like, and no obligation, but if you end up doing something fun to the stickers and you want to share it with the community, you can drop it in on the Discord. And that's not me just trying to, like, bully you into the Discord, but if it's working, let me know. But, it would be... It'd be one of those things that, you can share. Yeah, so in the US, we use board foot for a lot of things. So you wouldn't sell a plank, you would sell it by the board foot. And that means, the thicker the plank, the shorter distance equals the same value as a narrower plank of a longer distance, and yada, yada, yada. And I'm sure in bulk they probably use our things. When I'm talking board foot, that's talking more carpentry and woodworking. Where are my dead trees? I would like to cut them down. Because you cut down dead trees, because dead trees can spread disease among your trees, and then you have lots of dead trees, and it's not good. Because the way his tree's immune system is really weird. If you ever seen, and it's not all trees, but a lot of trees, the way their immune system is when they get like a spot that's, the equivalent of infected, that there's something wrong with it, they kind of just grow a layer of almost this tough bark substance around it, and they kind of just box off the disease. And it's just like, that disease is in its little box, it could stay there and stay away from the rest of me, and everything will be hunky-dory. And that's actually, most trees wouldn't naturally die of old age, except for what ultimately happens is their ability to box off disease as they age gets less and less effective, until eventually they just can't protect themselves anymore. Leaders is for liquids mainly? Yeah. Well, that was, I was trying to remember. We had L was like an actual unit in this game. There's some redwood you can drive a car through? Yep. Fun fact, liter of water is 1 kilogram are the same. Yeah. Liters is solid to do? Well, that does happen. For example, when you get into, like, solid rocket fuel, so, like, a physical substance, sometimes that'll be in liters. Even though it is a solid, it is not a liquid. But that's because liters is a measure of volume. At room temperature, yep. Okay, so we've got that. So we collect our 900 bucks, which is not much. And I'm not doing that wood transport mission. So we are running into the problem because we are in winter. There's just no contracts really available. Like you look at this, we plowed cultivated almost every field on the map. There is the cotton fields, I think, are coming up due to be replanted soon. No, the cotton fields are already replanted, so those are not available for me to work. And then we got over what are you? What is that bright green one? Green beans. So then the green beans, I don't know why those are planted. They'll probably be withered and dead. But regardless, it doesn't help me. There's not a contract to work on them, so we'll go down here, check the contracts one last time. Sorry about that. Alright. There is great demand in Goldcrest Valley. Well, that's lovely. I'm not in Goldcrest Valley. Here we go. Now I start having options again. So the danger we have is I only have 1 more month till I need the cedar. We have enough money for the cedar. So that's good news there. The downside is we harvest in August, which is only a couple months away, and I need to have 95,000 by that point. But with contracts starting to show up, we start getting some options here. So we got 2 fields that they want hoed. I'm going to assume that's the better tractor just because of the size of things. So you are going to go ahead and do both those fields. And you're going to... That's actually the better vehicle for dealing with that. Okay. So let's look here. So it looks like there are 2 fields next to each other just up the road to the left. Oh, and I should probably for all the people who popped in. So for those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, even though it's been quite a while, because I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in 1 character of 1 life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles on harder than apocalypse settings. That said, that record has been beaten, but I am a variety streamer. I play a whole range of games. We played a ton of like Project Zomboid in the past here, RimWorld. We've been doing lots of simulation games. We've done a ton of Factorio and Satisfactory lately. A lot of city builders, settlement builders. We did Planet Coaster Tycoon. We've done, honestly, all the Planet games. Why? Oh, I've once again gotten selected on the wrong thing, so open that up. Maybe get a smaller combine, even if not dedicated. Yeah, we've done a bunch of Far games. We've done a ton of Coral Island, and Stardew Valley and all that. Was Mr. Lamprey the one that beat it? Yes. Mr. Lamprey was the one who beat it. And they're the one who has the record, and honestly, I expect them to be the one who has the record forever. Because I said it... Oh, right. This is for, I believe... Yeah, the hoeing is something I'm unfamiliar with in this game. Like, this I don't remember doing the last time I played. And so it is throwing me, because I thought it might have been just a new thing for the spinach. But this is cotton. So it is one of those ones I'm kind of head scratching going, okay. Because I was always under the impression hoeing was kind of in line with, you know, when you're cultivating or plowing, like it's one of those things where you're turning up the soil in preparation for planting. But it's just one of those things with this where it's like, okay, it feels more like I'm aerating the soil. I got like little pokers and I'm just poking them into the dirt to let the air get to the root systems better. Does he wonder if oil seed is still the cheapest fertilizer in Farm Sim 25? No idea. Let's see, it depends. There are a few folks you've seen that might challenge it, but it's very time consuming, so it won't be a while. I mean, maybe. I haven't seen anyone who has gotten far enough that I think they would be a contender for it. Not from like a lack of play skill, like very genuinely, if you can live past 50,000 zombies in Project Zomboid, congratulations, you've got all the skill you need to set a record. After that point, it really is just time. Like there's just not much more to be said for it. It's just time. It's time and patience. Because you just basically have to keep repeating the same thing. And yeah, it's one of those things that one mistake and all goes. But that's where like the patience come in, like knowing that, oh, I'm getting tired, I need to stop for right now, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, genuinely that record, Lamprey beat my record, and I think basically played that game full time for a year just to catch up kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, me and Lamprey used to trade raids all the time because we had like opposing schedules. Like I would finish up my stream and be able to raid him and vice versa. I cannot tell at all if I've already done this field at all. Let's choose this. I still can't tell. It's running. Yeah, no, build 41, Lamprey's got it locked in. Let's see, Shivaris and Twisted Fire both got over 500k. And the top 10 are all over 150, so that depends. Yeah, and I know my current one is at like 170 or 180,000. I don't know, for me, I see like the 500k thing, I'm like, I can't possibly imagine putting in that time. Like, as someone who used to have the record, and people have asked me, it's like, so you're gonna go for the record? No. No. It belongs to Lamprey. He has more than earned it. And it isn't being like, no, I'm gonna do it if I put in the time. No, I can't put in the time. Like, I lack the patience to put in the time. Yeah, even Lamprey proclaimed, I'm free when he died. Yeah, no, I saw the clip, like, him dying and be like, I'm free! It's over! That's how long that is. Like, I genuinely felt like if he wasn't the one who currently had the record at that time, and was still alive at that time, I can only imagine he would have bounced way, way before that. I know I would have. But, like, having the record actively going, and also as a content creator, like, that's a huge draw for your chat, like, a huge draw for your channel. There is a very significant noticeable dip from when I was, like, at the peak with Project Zomboid having the world record, and that character died, and it just dropped. Like, a whole third of my audience gone. Like, overnight. Because I didn't have the world record. Like, and that's the thing, because I didn't have the world record run at the moment anymore. Which it's fine, like, I'm not upset about that. But it's just, trying to live in that space as a content creator is an extremely difficult and stressful thing. You don't think you'd survive one day in Project Zomboid when you first start? Probably not. That's not anything about player skill judgment. That is literally Project Zomboid. When you first start, do you know what you're going to do? You're going to die. What you're going to do after that? You're going to die some more. You know what you're going to do after that? You might kill a couple of zombies and get bitten, and then you're going to die. But little by little, you'll figure stuff out more and more, and then your average run's length will get a little longer. You survived one day. You didn't leave the house. Yeah. Like, it's my general advice for people trying to get into Project Zomboid who want to genuinely get into it. My advice for when you're first starting to play, just forget surviving. Just that idea, bundle up, put in the trash. It's not happening. If you want to have where you can actually enjoy the game and succeed, you know, without too much pain, it's find the first viable weapon. And I don't mean nice weapon. I mean something that is a step above, like, you know, a letter opener. Like anything that is not utter trash. Go out and pick a fight with some zombies. And your first goal is just to be able to kill a zombie without getting hurt. Once you've done that, get to where you can kill 2 or 3 zombies with a certain amount of reliability without getting hurt. And then after that, try taking on a whole rally group without getting hurt. And once you're in that spot where you can get into a fight and not just fall over dead, then you can start really probably thinking about living forever. Because otherwise you're living on borrowed time until you get stuck in a fight. Is Project Zomboid a roguelike? That depends on how you define roguelike. It is a game where the map is kind of set as in what the places are and the general type of loot you find there and all that kind of stuff. But loot itself is randomized. And while while the zombies have general, this is a higher density area and lower density area, they do have a randomization around them. There are also stuff like wrecked cars and all that kind of stuff. They'll be randomized what's there. And there's like event houses, so you'll have like a house that has like an abnormal type of loot in it because it's supposed to be like a story thing or whatever. That those are randomized. Sometimes like houses will be burnt down, that those are randomized. Project Zomboid is survival, pure and simple. I would definitely say it's way more survival than anything, but also low key. The survival elements of Project Zomboid and Build 41 are not actually its strong suit. At its core, Project Zomboid is a game about killing zombies and then playing in your sandbox. It does have survival elements of you need water, you need food. If you're playing with mods and all that, cold can become something life-threatening and that kind of stuff. And while these are all true, it's one of those things that once you learn how it works, surviving is not challenging. And I don't mean that in like, no, easy game. It's just once you have the knowledge of where you can find food and water and that, it can be very trivial. Like, genuinely, I have people's like, why aren't you getting loot when I played and all of that? And it's like, very, very literally, the only thing I need to survive forever is a sauce pot. And even the sauce pot isn't strictly necessary. Like, you can literally drink from the lake and live forever, if you don't mind your character being very upset with their existence. And you can forage for food until you get your weight too low, and by then you've found some seeds that you can farm, which will then let you fish. And honestly, you can even skip that. You can even ignore weight as a mechanic. You could literally just go out in the middle of the woods by a lake and fish. And just drink from the lake and fish and live forever. So like you don't need literally anything. There's a difficulty setting called no loot, which means there's physically no loot in the game outside what you pull from zombie bodies. And we did that until I got bored, which didn't take very long in that one. But you genuinely don't need anything to survive. Have I played Subnautica? Yep, I played on the channel twice. I believe it will be available, like it should be on the YouTube my last time I played. Now, none of that's to say, like, Project Zomboid bad game or anything like that. I've got, like, 3,000-something hours in it. It's just the point is, if you are looking for a proper survival game, the recommendation I usually give is The Long Dark. I personally am not a fan of Green Hell and, like, the really, like, trying to be hyper-realistic survival games. Because to me they're cartoonish in their hyper-realism, that it becomes more of a tedious chore than actually fun. Because it's like, you didn't brush your teeth on like this last night. You now have gingivitis. Now you have to find coal and make it activated charcoal, which doesn't actually work because charcoal's wood, but activated charcoal and rub it in your eyeball to make it go away. And you go, what? Huh? My character missed brushing their teeth one time. What is this? And it'll be like, we're hyper-realistic. So like Green Hell, famously, if you ever lay down in the ground, you get parasites, you get worms on you. It's like, I'm sorry, no, that's not real life. There's a risk in real life if you're like just sleeping somewhere in, you know, the woods, you might get like ringworm or whatever. But it's not like a guaranteed every single time. Was that about Green Hell? Yes. I'm exaggerating with Green Hell, but I found it to be the example of obnoxious for survival games. And I know there's people like, and don't let me yuck your yum, but my whole point is you're looking for a survival game that does very, very much feel like a good survival game. The Long Dark is really good. I know some people don't like The Long Dark either, but it's one of those ones that you're in the middle of nowhere, like Canada, like northern Canada. You get in a plane crash, and you're trying to survive. And so, you're not growing anything. It's the middle of winter in Canada. So you have to, like, get a hold of food and everything. And there's genuinely an algebra you do where you're like, okay, I can kill this rabbit. and that's meat. And I gotta drag it back home. But nutritionally, this rabbit, pretty much hot garbage. It really is not good. And so there's literally a cost of, for me to kill the rabbit, drag it back home, you know, skin it, cook it, do all these things, I am going to be burning X number of calories. And I'm only getting Y number of calories that may or may not be higher than I put into this back out. So there are those considerations where sometimes you see something that you can eat and be like, it's literally not worth my effort to do this. And at the same time, you do have like wolves and all that that'll hunt you, and bears, which I'm also thankful that the game does take the time to be like, hey, the animals in this game do not behave like real animals. Like, you're not going to step out in the wild and suddenly every animal in the area around you is going to actively hunt you if you get too close. Like, wolves will generally avoid people unless things are getting pretty grim. That they don't want anything to do with you. And it's bears, it's a little bit more hit and miss depending on the type of bear. There are some bears that are very curious animals who will check you out, and then there's some bears that want nothing to do with you. But the answer is, there are plenty of things you can do, like just to make noise and the bear goes away. But because it is a video game, those are your threat that, you know, you start noticing the wolf or the bear stalking your area, and you're like, ah, crap, I gotta deal with this. And, you know, because supplies are limited, running around with a rifle isn't necessarily going to be something you always have an option of. So when you got the big scary bear and you're running around with a pointy stick, you really don't want to deal with it. That bear is a real big threat in that moment. But, you know, so walking around on the map and running around and all of that is burning calories as well. So it very much is a balancing act of going, well, I need to get wood so I can make my fire, but that's a bunch of calories. I need a source of some good calories. Well, I could hunt these wolves, and they're relatively decent calories, but, you know, there is a danger in doing so. You can't just hoard everything half the time. Alright, so we got that field done. And the next field is right next door at here. Sounds too stressful to enjoy? Well, that's the thing. I mean, they've got difficulty settings. And so, like, the easier difficulty settings, it's mostly just being aware that what you're doing is not sustainable. And going, okay. It also is a thing that it does mean you can't just stay in one place and survive, which is something you can absolutely do in Project Zomboid. You do have to move around, because as you start hunting the things in the area, you know, you gotta go seek out more stuff. Let's see, you woke up early so you could play Final Fantasy 14. You forgot that the servers are down for the next 5 hours for scheduled maintenance. Aw, that's no fun. I haven't played an MMO in a while, but I definitely did that a number of times back when I did play them. But yeah, and like I said, I do know The Long Dark isn't for everyone, but if you're looking for a game that the survival is the focus, that is like The Long Dark is what I personally recommend. But that's, like I said, for me, games like Green Hell and Scum and those that they're like, no, we need to go all in on these survival mechanics. Make it hyper-realistic. I usually found very quickly they become more of a chore than a enjoyable experience for me. That you're like, I'm building the same stupid shed for the 80th time because I need to, you know, protect myself from the environment and get my little thing off the ground and have my fire to just not deal with all sorts of serious maladies, you know, versus like it being more gamble. And I understand why they got to do that. If you did try to make it realistic where it's like, okay, you drink the water and that can be dangerous, that you can get parasites if you're just drinking like water in the jungle. Like, don't do that, it's dangerous. But it's not you're going to sip and immediately you're going to be succumbed with like parasites and all that. It's going to be a thing that you roll the dice, maybe or maybe not works out, and you might be able to go weeks to months without a problem before you get that bad luck where you drink some tainted water and now you got parasites in you. But game-wise, if the game didn't challenge you for months of in-game time before you had a real threat. It would just be no fun. So they had those hyper-realistic mechanics, but then they squashed the time to being like, again, the meme being, you failed to brush your teeth and now you suddenly have this horrible dental problem. And so you find some really obscure way in the middle of the woods to solve it, like activating coal and shoving in your mouth somehow fixes gingivitis or a cavity, or, you know, you'd go in the forest and you get like a cavity, and so you have to get like a piece of jawbone to pry the tooth out of your head because somehow that makes it all better. Drank some tainted water 8 gameplay hours ago. Bad news, buddy, you're gonna die. Yeah, so it feels like that kind of thing, where they introduce realistic mechanics of things that you actually deal with, but they compress the time to be so short for the fact of trying to keep the game entertaining that you gotta deal with it regularly. And it just, unfortunately, it becomes, I wake up, I do thing X, I go to the next step, I do thing Y, I walk over here and do thing, you know, A, and then, you know, you collect this thing once every 5 days to do things B and C, and that's just your maintenance. And you get to the point where you're like, I'm so tired of doing this. And I don't mind repetitious gameplay if it feels meaningful and there's like a progression feeling. I'm literally playing a game where we are plowing fields back to back to back for a little extra money to buy some equipment. So repetition is fine if I feel like there's meaningful purpose behind it. I mean, hell, setting that world record, it was literally wake up, kill zombie, go to bed, wake up, kill zombie, go to bed. Maybe once an in-game week, I'd have to stop and have my character fish for a day. So that was certainly repetition. To be fair, that was what burned me out in that game. Was it eventually hit that point where you're like, you know what? I just don't want to do this. Because our current record character, which isn't the world record anymore, it's my personal best, which, like I said, is 170, 180,000, somewhere in that ballpark. I don't even know what it is because it doesn't. I don't care. That character's still alive. Yep, Venus Orozco, who is our character. Who, our in-game lore for that character is she is a fashionista who has survived the zombie apocalypse, and all she wants to do is have her fashionable clothes, which features a summer hat, some like I think it was like, what was it, a pantsuit, a summer hat, and like a frilly shirt with like the long sleeves. And then she does wear combat boots because she may be a fashionista, but she is practical. It is the zombie apocalypse. You know, you need the proper shoes. No heels in the zombie apocalypse. Compromise has got to be made. Has it been a while since you watched my streams? So, not a whole lot. Been doing some farm sim. Probably got caught immediately in ads just because bad timing. But if you didn't, been doing that. Been doing a lot of the factory automation games like Factorio, Satisfactory, simulations games still around. Still doing like Tycoon, bunch of that stuff. The fashionable but still functional to perform the needed curb stomps on the way. Yep. Stellaris, you just stomped the local purifiers, got cocky, and attacked my neighbor, who I didn't realize is a 10x my fleet power. Yep. Factorio was awesome. Are you doing the extended part after the solar system? Oh, of just trying to see how far you can go towards the Shattered Planet. I know I will definitely do that in my own time. I did mention earlier in the stream that basically what I'm kind of looking at in the short term on the channel is we're going to be doing a bunch of farm sim for one, because, you know, that's been a thing people have enjoyed on the channel for ages, and the new one's out, and I'm known in the community and all that, so probably should take advantage of all those things. But on top of that, there is a crafting survival game, and I use survival very lightly in this particular one. It's like Project Zomboid, that there are survival mechanics, but they're pretty trivial. But there's a crafting game. It's not a puzzle game, but it's kind of like you explore to find the next thing to get your progression, which is I Am Future. that's going into its 1.0 release, so it's done. We've checked out a lot of the early access builds, so I'll probably do that. That'll probably only take maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 streams to knock that out. Let's see, will you get a new save game or copy your current? Will you get a new save game or copy your current when Farm Sim 22 releases on Steam? So that depends. So what my intention is to keep playing this save file for right now until we start getting the mods for the maps for like No Man's Land's equivalent. And when I find a map that is a No Man's Land style map that looks good, that I'm excited about, then I will make a new save for that. But otherwise I'll just move my save over for the Steam version until that happens. Because what'll happen is the game will release, you'll have some mods that will likely literally drop within hours of it coming out. But the more complicated the mod is, likely the longer it'll take to trickle out. So I would expect stuff like the Super Strength mod. I expect that'll be out real quickly after the game drops. Like, if not immediately, very shortly after. Because that's literally just going into save file and just changing one configuration. Whereas I think when it comes to mods like Courseplay, which has like all the pathfinding and all that functionality built into it, I imagine that's going to be a lot more work for them to get it set up, because this is a new version of the game engine, so I will expect that to go a little bit farther. Yeah, no, there is a stretch goal in Factorio after you finish the solar system. It's not like a whole extra layer mechanic. It's kind of taking the space part you've already done and saying, but what if it just kept getting harder? But so you can wait for the wood-related quality of life mods. Yeah, so you get the idea. You're gonna have a bunch of mods that are gonna pop in, and some of those are gonna be good. Map mods are gonna be a little bit over the place. You're gonna have some that pop in immediately that they can just bring the map forward and no problem. And you're going to have some that they're going to be trying to take advantage of some of the new systems in the game. And as a result of that, there is going to be a delay before they have. And so what I'm looking for is I'm looking for a No Man's Land-esque map that is not specifically No Man's Land, because I've already done No Man's Land in plenty of the versions. So we're going to go ahead and we'll do the weeding. That looks like it's the bigger one, so we'll borrow this, because we are trying to get our money for the harvester. Because for those just tuning in, we did start with $0. I'm not allowed to take loans or leases for my own stuff. I am doing the leases for the contracts just for practicality's sake. When we do our Survivor Man Challenge, that will not be allowed. The Survivor Man Challenge, the way I play it, is I start with $0, a dream, and a chainsaw. I will give myself a segment of land because it's physically required to be able to do anything. And from there, on the harvest economy settings, we will build up. That does mean I will start the game out by chopping down any and all trees on the property just because it's literally the only way I can make money at that stage. And then I will choose some other way to make money. What way that is, I don't really know off the top of my head. That is one of those things I'm going to take like a quick peeky peek and a little bit of number crunching. It won't necessarily be doing whatever the meta is. It's going to be doing something that I can pretty quickly get into. Oh, I should have switched this over to you, so I could watch the lines. But yeah, so like for example, with the last time we did it, is I had the piece of property, I cut down the trees on the property. That gave me enough that I was able to build 2 greenhouses and get the basic equipment to run those greenhouses. What's the point of weeding an empty field? They're paying me. That's their choice. I don't even think there's crops in this field yet. Hey, if you want me to pay, like if you want to pay me to plow a field that's already been plowed, that's on you. I'm here to get paid, not here to judge. More than likely, the reality is Farm Sim does have a thing where after you've cultivated a field, weeds will start growing, and once you've weeded the field, it'll you've weeded the field, it's done. You don't have to like re-weed the field. Let's actually check to see what the status is of these. So technically this does have crops growing in it right now. So technically it is growing crops. I don't know what crops are growing in here, but it is a seeded field, and I'm supposedly using this thing. I don't think this thing would work without the weeds actually being grown, though. Like, I think you need at least something going on for this thing. I don't know mechanically how it works either. Like, obviously we're dragging it along the ground, but it's not leaving grooves in the ground like it's scraping along it. I don't see something that looks like sensors or something that's like detecting the differences in plants or whatever. Let's see, we'd show up the season after cultivating regardless of being planted. Yeah. What I'm trying to remember is if you plant, like, so if I cultivate, then weed, then plant, I'm trying to remember if because you planted it resets the weeds so that they show up again or not. Because for the most part, I didn't lean on doing the cultivating for a long time in the game. And by the time I did, I had this whole like process where I would cultivate, I would just leave the field the way it is. It resets the weeds? I thought so, because I would usually cultivate it, I'd just leave the field the way it is. You know, we'd get to the time where I need to seed, I would immediately follow it up with the herbicide to get rid of the weeds, and then follow up the herbicide with the fertilizer so that I'd get my 2 rounds of fertilizer and all that done. So basically the month I would seed, I would get all of the processes knocked out. Let's see, you don't like the No Man's Land map specifically because the wood chip sell value is still at the Farm Sim 17 prices, and you like doing poplar bales? Gotcha. Yeah, no, the weird thing I had with No Man's Land is if you buy the water from, like, the water tower, it was free, and, like, it came with a lot of modded buildings, like, they had their own modded greenhouse that was just silly, haha, I print money levels of money, like, it was hands down one of the single most lucrative things I've ever seen in the game. Some weeds sprout faster, that's the time when they're destroyed. Right. Like, I don't, this piece of machinery, I don't really get how it works, because, like, to me, that's just scraping hooks behind me. So I don't really understand how this deals with the weeds or not. I'm sure it does. It exists. It's a commercial piece of equipment designed for dealing with weeds. But also, mechanically, I don't get how it works relative to dealing with weeds versus other crops. I could see if it was a thing that you could... oh, I'm in the wrong row. I could see it being a thing if it was, like, spaced perfectly for whatever your lanes are, so you'd have, like, your lane of crops. And though you know, a space perfectly to go between the crops, so it would not disturb your crops, but it'd, like, tear up the soil all around it to get rid of the weeds. Yeah. I'm literally going to... so we have, it's hooking the roots of sprouting weeds before the cash crop is sprouted. Gotcha. So you seeded your field, but they're still basically in the seeding phase. They haven't germinated or anything like that. It's literally, you got your row of whatever seeds you dumped in your field and all that. And then you have this that's just churning up any roots that might have started between when you cultivated and seeded. Gotcha. Fair enough. Makes sense. How hard is this game? You have difficulty settings that you can change to help influence how difficult it is. I would not say that Farm Sim is a game that you go in and say, oh my god, it's such a difficult game, isn't it hard to succeed at all? It is a bit of a hard game in the sense that there is a pretty decent learning curve. That's the expected. Seeded field will also have deeper roots due to seed drilling, while the weeds will go on more of the surface level. Yeah, I could see that. That makes sense. That makes sense to me. I gotcha. But that's why I asked, because I was just kind of scratching my head going, I don't understand. Much easier than the previous versions. Well, yeah, no, we're, like, for Farm Sim in general, just having any level of basic success, you can literally just do contracts where you say, give me the machine to do the job, and you do the job. What makes it have a steep learning curve? So I can't speak for this version because we skipped the tutorial, because, you know, that's just the kind of intelligent decisions we make. Mostly the actual reality is because I played Farm Sim 22, and I have not been anticipating this being, like, a massive departure from that. So the only mechanics I don't really know on this one is the 5 or 6 new crops. They're going to have nuanced differences I'll have to learn. But it's when you first play the tutorial that they had in Farm Sim 22, was they basically be like, here's a field, go plow this field. And they would show you how to hook up your tractor to the plow and just drag it through the field. Cool. And then they go, okay, you plowed the field. Go harvest that field. And they give you a harvester, and you go harvest that field. Cool. Okay, there's this field. Go deliver the goods to this drop point. That's how you make money. Cool. Okay, congratulations, you're done. Have a good time. And so they teach you, like, mechanically the button pushes you need to do your job. But then if you don't happen to already know how this all works, you go, okay, I have a field. Where do I start? Do I seed first? Do I plow first? Do I cultivate first? I see all these things mentioning fertilizer, but, like, when do I do that? So it's just one of those things that the game doesn't really teach you those things. You know what? That's one thing to check. Do we have... You know what? I don't even think I saw the guide thing here. Ah, so you have a help section. Okay. So they have the help section. But the question is, do they walk you through this stuff? Yeah, so, and it could be that I'm not looking through all of this, but they have a lot of stuff here, which you got water buffalo, goats, sheep, chickens, horses, pigs, cows, and I guess just animals, the general concept. But, it does seem like they still have the thing where it's just like, you know, here are the different things you do, but figuring out when you need to do those is tricky. Some things that do help is this map. That doesn't, it's still not great in helping you do that. It's definitely one of those things that you do have to like figure out the very basic. You said this game teaches you the basics but not the finesse. To be honest, you prefer games that don't teach you the finesse, as it's stuff worth learning and all that to become a difference between a good player and just a player. I agree on some of that. I do feel for Farm Sims specifically, they don't even quite finish the basics. I cannot speak for the tutorial of this version of the game. I didn't do it. I probably should have. But if someone does the tutorial of this version of the game, it's going to have a different tutorial. I don't know how it is. But in the past versions of the game, the tutorial taught you mechanically how to do like 2-3 things and then just went. But like, knowing that I can get a bit better yield by rolling, or doing a bit better yield by doing this process versus that process, like those kind of things, that I don't mind you having to learn yourself, as long as there's a reasonable path to discovery. Like, it doesn't need to necessarily hold your hand. Like, it could be that you do contracts and you notice the contract is having you fertilize at a certain stage, and you go, wait a second. And then you start doing that and realize you get a better yield. Or you go to your field and you go, wait a second, I'm only at 50%, okay, but what's the right time to do it? That's fine. But, like, literally trying to start your crops, you're like, I bought this piece of property, I have no idea what to do. Let me try seeding it. And it goes, I'm sorry, you can't seed this. Like, it's just not available, it's not ready yet. Because you haven't, like, plowed or cultivated. You're going, what? When has the rice to be planted? April. April is for the rice. We plant in April and we harvest in August. But like, Like, oh yeah, the raw basics requires a minimal of plowing, plowing/cultivating, seeding the field, and harvesting the field. That's the minimum you need to know how to be successful. Everything beyond that becomes finesse. Agreed. Did you get early access? Yes. I am a Giant software partner. So like, because I streamed the game a whole lot, I've made content for the game. They gave me early access. For everyone else, the game is coming out in, like, what is it, like 8 hours? 5 hours? Let me check. I got the official information here of the start times. About 8 hours, I think. Yeah, it looks like it's about 8 hours. It's 8 a.m. my time is when it comes out, and it's about midnight right now. So you're most likely, unless you're going to bed right now or in like the next couple of hours, you're probably less than asleep till the game comes out. Unless you're going to bed next couple hours, which if you're in the US, you probably are. But for the rest of you who have already woken up in the future, unless you're all the way in New Zealand and you're like going like the future. You believe it drops midnight Australian East Coast daylight savings, 1 a.m. Yes, it is midnight New Zealand time on what would be the 13th. So yes, versus for the rest of us who, you know, if you're in the US, you're just starting to move into the 12th. It'll be around 8 a.m. to, what is it, like 2 p.m. or 8 a.m. till 11 a.m. US times. Do you know how to preload the game? I believe on Steam you just have to have purchased the game, and I believe where you'd normally have the play button, I believe it'll have like a preload option. And then if you download the game from, like, if you go to the store, they'll probably let you download the game from... There is no preload? Oh, I thought there was a preload. What, weren't other people able to preload the game? So the catch is there's a Steam version, and then there's a version from their store. I know at least one of those you were able to preload, because I remember people talking about it. Gotcha. You may not be able to preload the game then, unfortunately. But yeah. I don't recall it being a super large download, but I also have really good internet, so I also may just not have paid attention to it. Yeah, one thing to try is if you want to see if it can be preloaded, if Steam was already open, sometimes it won't refresh. You could try closing Steam and reopening Steam, and it might show up then. But yeah, the two different versions are, one is buying from the Giant software store directly, and then you get the install, like you install the game and everything, I believe, and then it will ask you for your CD key, which you won't have yet because it's not available yet, or you'll have and it won't let you activate. But Steam normally, and I can't speak for FarmSim, normally you'll get a preload button like the day or two or whatever before, and you can push the button and it'll just load it. Some games haven't been doing it because people have figured out how to crack some of those preloads to get in early. But I have no idea. I am fortunately in the privileged position that as a content creator who has been in this category a number of times, that I don't have to worry about those things. So I do apologize for not having the answer. It's just something I didn't really consider or look up because it doesn't affect me, so I don't think to look it up. It's been so long since you've seen a game offer preload. Yeah, no, I got you on that one. For me, I don't pre-order anything, so I don't ever have the option for preload. But yeah. No, I know they had a problem where, like, again, as I mentioned, people were finding ways that they would download the encrypted files that you get with the preload, and then when you hit the, like, it hits the time and you say, like, decrypt or whatever, it would do that, but people figured out how to circumvent that encryption, and so people were just getting the game early and all that. And I remember that being a big debacle, and that's going back 5, 6, 7 years, I think. You are not updating. Did I double back over a path? Let's see here. Yeah, so I can't see the weeds in the field. And we definitely have tire tracks through that spot. You think worked paths are gray? Yeah, but it's just this whole thing's the same color. Because we're at 94% done. So I'm assuming I skipped one of these paths. Oh, we're getting some. Can confirm you bought the game on Steam, no preload? Gotcha. Yeah, and it could be one version will let you preload, not the other. I don't know one way or the other, unfortunately. Alright, so we are getting credit going here, and I'm just... Ah, no, I see what you're talking about with the gray lines. I just saw the next line or two over there was white, and so I assumed they all were because I had just done it. That's good information. That's cool. I like that. That helps out a lot. That makes it so, like, if I ever have to, like, you know, something comes up, I'm playing the game and I have to take a break or whatever, and I'm just like, oh, where did I leave off? Oh man, I can't tell. And it's one of these processes here where it's not super obvious where you've been. So it's not like when you're harvesting and the crops are just straight up gone from an area. You're like, ah, clearly that's where I left off. Or your vehicle's parked right there. But you're doing one of these processes that just like cleans up the soil or like picks up stones or whatever. That, you know, takes you a hot minute to figure out. So we got a little bit more. We're gonna zip over here real fast. That's the reason I'm folding it up. You know, it's saved between the game. That's also fair. Yeah, I'm willing to bet if we follow this line, we'll get those last 2% and be done. That does make me wonder with some of these ones, because, like, it isn't... We talked about earlier that this isn't one of those things that, like, it compares the entire field or whatever and goes, ah, you've gotten this % done. There's some type of, like, marker waypoint system that says, okay, they covered the spot. To just be like, if you touch this spot here, it's kind of this area. I don't know specifically how it works, but you can finish fields where you have huge chunks missing out of them. Not huge, but fairly large chunks missing out of them. I could certainly see ways you could, like, make that work with all that. I'm also gonna try and check some information real fast. Yeah, so it sounds like you will not be able to preload the game from Steam, but you can preload the version from Giant Software, and if you're running like Xbox or something like that. That is what I'm seeing said in the official stuff. Assuming you bought your tractor? Yes, this is not my tractor though. This is one for a contract. But yeah, so the Steam version, they weren't able to preload it. Which, like I said, is probably due to the issue where with Steam games that you used to be able to preload, they did have a problem where people were able to just crack it the moment they preloaded it and just play the game days before you're supposed to be able to. And if you're wondering why that's a big deal, a lot of these different groups have all sorts of agreements with publishers and different platforms that, oh, this game will be released at this time and this day and this here, and releasing them early or later or stuff like that can get them in trouble for not adhering to their contracts. Now, I have no idea what Farm Sim has with any of that, but that's a thing that does happen. That just like dropping a game earlier when you have an agreement with a publisher can really get you in trouble with your publisher versus your contract or whatever. Now, that said, it could be that just Steam just said, okay, we're no longer doing preloads entirely because of it. I have no idea. I'm not a game developer that has like ever published a game on Steam or anything like that. But yeah, so it does sound like if you bought it through their store thing. That's the only... If only Steam didn't make it so silly easy to capture date time check validation. That's very genuinely, when you look at Steam and a lot of this stuff, a lot of the communication with the Steam servers is really not great. Like the fact that we have like the achievement unlocker because just there's no security on the API related to that, so you can just go and be like, yeah, I totally got this achievement. Seems like, okay. Not that I actually care about anyone unlocking their achievements. It's just one of those signs. I once again am learning that I should not cut through this alley. What am I catching on where? Ah, it's a little metal bracket on this. We use the old detach, reattach. Oh, this is gonna be a problem. Oh, no, it's not. Huh? You went right through that sign. There, perfect. Let's see, some achievements are possible. You do not condone what those folks do. Break ZPL. Oh yeah, no, for the record, I don't have a problem with people unlocking achievements, like forcing them themselves, because you can always cheat the game anyways. But it's more that you've got this system set up, and there's like nothing preventing it from being abused. Now granted, it's unlocking achievements, so it's not that big a deal. Heavy cone? Yeah. Remains the one achievement, the Stanley Parable, that you have to cheat to get. I was trying to remember what that one was, because it wasn't cheat as in the Oh, it got switched back to AI worker. It wasn't cheat as in like use the Steam unlocker or some like, I think you had to like edit a file. No, that's not the 10-year achievement. There was an achievement that was there was an achievement, yeah, it was editing console. Yeah, so I couldn't remember if it was that or you had to go into a config file and say, like, achievement unlocked, yes, or something like that. But it was a meme that it was in, like, the files that you could just unlock it. You just had to do it. Your favorite game dev side quest is putting locked hidden achievements into the game on Steam and then alerting on gameplay for those who cheat in the fun and trolly ways. Yeah. Vampire Survivor has achievement like that? Yep. Yeah, no, those ones are fine as long as it's reasonable to be able to unlock them. Like, even if it is, you know, quote-unquote cheating, but, like, that's the whole idea. Like, that's fine for me for the meme of it. And, like, they did the whole thing where you're supposed to not play the game for, like, 5 years or whatever it was, and then play the game. That's a kind of achievement I'm like, yeah, I'm totally just faking out my clock. Any achievement that is just, like, play the game for X hours and it's not a reasonable amount. Like, it's fine. Like, if a game, like, a playthrough is 100 hours and it's, like, the achievement's 50 hours or 10 hours, where it's like, cool, that's fine. But if it's one of those ones where, like, you know, it's like one of the Call of Duties, it was something like, play as like 10,000 matches or something, and someone went, hey, just to be clear, you have to start and finish the map to qualify. And the shortest game type, which was Team Deathmatch, I think was something like that, that if you all just run at each other and immediately die as fast as you can, between all the stuff involved, the typical match is going to take you somewhere in the area of like upwards of like 4 or 5 minutes per match to get it all set up in and done. And it goes into do those 10,000 matches or whatever it was. To do that, it would require you no less than end up being like 60,000 minutes of life or whatever to do that. And like they did the calculation, it ended up being like literally like somewhere in the area of like 8,000 or 9,000 hours played. And it goes, and this is assuming you're doing this efficiently. If you're playing some of these other modes like the capture the flag and all that take way longer, you have to compound that time out. And they're like, or you should absolutely just cheat past this thing because seriously, what the heck? Yeah, so I'm definitely in the team, like, those, what is this achievement? Time. What is it? Just time, nothing else. Unless that time is very reasonable, I am 100% down with, like, faking the clock, getting past it, or just saying, to heck with that achievement. Because that to me is like, alright, but that's not achievement to me. Like, an achievement is like, did you accomplish? Did you beat this boss? Did you beat this boss while deliberately putting yourself under this debuff effect? Did you finish this, in an unusual sequence of events, where you did the part you're supposed to later first? Did you manage to bypass an entire segment of the game? Did you find the hidden Easter egg? Those are challenges. Those are things that are fun and interesting. And you usually have some achievements that are literally just the progression of the game. Get a decent win streak or something like that. Those are reasonable achievements. But the ones that's like literally, what is it? Just time. Like, this is garbage. Stop being lazy. I also have mixed feelings. Like, if I'm us with the with Farm Sim, the achievement system in here is always a mixed thing. I feel like the achievements in the game are good for what you have to do to earn them. Find, like, the hidden thing. Get a bunch of the different crops and grow them. Raise the livestock. Like, they get you to do the many different systems. My only gripe, and it is a actually decent-sized gripe, is that all of the names and the descriptions of the achievements are very cryptic. They'll be like, had a nice day, and you're like, what does that mean? Why do I have this? What did I do to earn this? And so it just means in practice, what I end up doing is when I start doing the achievement hunting for the game, is I pull up Google and I say Farm Simulator, whatever achievements, and I look down the list and go like, what do you actually have to do to unlock these? Because when you achievement chase, you want to actually chase the achievements. You don't want to arbitrarily run into them and then miss one because you just didn't happen to think of a certain combination of things to do. Like, I think having the fun names, that's fine. Give them the silly fun names, but then in the description say, like, everyone has their day, or whatever it is, and then the description says, you pet the dog. And then I just gotta figure out how to pet the dog. Like, let me figure out that part. And I'm also okay with achievements that are hidden things. Like, on one of the maps, like, I'm okay if there's an achievement that they don't really tell you what it is, like, the hidden thing. And you go to the achievement and you find, like, a jukebox, tucked away that you can, like, push the button and it plays music. That's fine, too. Because the fact that it's a hidden thing is the whole point. But stuff like, hidden thing, harvest a crop. What? Okay, so we got some more money there. We got 2 fields for hoeing again. So borrow that. Accept this. And we're doing really good. Making some serious cash right now. For where we're at in the game, I mean. Later on, this will be nothing. But serious cash for the stage of the game we're going in. Going back was fun, though. Oh, yeah. That was, I did the original Stanley Parable. I can't remember if I got all the achievements. I think I got all the achievements in the first one. I don't remember if I did or didn't. And then they had, like, the DLC or whatever, and that was wonderful. It was still the base game, but they, like, you know, had extra stuff to it. But I just love, like, the self-awareness of the game for the industry of, you know, it's the Stanley Parable. I can't remember if they called it, like, Deluxe Edition or Special Edition or whatever. It's like, it's the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition. He goes, wait, this is it? It's just an extra room? It doesn't even look done. I was like, oh, the number of games that fall into that. You're telling me I spent an extra 10 pounds on this? This is a ripoff. They should be ashamed of themselves. For anyone who's not played the Stanley Parable, it is a good time. It is a game that, like, it doesn't have replayability. It has replayability in the fact that there are a bunch of different endings to discover, but it doesn't have replayability in the sense that once you've discovered those endings, there's not really a reason to circle back to replay the endings. That said, it is very easy to miss lots of really good dialogue, but I mean, I don't know, for me personally, it was hard to be like, let me just try every combination of things and see if I can't get every dialogue. Like, I went through and I would just try a whole bunch of different stuff. But, like, once I had finished an ending, I wouldn't repeat the ending, like, 2-3 times to see if I could get, like, a couple different lines or whatever. Yeah, so the hoeing thing in the game, this feels like a really good mission type if you're trying to make money quickly, because we do get to do the line, which is a fairly decent-sized line at 15 miles an hour. So it's not quite as fast as, say, like, fertilizing. But all things considered, that's a relatively fast thing. It's not like some of the things where you have the harvester that's only 6 meters wide and goes at, like, 8 miles an hour. This feels like it goes pretty well. Alright, chat. For just random one-off question time, if right now you had the developer's ear for this game, and you're just like, alright, developers of Farm Sim, there is one crop that I have wanted to be in this game for a long time. I want this crop in this game that is not already here. And you choose like one type of crop that you'd like to see added to that game. Like added to Farm Sim, whether it's DLC or base thing. What crop or like thematically type of crop would you like to see? Are apples in the game? No. So the game technically has orchards in the sense that they do have olives and they do have grapes, but they do not have orchards in the sense of any type of fruit-bearing tree. You vote apples? Alfalfa? So you got yourself a nice leafy green there. Alfalfa would be a good one. That'd be a good one also because alfalfa's primary use is animal feed. No, wait, am I getting alfalfa mixed up with the other one? Mangoes? Mangoes would certainly be an interesting one. Not only a fruit tree bush thing, but like a very particular one. Those need to grow right along water edge, typically, or in very, very watered areas. It's a grazing hay and silage crop. Also good for rotations on fields, grows fast. Yeah, now as I remember farmers where I saw that they were growing alfalfa. The main thing for it was for animal feed. Like as far as what they're doing, are grapes in the game? Yes, they do have grapes in the game already. Both they introduced them in a DLC in 22, and then they are available in the base game in actually was it a DLC in 22? Either way, they're in the game in 25 as well. 22 they were genuinely one of the more particular crops to deal with that the AI didn't handle them particularly well, and so they could be a little bit tricky to do. Because the harvester runs where like you'd have the row of grapes, you have the machine that kind of goes like if the microphone here is the row of grapes, the machine kind of goes over the top of it. Grapes are base game 22? Gotcha. Barley, they have barley. I think for me personally, it's not even a specific crop I would want. I would love to see orchards as in tree orchards, like I don't care if it's walnuts, pecans, apples, pears, oranges. Like I don't care like what the actual crop is, but I would love to see like a proper tree-based orchard. And I know I say this every time, because some of those get wild, the equipment they go into. Like a lot of the nut tree style orchards, the way you actually like the planting is pretty straightforward. It'd honestly be a lot like the poplar in the game, where you just have this thing that goes through and it like shoves the tree down in the area. If they really wanted to go hard, they could do like the grafting thing where you plant the tree, you cut the tree off, and you put another tree on top and you graft it. I wouldn't necessarily want to go that far. Like, you could just have it labeled as grafted or whatever, and that'd be good enough. But just the whole thing where you plant the tree and all that, you would need your specialized stuff for doing, like, the fertilizer and the treating and everything, that you have to, like, go through, like, the narrow passages between your trees and whatever. That's fine. But it's like the harvesting machines for a lot of those get to be, like, really ridiculous. They have carrots. They have rice. Rice is actually the new one to this game. Carrots was the last DLC for the previous game, but it's still here. They did add, I believe it was carrots, parsnip, and red beets, I want to say were the additions. I can't remember if it was red beet. No, it was red beets because the sugar beets were already in. But yeah, they have rice and long rice. Yeah, there are a few apple tree mods in 22, but they work like greenhouses. You need to water them, the apple spawn crates. Yeah, no, but I'm talking like a proper thing where we get the machinery. I don't know the harvesting machinery for apples. Like, I know a lot of places hand harvest, but like I do know for a lot of nut trees, they use a thing that's just basically a hydraulic grabbing device that it just goes up to the base of the tree, it grabs the trunk of the tree, and it gives them a good shake. So it's just like thunk. And then it moves on to the next tree, and it grabs the next tree, and it shakes the tree. And it goes on the next tree, and it grabs the next tree, and it shakes the tree. And all the nuts fall down. And then they have a second machine that's a glorified broom. It just brooms them into the center of the lane, and then you just scoop up all the nuts. You take them back to wherever they're going to go, and they get all washed off, and all that stuff. Like the olive harvester in 22. Well, the olive harvester, it goes over top of it, and you have the thing in the middle, and it just like cuts the stuff off of it. This one doesn't go over top of it. It just kind of goes in between it, and it grabs the base of the tree and shakes the trees. That's for the nuts. I don't know how you do apples. I know they experimented with ones that got sensors that detect them, and it grabs and pulls them down. I don't know if those actually became like the commercially viable harvesting machinery, because I do know there are machinery for a lot of those crops. It's just as expensive as it is, if you're not like a giant place, a lot of them still just turn back to, we just hired 22 people to walk around the field and pick a whole lot of stuff. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Like, I know that's very common of citrus, is for a lot of them there is machinery to harvest citrus. But generally speaking, unless you're talking a astronomically large farm, you're just going to hire a team of people to run around your field because it's going to take, you know, literal decades to pay off that machine compared to just keeping a bunch of people doing manual labor. Yeah, no, I'd be curious to see what the, like that goes. And that's, like, I'd be totally fine if it was literally just the, pecans, walnuts, all that stuff. But just be a very different crop. Now, granted, I feel like in practice of gameplay mechanic, you would drive up to it, you'd hit a button to, like, lower the arms. You know, you'd have another button that grabs it. And it could even be, like, the same thing. It goes up and it just grabs that's there. And it shakes it, and you have to drive on to the next one. So it would be a slow process harvesting. Like, maybe they do have where it can drive through and grab and all that, I don't know. Alright, so we missed some lanes. But yeah, no, it'd be a very different crop, because we've got some leafy greens now. I mean, I could also see them doing stuff like, just because of my own personal experiences, I would love to see them do strawberries, but not in the greenhouse. Because that, to me, feels like it'd be right up the alley for the kind of things they would do. Because the only difference is on the initial stage, you have, like, this big weight with, like, kind of a trough setup. So it lowers that down, and it makes this big groove of dirt. And then you have a second machine that comes in behind it, basically puts this glorified plastic wrap over it, and then you punch a hole in it with the seed. You know, put the seed in, and it just sits there later, and then you harvest it. Field tomato harvesters exist too? Yeah, I could go for, like, field tomatoes. So take some of those crops that we currently have in the greenhouse. You know, still let them be in the greenhouse, sure. But if you want to have, like, proper high yields, you could have a field of tomatoes or a field of peppers or a field of whatever, and use the respective machinery for that. You know, all those would be like sunflowers. They do have sunflowers already as well. That is literally a base game crop too. You really want to harvest onions? Yeah, so they added spring onions in this one in the greenhouse. I could also go for, like, onions in a field. And that one could be fun if they wanted to do for something special. Hey, devs, I can show you a place where you can learn a lot of fun stuff about the harvesting of onions and strawberries in the same place. Yeah, we got this place called Plant City in Florida. It's nowhere near where I'm at, but I have no problem going over there. And we can check that out, and I can show you where you can sister crop onions and all that. Hey, Mr. Nice Gamer, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you streaming today and all that good stuff? But welcome in, Raiders. I assume it's going to take you a moment to actually, like, be in here and respond as you're, like, ending your stream and doing all those things that you panic do at the last second.
Thank you, MRNICE Gamer 88 for subscribing for 36 months. 3 years.
Thank you, MRNICE Gamer 88. No, Mr. Nice Gamer. So much for the tier 1 sub. That's 3 years you have been subbed to the channel. I do believe, I always forget if it's you or Poity. I think you might have the longest running sub. But it was between the two of you, like, who had the longest running sub on the channel. But that's hecking ridiculous. 3 whole years you've been subbed to the channel. The 2 Point Hospital and 2 Products. Oh, yeah, no, I remember reading on it. Was it on, ooh, where did I see it? I saw that you mentioned you were going to play 2 Point Hospital today. Which I hope you had a good time with that. 2 Point Hospital is a lot of fun. Yeah, for those who don't know, Mr. Nice Gamer, absolutely fantastic content creator. On your Discord, that's probably where I saw it. But yeah, no, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole variety of stuff. Project Zomboid is one of the games that, like, that's kind of where I got to know them. Which, granted, when I say I got to know them, I'm pretty sure you hopped into my channel first. Like, I don't remember, you raided me one day, and then, like, it was right around the time I hit affiliate shortly after. Because, like I said, I think you may have been the very first one to sub to the channel if not the very first, you were... This isn't the right field. You were definitely in, like, the first 5 or 10. But, been around ever since. I hope things are going well for you, by the way. Yeah, you were one of the first. That's the thing. It's like, I don't know the exact who was literally the first. But I definitely remember, like, there's a handful of people I know who have been around here since pretty much the beginning of all that. Top 10 for sure? Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. But yeah, no, good time. So definitely check out Mr. Nice Gamer, like you said. Plays a variety of games, all that stuff. But yeah, you're back? Yeah, no, it's good to see you back. I hope everything went well, because I know you were doing your, like, your business adventure and all that. That was a short 10%. This is not a big field. And this is a relatively large hoe thing. Oh, a lot happened? Yeah, no, I remember I was able to keep up with it some, but then, you know, as business absorbed a lot of your time, as business do, that's just what business do, kind of fell behind in keeping in touch, which is on me. Get too in the weeds trying to keep up with everything. But hopefully a lot of good happened, and that was... pleased with the wood transport contract? Yeah, we'll probably do that, because that one's at least good money. And it's also not the really crap trailer, which is why we didn't do the other one. But yeah, for everyone popping in, it is... You know, I'm Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. But all that said, I do play a variety of games, and right now we're playing some Farming Simulator 25, which is not out yet. It comes out literally, we're down to like 7 hours or something like that. So we're in that home stretch before anyone who wants to play can play. I've been just fortunate enough that I am a Giants partner, so I got early access, and it's pretty cool. But it's a lot of fun. It's one of those games that from the outside you look at and go, why on earth would anyone want to play a game where literally I farm? And then you play and you go, oh, I understand now. Or it's just not your jam, which I guess fair. But there's definitely a number of games. 6 hours and 58 minutes, not that I'm counting. Oh, that's good. I appreciate that you're not counting, but you still yet have that level of precision. Thanks, well. But yeah, it's good to see everyone. Hey, Needs IG still has the moments. So it's interesting. So moments is getting depreciated, or has been depreciated. Like, I don't believe we can make new moments anymore on Twitch for a while now. But it is interesting that we still have the badges from it. So it's always fun when I see like the moments badge come by and I'd be like, oh yeah, that was from that time on this stream. Because we never did that many moments in general, which is like basically celebrating a big thing on the channel. So it was like, you know, breaking our personal best record in Project Zomboid when it was like over 100,000. Setting the world record was another one. Beating that record, like, you know, Mr. Lamprey had beaten that record proper, but beating our personal best. So we had stuff like that. We also had a couple for other games, like winning certain games and like getting certain ridiculous achievements or whatever. But that's been gone for a while. So it's always fun when you see like a moment badge came out. It's like, hey, this is a person who was here for that. It's kind of a bummer that moments didn't end up having like a stickiness to it, that like people just didn't use it enough for them to justify continuing it, because it was a really cool idea. I guess the problem was like making sure the thing that got a moment badge was something significant enough for like getting kind of like an exclusive badge or whatever, but also not making it so rare that you couldn't reasonably get it. I don't know. As well as ones that is like, oh, it's kind of weird that went away. All right, so we'll go ahead and we will turn in those two. Collect our money. And people wanted me to grab the wood transport quest. So grab our little van here, and the wood transport is where? Okay, so it's basically as far east as I can go. If I cut down to the city and cut through the city, that should get me right about the right area. But for those who don't know what's going on in the game, so this is Farm Simulator 25. The gist of the game is you run a farm, and you do the farming stuff, and you make money, and you do more farming stuff. It's basically, it's not quite a tycoon game, it's a simulation game, but you get the idea. You're running a business and you're just trying to make it bigger and more impressive as things go along. In this particular case, the game hasn't quite released yet, so the mods aren't available, so I can't do a bunch of fun custom maps or anything quite yet. So we are playing one of the maps that came with the game, which this is, it's non-specific Eastern Asia. That a lot of people have been saying it's Japan, but the name is technically Indonesian. But it's somewhere in that area. But we are playing where I started with $0, and I've been disallowing myself from taking any kind of loans or any type of stuff like that, and just trying to make it work. And having fun with that. Was this a tunnel over here? I never checked. We'll just drive over the bike lane, it's fine. I got permission. But, so the idea behind the game is you try and make money. Right now I'm doing contracts. Oh, I see that U-turn, buddy. Definitely someone who pulled into that expressway the wrong way. Okay, so let's just go. That is a real narrow highway. Alright, that's fine. You love the signs in town, so cheeky. Oh no. Where's my exit? Where is an exit? I didn't realize I was committing to quite this much. Hey dude, that is just picking on about your U-turn? I understand. Jump out? I need the vehicle. Well. This is not where we wanted to be, but it is where we are. So note to self, unless I want to be on the other side of the map, don't touch the highway. We're going to Australia? Pretty much. So what we've learned is that tunnel takes us directly onto the highway. So if I am trying to go from like the downtown area to the temple or something, that actually is a really good route for that. Little narrow for this truck, especially if we load it up, but could be worse. Yeah, so this particular contract, they basically got a bunch of cut up logs and they need someone to move it. So we're gonna go ahead and do that real fast. But they do have a whole bunch of contracts for if you don't want to run your own stuff. But the idea is generally, after you've done contracts for a little while or whatever, or if you just start with more money, you can use the money to then buy like a field and all that. You need to cut here? No, I'm not cutting. I'm picking stuff up. All right. One thing I haven't tried, which I'm assuming won't do anything. What happens if I try and do the worker? No. I didn't think it was going to work. I was curious if the worker was going to be able to manage that for us, because that would be interesting. Can you go rice on all the maps, or just the H1? Any map. Farm Sim has never had it where like certain maps are ineligible for crops entirely. Or, I don't even think they've had it where certain maps crops grow better or worse. I think they have had it where different maps, the price is a little different. Could you, there we go. Picking up all 5, the entire vehicle was leaning over. Like, the price is very map to map, if I'm not mistaken. But nothing like this crop is unavailable here or whatever. They don't even do a thing where like, oh, this crop is not native here, make sure you use your greenhouse. Nothing like that. Alright, that's the first set. People are either really into dealing with the lumber or they really hate the lumber. Just because this is a lot of like manual motion. So you wonder how long it will take to get a bigger rice harvester? Because the base game 1 is like 2 width. We can cover 2 an hour. Well, right, but rice fields are generally small in the game. You'll probably have someone will mod one in that could do like 12 meters wide or some nonsense like that. Alright. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of that in the game where you'll have certain crops you're just like, you know what? I don't enjoy that crop. That's totally fair. Like I know the parsnips and carrots and all that was a particular crop that people were very all over the board on how they felt about it. Alright, this is more than I should be lifting. We are leaning very hard on that stand. Beets. 12 meter for normal rice, too unrealistic for you? Yeah, that's fine. But that's mod territory. That's what it's talking about. It's good to have those as options for mods where you're like, you know what? Don't care if realistic. Gonna mod. Alright, we're dealing with that thing again where... Yeah, so these are gonna set down not quite right. I'm gonna try to straighten them out, but I think that many is not gonna cooperate with me. Yeah, it's not gonna cooperate. That's fine. How does this actually work? Oh, the claw machine? So if I hold left mouse button, you can actually see the controls over there. It actually gives you an idea. Left mouse button, left and right, up and down. Right mouse button, up and down. Both mouse buttons, left and right, up and down. So it is a lot of controls, which is why people have very different opinions on that. Oh, you followed that? You had floating logs attached to the ground logs? Yeah, so it does seem like they've been very sparing in this version of the game on the logs. The last one, the logs were not as sparing in Farming Sim 22, and it made picking up logs pretty obnoxious at times. Because you'd pick up the logs, one would start to get loose, and then you'd lose the entire thing, and you'd do that like 2 or 3 times in a row and just get frustrated. So the answer was you did not use this style machine for it. You got stuff like the high lifter, or there was a front loader you could use, or use something like that where you didn't have to worry about that issue. You wonder if this would be easier with the controller? This, yes. I would imagine dealing with this kind of stuff would certainly be easier with a controller. I wouldn't say most of the game is easier with a controller, but I would guess this particular mechanic right here is probably easier with the controller. Just because, you know, when you want to turn left, instead of having to, like, move your mouse, pick it up, spin it to the side, move your mouse again, pick it up, spin it to the side, like, you know, doing the whole, like, pawing with your mouse on the pad the whole time. Or cranking the sensitivity or whatever, which you can do, and it does, I believe, have separate sensitivity settings. Instead of having so many different axes and controls and all that you could do, the controller, you would have one stick that operates one of the two axes and one that does the other. And then probably just, like, a close and open button. Yeah, mouse go burr. I probably do need to adjust the sensitivity of the mouse here. Let's take a quick look at that. Controls. Vehicles, let's see. Yeah, I don't see the sensitivity options. I know they have them. Why did you map that to Y? Whatever. It might be... Oh, was that, It might be one of those things that there's a bunch of options that you can only change from the front screen. You've heard change the DPI in the mouse? Yeah, I'm down to change the DPI in the mouse. But for right now, because the game itself has multiple things that I would want different sensitivities, I would want to do it in the game so I can adjust that per item. Just because I'm not someone who wants to sit here and change my DPI constantly. Okay, so we can put that tool away. Yeah, that's what I think, is I think it's a main menu. I do wish those were available in the game, like, in this part, and I wouldn't have to go to the main menu. Okay, so we are going to the carpenter in town, so let's go ahead and get that going. Yeah, so we loaded up all those logs of the crane, and then we hit, I believe it's, what would it be in Korea? My keyboard, it's N. But, it would be on your right home row, 2 over from the divot for your home row. But it just throws, it throws, what are these called again? Winches over your logs to, like, strap them down so they don't go anywhere. Which is interesting is the gimmick was in the last farm sim, when you did, like, the straps over the top of it, it basically locked those in to be physics disabled, so they're just part of your truck. So you could abuse those pretty badly. This one, it seems weirdly, like, cosmetically it's still physics enabled, but as far as, like, what ends up happening is, like, we pulled the arm directly through by adjusting it. It's just kind of one of those things that they stay locked in, but you still see them move around. And the idea is that way you don't have to, like, fuss with them constantly moving around, because some of the physics was getting pretty weird in the last one with the logs. They have, like, weird outliers. Let's see, well, to be fair, you have buttons in the mouse. Yeah, no, I have the thing in the, like, a lot of modern mice, you have a thing where you can up and down the DPI. Why is town so foggy? It's just a foggy day. How's the rice growing going? We have plowed it. We can afford the cedar. We actually need to buy the cedar tomorrow at the latest. And that is the wood transportation contract done. But we're trying to get money so we'll have the harvester on the other side. So we got 2 more fields that need hoeing and 2 more fields that need weeding. I'm probably going to... And there's a new wood transportation one I'm not going to worry about right now. Because I'm trying to not just repeat the exact same quest again and again. You're literally going to give me the same tools. I'm going to do the weeding next. It's relatively fast. And the pay is good. But yeah, so we're doing the work we can. I need about 45,000 or whatever it is for the cedar. And I need about 90-something thousand for the harvester. Yours has 12 buttons on the side. Mine has 12 buttons on the side. Your mouse wouldn't happen to be a G600, would it? Or a similar model? Let's see. I wonder if the rice harvester includes a header. It doesn't. It doesn't use a header at all. It's like it's specialized for this one purpose. It's the Razor one. Gotcha. So you just got the. You just got the other brand. But same idea. Let's see. If you're hoeing, aren't you weeding at the same time? I mean, maybe, but right now we're weeding these fields and we've been asked to hoe a different set of fields. So they're not the same fields I'm working on. All right. You know what I might do? Hey, AI. This one's yours, okay? I'm gonna go work on one of the other tasks we have. Like, I'll let you do this while I go and do the hoeing or whatever. You won't make nearly as much money because I'm hazing it over the AI, but we should still turn a pretty good profit. So AI. Excuse me? You having a moment there, AI? I guess we might be doing this one ourselves. Alright, well, we'll do this one ourselves, so never mind that. It's interesting that this had no problem, but for whatever reason the AI is like, I don't detect the field, I don't know what to do. There were a few things in the past one where the AI would struggle where it didn't know when you're at a field or not. That's the first time we've run into that on this this version. Okay. So we do actually have a couple of things on sale right now. None that I'm gonna buy, but like that one's not bad if we were doing grass. Remember when you had to declare the fields with courseplay? You don't think they declared all the fields for their version of it? It could be that there is a field or two that is bugged. If that happens, that's the kind of stuff that'll probably get fixed relatively quickly. I fully anticipate, like any other game that just released, there will probably be like little edge cases like that that'll have to be sorted. We haven't run into many of those, but that is pretty typical a lot of these games. Well, I mean, a lot of games just in general, is they'll release and they'll be like, oh, that particular rock, the collision was turned off for a reason. This field, someone failed to map the navigation for it. And they'll do all that cleanup. Because that's the stuff that's really easy to get past QA, especially if they've been doing more and more and more and more testing, where you'll end up having gaps in your QA process that you'll either written off that you tested it, but then there's a new version that it gets broken in and yada yada. Maybe it's more like 431 header field's too big. Yeah. For the record, I'm really enjoying a lot of the improvements. We haven't had any of like the really cursed AI where the AI starts driving in circles and not reaching its goal, or trying to turn and immediately getting stuck in the very first thing it finds. You know, all those things that kind of became a meme in Farm Sim 22 that people immediately went through and you know, got course play or GPS or whatever. All right, chat, I'm gonna just take a quick minute to stretch my legs while this is going to the other end of the field, and I'll be right back. Just kind of feeling the legs a little bit angry being in the chair all day. So give me a moment. I'll be right back. Ah, we're doing good. Yep, that's how you work a tractor. Right up that pole. Alright. Let's see, for this game, you would check all the fields early access to not get negative reviews. Yeah, I mean, but that's kind of one of those things. Like, I'm pretty forgiving of a lot of that kind of stuff. There's definitely way worse stuff. Like, I would be fine with, oh, this one field doesn't work right and they gotta, you know, patch it later. Then I go to boot up the game and it immediately crashes me to desktop or reboots my computer or something because, like, there's some massive graphical glitch or whatever. Because very genuinely, that second thing has been kind of a common occurrence in not this series of games, but into a lot of games lately. That you get these, you know, AAA games that release and they're quite literally unplayable because they just don't run correctly unless you happen to have the exact hardware they tested on. The tractor has a farm to maintain. It's doing the best it can. I know, exactly. It's trying. It's fine. But yeah, so there's a whole thing with that. All right. Yeah, that's a whole pretty good thing with all that. Let me check one thing real fast. Okay. Just checking to see if what I saw was urgent or not. But yeah, so the next in-game day, we just need to get our seeder and all that. We did not get hardly any rice saplings, which does worry me. So it does make me wonder if for our farm, like literally I will need the rice saplings to go the entire year just to handle the field, which would be fine if that is the case. That actually would be a reasonable amount. But it does mean I will need to buy saplings this particular year, which is fine, but that is going to cut very heavily into the profits we're going to get. The question is the sapling and each or more liters? Oh, I'm pretty sure it was liters. So it's 13 liters we have right now. Now I have no context of how many saplings that is. Like, if we're gonna go to plant our field and we're gonna instantly run out of saplings, or if it's gonna be one of those things that, you know, I'm gonna go plant the saplings, it's go like 2 inches and it's gonna be gone. We'll see where it goes. I think one of the answers will be like when I go to fill up the seeder, how full it gets. If I see that I go to fill up the seeder and it just goes up like 2%, then I know I'm in trouble. But like I said, that just means I'll have to buy the seed or the saplings. I think they're like $400 or $300 for a per container or whatever it is. And I don't know how many liters is in a container. That's actually probably a way we could answer ourselves. So if we look at the rice, so it's 450, and it gives me 24 pieces, which is non-liters. So who knows what the heck that means? We'll figure it out. But yeah, so we should be able to pretty quickly get our stuff planted. I'm trying to go out of my way to get ourselves knocked out for having the harvester, just to make sure we have our money for the next step. Because it is one of those things that if we don't have the harvester and we do everything else, we literally just lose everything. That the harvester failing to have that in time means we just throw away our crop because it rots in the water and all that. Sounds like we shall see. That's exactly what that means, is we shall see. We're gonna try it. It's gonna either go well or we're gonna have to buy some. I don't expect it to be bad like, worst case, we do have to buy the saplings. I would still anticipate we turn a profit. It's just, you know, maybe for the cost we're putting into it, maybe I get double back versus, like, a quarter back or an eighth back, all depending on how much I can manage to do myself versus all that. Alright, sorry about that. Just double check it's buyable. Yeah, no, I saw I could buy it. That's what it looked like, is that was the price for purchase. Let's see, you pre-bought the game. Steam says it's supposed to come out November 12th. It is currently November 12th, 12 a.m., and you still can't download it. Correct. It's coming out for everyone at the same time. It will be coming out at 8 a.m. EST. When you look at Steam, usually it'll sit there, it'll be like, it comes out on the 12th, and then underneath it'll say, like, 8 hours left or whatever. It'll, like, give you an actual time on how long it is. Maybe it's on the Storm page or wherever. But yeah, so depending on where you're located and what time it comes out, it's coming out what's considered relatively early morning, like 8 a.m. here in the U.S. to like early afternoon. If you're over in Europe, it'll be later in the evening. It's the same effective time of the day. It's just not time zone gapped. Everyone gets at the same time. And if you're in New Zealand, it's like literally like midnight. Yeah, so the game plans to unlock in approximately 6 hours from now. Yeah, I mean, I'm just happy they're not doing the time zone nonsense, where like you'll have one group of people who gets into the game and like literally hours earlier than everyone else, because that's always kind of a real big kind of thing and all that. Like it's always pretty upsetting when you see, like, everyone else in the world is playing, but you happen to be in one of the last time zones. You just gotta sit on your hands and wait your turn. So the fact is releasing all at the same time is fine. You're tempted to pre-order, kind of iffy on the price. Isn't the price... What is the price? If you do ! Steam, it should pop up. Because they gave me a key. I remember I looked up the price yesterday. I can't remember if it was like 35 or 45 or what it was. Here, I can do this. And then the bot should get back to me in a minute. 49 euro. Okay. So, the game what was the game I was looking up yesterday? I pulled up the price. It wasn't Factorio. Was it Factorio? Factorio was the one that's like 25, 30 bucks. Yeah, no, it's like, don't get me wrong. I'm not upset. I'm still planning on buying this. Because I have the not Steam version that they gave me, but I want the Steam version. So I will probably still buy it, even though technically I own it. Because I just want on heckin' Steam. But yeah, so it doesn't seem unreasonable for me. I could definitely see where people might see 50 bucks and be like, eesh, $50, I don't know about that. And that's fine. Like everyone's got like a different thing in the sand. Yeah, it was you looking up yesterday and the bot said 35. Now it's in euros. Yeah, I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a price difference. It may have had like a pre-order sale or something. Oh, please don't play audio. Okay. Like it may have had like a pre-order sale or something. It's worth it for Western European. You're Eastern European? Gotcha. Wouldn't people just VPN if that was the case? Chronic? Yeah, that's the whole thing. Is when they do the time zone nonsense, people do find ways to get around it to get into it early. And that's the reason why it's like, why bother doing it? And also, it's very frustrating if you don't want to take the time to like set up a VPN, point yourself at the other one. Because it's also a thing that usually goes by where you've registered your Steam account. If you're going through Steam. And like I said, people find ways around it, but it's just easier to be like, hey, you know, midnight this time, boom, the game's available for everyone. Don't do the rolling release. The only time the rolling release makes sense is like really big, massively multiplayer games, because then you're trying to just save your server from being slammed all at once and just buckling under the load. So you're just trying to get like a staggered group of people popping in. And then also, low-key, then usually what people do in the MMOs as well, is they make you pay extra to play it on its normal release time. And then everyone who doesn't pay extra, you get the delayed release time. You don't get to get in early, you get on the normal time, and everyone else gets to be the have-nots who get penalized because they're not willing to spend extra money for the same thing. And yes, they market the other way around, and it's garbage. Because the fact of the matter is, when they hit the go button, and people who paid for the game are starting to be able to get in there, that's the release time. Which is different from, like, content creators getting access to, like, stuff a day or two before. That's marketing. Because a lot of times they will have, like, you know, a fixed patch before it goes live for everyone else for these games. But yeah, when it's pay to get in early, And also, for the matter, if we were playing a competitive game, like an MMO, and content creators get in early, I also would argue that's scummy too. But in this case, this is not that kind of game. You're not gonna be like rushing to get through like the raid boss to get the world first, and then there being a prize pool associated with it and all that. One is to raise hype for the game, the other is get more sales, the other is for whales. Yep. Yeah, one is raising awareness to promote your game and get sales. The other one is trying to bleed a little bit more money out of your existing customers. One is a reasonable thing to do, the other is a pretty jerk thing to do. You're basically paying a surcharge for the same thing. The game looks good. You're considering it, buying it in 6 months when the bug fixes and the economy is adjusted. Plus, need some mods as always. Well, yeah, the mods are going to be a little bit delayed. You're going to have some that are going to come out almost instantly, and you're going to have some that are going to come out a little ways down the road, all depending on complexity it takes and the people making the mods and yada yada. As far as the economy adjusted and bugs fixed, so we have not really run into any meaningful bugs so far. The worst we've had was there is the stone picking contracts cannot be finished on this map because there's nowhere to drop off the stone on the map at the start. But honestly, most people don't like doing the stone picking, so. But we haven't had any too jarring of bugs that I can think of. Alright, where's the row we missed? And as far as the economy adjusted, I have no idea where, like, I honestly admittedly don't know what they do in regards to, like, tweaking the economy and yada yada in these games. Let's see, is Farm Sim 25 worthwhile upgrade? From the very little you've seen, it looks the same as 22 with better graphics. Oh, my friend. There is a lot happening here. Like, for example, I'm not running any mods. What do you see going on in the ground here? We do have steering assistance in the game now. That, like, I'm not paying a worker. It's not autopilot. It's just following. I forgot to put the tool down. That's on me. That's a little embarrassing. But yeah, so you don't have, like, full-on autopilot course play kind of stuff, but you do have a lot of those mechanics just baked into the game to begin with. There are 6 types of new crops between 2 types of rice, spinach, peas. We also have green beans, hot peppers, spring onions, multiple types of mushrooms for the greenhouses and all that. You've got terrain deformation. So if you look down here, this isn't just a texture on top of here anymore. Some of these are pretty mild. This is actually not a great field for it, but it actually does like dig into the field and make it sink in. If I find like a field that's wet, it really goes into it. We've got weather systems, including like tornadoes and all that kind of stuff going in. The water physics have been completely reworked. The physics on the vehicles is a bit tighter. So like if you remember in Farm Sim 22, if you got like that harvester, it's got like the big front, and you catch the front corner of that in the dirt because like, you know, the till kind of does this where it's like tilting these ways, you know, and it sticks there and then your harvester turns. This one, your harvester can be tipping one way and the head the other way, and that works. So there is, it's got both volumetric lighting and volumetric fog, which would be your graphics side of things that you were just mentioning. So it actually does have a lot it's doing. So it does bring quite a bit to the table. That said, when it comes to the mods, we are gonna have to wait a little bit of time. So the terrain deformation, so it's not a thing like SnowRunner where if I keep driving through here, it'll keep digging it deeper and deeper and deeper until you like bottom out your vehicle or whatever. But it is mostly an aesthetic thing. But, you know, it's a lot more meaningful than like in the past you just had like the dirt tread marks on the road that they were just dirt tread marks. Is the pre-order worth it? I genuinely can't answer that because they gave me the stuff that gave me the pre-order. And let me see if I can even remember what the pre-order items were. There was a harvester of some kind that I'm trying to remember what was. I mean, to me, generally, I don't pre-order there. Oh, it's a windrower? Yeah, it's like this weird backwards windrower that I think it was a windrower and a harvester kind of thing. But yeah, so it's this weird like it faces that way, and then you can pick it up and turn it around, and the tool goes here. So that's one of them. And then you also have, there was another vehicle, but neither of them I would look at and be like, oh yeah, no, that's just a meta, you just gotta go get it. Honestly, I actually appreciate, for the most part, Farm Sim has not been one of those games that the new DLC comes out and you just get the better version of everything. It's aesthetic that temporarily affects you. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that you get, like, you get 2 new vehicles, and that's a matter of, do you care? I am generally in the team that I don't really care about getting every tractor. I don't really care about getting every harvester or anything like that. That's fine. The graphics are good, but you're not a big fan of the physics? For builds, or for, you know, 25? Hey Neb, how's it going? Because as an example, buying a building costing 30k, but if you build yourself will cost 130k in some areas. You'd produce can go under the map. Bales could disappear. Some harvesters not working properly. By the way, what happened to precision farming? That's considered a mod in the first one. Most of that is going to show up after release, which is pretty standard. Like, and it might be one of those things that shows up very shortly after release. It might take a little while. I have no idea. Hey, Lambo guy, how's it going? And Reese Gaming and everyone else popping in. Where suddenly, I'm guessing YouTube's algorithm suddenly went, "Whoa, there's a person," because the viewership just exploded. YouTube's weird when it comes to the algorithm. Swathing gives plus 25% yield. Yeah. You feel positive about the game overall? Yeah, some harvester's not working properly. But yeah, no, I haven't run into any of that. I'm not saying those aren't bugs. All I'm saying is I personally haven't experienced any of it, so I don't doubt, like I've already made the comment that I suspect there will be one-off bugs, because we had one earlier that I went to a field and I went to put the AI on it, and then, you know, the AI went, oh, Jeff raid? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize raiding was a thing over on YouTube side, but welcome in. I wish I could say thank you for the raid, Jeff whoever. I apologize. You got raided by Jeff Fagnano. Thank you. Oh, I see. That's the reason why your name's highlighted. My apologies. I primarily stream on Twitch. So yeah, YouTube raid. I didn't realize that was a thing. So I primarily stream on Twitch, so as well as think that this is a first experience and all that for me. So thank you so much for, I'm struggling with your name, so I do apologize. Let's see, so is it Favignano? I'm ruining it, I do apologize. But all that said, people are crazy over the water physics, but honestly, it doesn't look super realistic to you. Just like a badly edited video. I mean, if you don't like the game, just don't play it, man. Like it's one of those things, like if people are upset about stuff, I mean, the water physics admittedly is kind of neutral to me as well. Like, they look fine, they look good to me. But yeah. But no, I appreciate the raid. Welcome in, raiders. It does mean a lot. But thank you. Let's see. Alright. Faviano. Thank you. I will try to get that right. If I get it wrong, please correct me. I would like to get it right. It'll take me a couple times to get it. But welcome in, raiders over on the YouTube side. I am Rual Storge. Well, first of all, if you're looking for farm sim, I'm assuming there's a farm sim raid, because I don't know how to deal with half of this. But I'm assuming it's a YouTube raid. But if I'm assuming you're playing Farm Sim 25. But yeah, for everyone popping over, I'll introduce myself. Then I'll do like the best I can for a shout out on that side. Faye, careful, Rual, don't do deals. Hey man, they seem nice. But with all that stuff, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games. I do primarily stream over on Twitch, though I do stream on both Twitch and YouTube and all that. That said, I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that now is 135,121 zombies killed. That said, that record has been beaten. But I am a variety streamer, and I do play a whole range of games. Good, he was playing some Farm Sim? Gotcha. So if you're looking for some more Farm Sim over on YouTube, you can go ahead and check out Favignano live over there and all that good stuff. But with all that said, I am a variety streamer, so I do play a whole variety of games. Lately we've been doing Farm Sim because we've done tons of Farm Sim here on the past in 22 and all that stuff. Plays GTA Roleplay. Gotcha. So also if you're looking for GTA Roleplay, Jeff also does that as well. But that said, I do play a whole range of games. So we've been doing like a lot of Satisfactory. We've done a lot of Factorio. We did some Planet Coaster 2 very recently, and we are doing some Farming Simulator 25 since this just released. So doing the whole juggle between all that. But yeah, so I am on multiple platforms, so if it does seem like I'm talking to people who aren't here, they're just on the other platform. I don't mind where you watch. All of it's the same to me. I do really appreciate it. Admittedly, my YouTube game is nowhere near as good as my Twitch game. Let's see, is the tractor autostrayer available on all tractors, old and new? Yes, I believe so. I believe it's just a mechanic in the game generally. So like, let's see, how many kills did you get in Project Zomboid on stream? 135,121 was what was the world record. My personal best is, I believe I'm at like 174,000 or 180,000, somewhere in that ballpark. It's not the world record though. The person who beat my record beat it by more than that amount, by a very large sum. The current world record holder is Mr. Lamprey UK, who was well into the 900,000s, and upon death yelled, "Freedom, I can finally stop." And that is a quote. Or if it's not a quote, it's very close. Because there's a point where it stops being fun when you get that high. People on Twitch being like, no, Rawls is ours. Rawls is ours. Yeah, no, it's alright. But yeah, no, I do appreciate that raid. It does mean a lot. Because like I said, I was blissfully unaware of raiding as a mechanic on YouTube. Wifey. Okay, you sleep well. I love you. My wife's heading to bed and all that. That's amazing. Yeah, that's been a while. That was almost 2 years ago. It would have been after Build 41. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That would have been after Build 41 released. Like however long it took me after Build 41 to get that score, and then we died in that. More of a Twitch thing? Yeah, more of a Twitch thing. Yeah, no, it's like rating is a really big deal on Twitch. Let's see. Mod idea, someone should make an auto-driven tractor. They had a John Deere videos where there's a tractor that drove a grain cart by itself over to the combine. All the guy had to do was open the app. And that happened in real life. Yeah, so you can already do that. You just hire an AI worker. And it just deletes your money. But I mean, okay, to be fair, it doesn't go quite to that length. But at the same time, to me, that's kind of in the area of mods. Of when you have it where, like, literally the game plays itself kind of thing. That's kind of the point where you're like, no, you know what? That should probably be mods. Because, like, there is a certain amount of, like, fully automating effect. Like, there are factories we have in real life that are fully 100% automated. That they just had a person sit at a control panel and just make sure nothing catches fire. And that's fine for in real life for efficiency and reducing labor costs and yada yada yada. But as a video game, if you're like, hey, this is our factory simulation game, and your job is like, you push go and then the factory runs itself entirely, not a whole lot of room for you, the player, to do much. Oh, we've already got that line done. That's fine. We'll just do a scuff turn here and it'll be okay. You could set that up with courseplay, and I don't know which mod is 80. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There was definitely a thing with courseplay. There was a couple of mods you could put together in Farming Simulator 22 Auto Drive. There's a couple things you could set up with Farming Simulator 22 that you could literally have all the trucks drive themselves around, and you just kind of configured it all. And there were people that was their way of playing, and that's totally fine. Like, don't let me ruin what's fun for you. Like, if you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing the game correctly. But that, to me, feels very mod territory. That's going to be pushing the very atypical. And that, like, sometimes having all of that in your game can be daunting, that the person sees the person playing that way. And it's like, oh yeah, this is just how you play the game. And they're like, nope. But as far as mods, you can do whatever the heck you want. That's the beauty of mods. So in the game, like, for example, Farming Simulator generally has never had the ability to produce alcohol in it. Like, you can't make wine, you can't make beer, you can't make those things. And there are reasons for that. That if they do that, they have to change their age rating for the game. Now it suddenly becomes something they cannot sell in certain markets, or they can only sell under certain restrictions in certain markets. And it becomes this whole thing. Now, by not doing it themselves and letting mods do that, suddenly they get to ignore all of those problems because you have modified their game to do what they want. You think for people who play solo, those mods give some quality of life? Oh no, I agree. Course play absolutely gives quality of life. My thought was being like, where you fully automate the game, where you kind of, set everything up and you just let it run. Like that, there's definitely a player base for that. But it is one of those things I feel like the developers probably wouldn't want to do all that. And I know you did mention the mod there. I think you already do have that, though. Like, not in 25. We don't even know what mods are going to get in 25 till it properly releases. Right now, the only two mods available are, we have the government subsidy mod, and then we have one of the vehicles you get from the pre-order is technically a mod in the way it's there. You download. It's downloadable content. But when the game comes out, we'll have a bunch of mods that drop almost instantly. And it will have other mods that do show up gradually as time goes on. So, make no sense to have billions of mods, which removes elements of challenges. Yeah, the McDon pack. Yep. The best case for that, in your opinion, is let me set up a field 1, 2, 3, 4 while I'm working on field 5. Yeah, but I feel like the AI workers, when you have the mods that, like, nowadays they're better, but when you have the AI workers in the past that were really bad at most jobs, it was one of those things you just pull up your tractor, say go to the next one, say go to the next one, say go, and you could go off and take care of the other field. And it ran itself relatively well. I will say there was definitely gaps in that where you know, for having the vehicle that follows next to your harvester to pick up stuff, I never really found a mod that wouldn't require a ton of configuration to do that. I know Courseplay kind of did that, but I never did find it particularly great. But that's kind of one of those things. I feel like with Farming Simulator, what ends up happening is once your farm gets to a certain scale, you end up, the way you play is you slow down time. Or you go into like how many days are there in a month and you increase the days in the month to give you more time to keep up. Autodrive does it nicely, it just struggles with rolling unload. Gotcha. Now you want to keep most of your fieldwork to yourself, let the logistics to the workers? Yeah. Well, they do give you some tools for that in the sense of being able to have like certain buildings automatically sell, certain buildings automatically distribute to the warehouses, certain buildings you have it just store up because you want to save it. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, granted, I still know that does mean when you go to move stuff, you got to take your vehicle, and you can choose to either play Forklift Simulator, which is not like, I enjoy that for a little while, and then I quickly burn out in that. So that's when you bring in Autoloader, and you just pull up to your warehouse and be like, get this, pull it all in. Hey, Snoot, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? But welcome in. For those who don't know, Snoot TV, absolutely fantastic creator over here on Twitch. Plays a whole range of stuff, like RimWorld and Project Zomboid, but what were we playing today? Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. Here. And according to Twitch, you were playing Just Chatting, and then RimWorld with Art Breaks. Going over your trip to Japan. I didn't know you went to Japan. I'm jealous. But, we are in non-specific Eastern Asia that a lot of people say, you know, is Japan, but the name is actually Indonesian, so... yeah, non-specific. It's an Indonesian name, but it does take references from, like, Japan and China and Indonesia. It's very non-specific. But yeah, for those who don't know Snoot TV, again, absolutely fantastic content creator. We have done collab with Snoot before, where we did the Not So Friendly Neighbors, where we did Project Zomboid, where we were all neighbors and we all wanted each other to die. But you know, murder is just uncouth, and we are better than that. So instead of straight up just clubbing someone with a crowbar, we more came up with creative ways to get people in danger that they would then die from. I didn't end up, when we did that, I don't believe I did anything that got Snoot in real danger. The one I do know that we got killed is we 100% murdered Brildane. Like, Brildane, we straight up murdered. I brought the entire neighborhood to Brildane's door and said, hi. You're so glad you didn't crawl through your base's windows? I'm so disappointed no one fell for that trap. For those who missed that, I set up my house where I very deliberately left a window that clearly looked vulnerable to go into, while having my door barricaded. So you clearly look like, oh, Rual over here missed a window. I'm gonna go sneak in there. And I put stuff in the front window's view that looked good. I think it was flamingos that, you know, people would want to steal. And the secret was, if you opened up the window and climbed in, which there was a blind so you couldn't see in, I had lined up all the furniture so you would walk across the top of the furniture not being allowed to get off, just because that's how the mechanics work, and it would drop you into a fire on the other side of the room. So you would walk across the entire room slowly over the tables until you reached the far side of the room and were dropped unceremoniously into a fire where you were pinned in. And unfortunately, nobody fell for it because no one was messing with my house the whole time. And then, you know, I had to like play the heavy-handed card to try and be like, hey man, I saw someone leave flamingos in there, which immediately made anyone I talked to be like, why is he telling me this? This is clearly a trap. I should have gone for Killadrix, because Killadrix would have definitely yes-anded that, and 100% walked into certain death. Which I would appreciate every moment of that. But instead I went for Digwood, and Digwood was like, This is sus as all get out. Because it was sus as all get out. Yeah, thank you for all those follows. Welcome to the stream. So what type of game is this? I believe I saw. So this is a simulation game. So there are a lot of simulation games that simulate types of work in the world. And you might look at that from a distance and go, why on earth would I play a game that is work? It's because it does the fun parts of the game and takes out all the not fun parts of the game. So in real life, where you get, dirt into every orifice of your body, many realized could not contain dirt, and we're being generous in saying dirt and, not the many other things that you can run into on farms, and dealing with the smell and the sweat and the soreness and the paperwork and all of the other stuff, and that you can do everything right and then still on the other side of it lose money because, the weather happens to be crappy that year. You instead go the other way with that. And thank you for all those follows. I probably shouldn't do another one of these in this in-game day because it's getting dark. But we are kind of on a race against the clock right now, where in one in-game day, I need to plant my rice. Because we are growing rice as our first crop. We're doing a challenge where we start with $0 and no loans allowed and no, we are leasing as part of the contract just because mechanically that's how it works. And I don't want to do the full Survivor Man challenge right this minute. So we got field 11. Where's your second field? Field 11 and 43. Okay. So those to the left. Standard rice. The long grain rice, from what it looks at, it almost looks like it works kind of like just wheat and all that. Whereas the standard rice is the one where you have, the bog and all that. Or the wetlands. Hey, could you not? Have you played the survival horror game, Signalis yet? No. You're gonna find I play very little horror games. I know Project Zomboid, a lot of people's like, this person likes horror games. I actually don't consider Zomboid a horror game in itself. I would call it thematically horror. But, I mean, while it does do the jump scare violin when you get too close to a zombie that you supposedly didn't see, which happens when you watch a zombie slowly approach the window, you turn to the side, and all that. Can I show you how the GPS works? Sure. I'm going to be doing that here in just a minute when I do this field over here. It probably won't work great on the little field because I'll be just doing too much turning, but I'll still show it. Let's see, the long grain rice appears to still have a planted in the rice, have to be planted in the rice paddy. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I noticed the long grain, it can use the regular seeder and the regular harvester. But yeah, so we got a little teeny tiny rice paddy, just because we are doing restart. Oh, and we're also on the worst economy settings, by the way. So if we pull up to this little field here, field number 11. Now, normally I could hit what would be H on most of your keyboards. I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, so it's different. So I could hit H and a worker would take this over. If I push and I hold it, I get the choice of using the AI worker, which we have these, which you have a little bit more control than we used to. Or I can do steering assist. So I can go here and say, I would like this just to be nothing but headlands. I can say, I don't want headlands. But I'm just going to leave it at the 1. It's fine. And we choose OK. So now with this, when I approach the field, you'll notice it puts this grid down here. Now the blue lines are showing me the width that this tool is going to cover. The yellow line tells me if I hit the key that would normally be for the worker, it will lock my course in on that. And the white lines are just other routes on our pattern. So I hit, that was the button that would make the worker go. And if I turn on cruise control, my tractor will follow that line. So I am hands off right now. And I'm pretty sure I did not lower my equipment, so I have to do that all over again because tools don't work if you don't turn them on. And then once you've done that row, it will take that line from being white to gray so that you know you've already done it. And I did the thing where I accidentally select the weight. And now I do this. Alright. So we'll do this all over again. I just wanted to extra demonstrate us all. But yeah, so now it's going to go ahead and do this, where it just follows the line. Now the catch is this isn't full-on autopilot. When I reach the end of this, it's just going to keep going in a straight line off the end of this until I tell it to stop. So then we would back up, turn over here, line up with the next one, get cruise control going, turn on the steering assist, and there you go. So it's kind of a halfway between making your workers do it and just doing it all yourself. Where it's like, you know, autopilot light. The advantage being is I don't have to pay a worker an hour's salary and just wipe myself economically because I'm on the hardest settings. You hit a traffic sign? Oh, no, don't worry. If we were keeping a score, it would not be a small number. We actually debated putting up a counter because, yeah. But yeah, so it's not quite as useful for really small fields because, as you can see, like, I'm just having to turn too fast. But you can imagine if I'm doing something like I'm using, you know, like a cotton harvester, which is not a particularly fast vehicle, and then I've got, you know, an 11-hectare field or something, like a really big field, that I could use that, and you'd put it on there, and you could sit there and, you know, do your shopping for other equipment, or watch a stream, or whatever else you got going on, that you can kind of just keep a little bit of an eye on the situation. Let's see, there was a counter for that. You don't think the chat would be able to keep up with it for a while? Completely forget the command? I mean, if I put a counter on it, the problem is I would go down, like, a street corner with the harvester and take out, like, 4 signs in quick succession, and just getting it to work right would be a whole thing. Let's say, as someone who did aircraft mechanic stuff for 11 years, you do appreciate the work games. It's like dipping your toes into the career field, and instead of having to go through the training and education and finding that you hate it, yourself working at planes kind of lets me turn off your brain and relax. Well, yeah, I absolutely agree with that. You can kind of get a light sampling of it. You know, it's not a truly authentic representation of the, you know, the situation, because your back doesn't hurt as much. Let's see, does the Farming Simulator 22 work and Sign Panel work with Farm Sim 25? Are the radio stations like Sim Radio or trucks? Yeah, so the radio stations are like American Truck Simulator and those kind of things, where you have like the radio you can tune into. It's got some like actual radio stations and all that. I would assume the steering wheel and panel work. I've not tried. I don't own one, so I cannot answer that with true honesty. I would be surprised if it doesn't work though, because looking at a lot of the controls, you know, like we have the AI worker, it's literally just pushing and holding the button as opposed to tapping it. So I would be surprised if it's not the same on that controller and all that. Yeah, your back does not appreciate the work. Yeah. Now the Rual flies. Let's see, that one guy who stole the aircraft and learned how to pilot by playing Flight Sim was crazy. Oh yeah, no, that's a whole thing. Because it's like, doing that is effectively like doing a test mode. Like it's like a person who reads about how to fly, but has never actually flown themselves. And for the record, I'm not using the in-game radio. It does play copyright unsafe music because it pulls up actual radio stations. So at first it's like, oh, here's this radio station. Hey, look, listen, like this happens to be some like Latin station that, you know, it's pretty bumping. Let's see what else they have. And then once the next one, it was REM, and I was like, oh, REM is 100% not copyright safe. And so I hit it again as like Rihanna next. I'm like, okay, hang on. Why is the VOD muted? Exactly. It's like, oh, wait a second. I 100% cannot play this on stream. What do you think of the new fog? I think it's good. I have a feeling you're going to have people be like, it's so unrealistic. It gets caught in the light and then you can't see through it. And you're like, yeah, that's fog. Here, let me help you out. That's fog. That's how it works. You shine your headlights into the fog and you see nothing. There is a reason there's this whole thing about not turning your high beams on in the fog. You see nothing. You see just soupy whiteness. Or grayness, depending on what the fog actually is. Let's see, if you invest about 10,000 euro, you can basically get a flight sim with flight sim. The kind that they train real pilots with. Yep. And fog lights just tell people where you are at the road. They don't actually help you see. Yeah. The goal is to let others know where you are, not to see through the fog, because unfortunately, reflection and refraction are things, and they're not your friend when you're trying to see. The only way to navigate fog is to go slower. Or to have things that light up around you to show you the things to not get in trouble with. I.e., lights on the sides of the roads, reflectors, other cars with lights and all that. Yeah, fog lights are I am here signals, correct. But yeah, like getting back to like the work versus simulation, like very genuinely when you're farming in real life, there are lots of part of the job that suck. Doing lots of paperwork sucks. Lifting heavy things day in and day out sucks. The many smells and substances you get exposed to again and again and again, many of which are quite unpleasant, sucks. Taking, instead of what's like 15-20 minutes to do like a full large field, that's your entire day, riding around a tractor going like this the whole time with a barely functional air conditioning in the summer heat, all while everything smells like manure. Sucks. And you get to skip all that. And you go, I'm doing this field, and I'm just blasting down the road. And if I run into something, I suddenly haven't destroyed hundreds of thousands of dollars of equipment. It just scratches the paint. The paperwork, the maintenance, the calculation of what moisture value you need to have your soybeans at. Yeah, like also taking the time with your like fertilizer and going, okay, what is the potassium, phosphate, and nitrogen balance of my soil? What is the potassium, phosphate, nitrogen balance of, that this corn requires? Okay, now it's time to go ahead and plunk all that down. Now let's go and redo all those checks to make sure that, we put down enough or whatever. Knowing with the calculations you should be right, but you never know when you might have a maintenance issue on your tractor that something is not putting out as much or as whatever, or you might just, sometimes you order bales of hay and they arrive and you're like, cool, time to feed my animals. Wait, this hay is all infested with some type of bug. Oh god, now these bugs are everywhere in my place and now I've got this to deal with. That is a thing that one of my friends who farms was telling me about, that she was all covered in bug bites because they got all these bales of hay that were full of garbage, and it was a bad time. Watching you to play about 3 hours convinced you to pre-order? Is there a code or something you can do to use on Steam to benefit you from your purchase? Sadly, no, not on Steam. If you buy it through their store, there is, but their store does not give you a Steam key. So if you want a separate executable off stream, I can give you something, but like I usually don't even bother advertising it because I know I personally prefer Steam, so I don't try to like get others to buy something that I wouldn't. Like I would totally buy it on Steam, and I do intend to buying a Steam because this version is not the Steam version. This version, the version from their store, which is the same game, just I double-click to open executable versus going through Steam. But I will most likely be buying the Steam version, separate of this, probably after stream, so that I have the Steam version going forward. I just prefer Steam for dealing with my games. This one does auto-update and everything, but I just prefer dealing with it on Steam. I like Steam. It's not to mention something breaks down in the field and it's like roughly three when you're plowing and not the heat, yeah. You're young enough that you don't have all that. Your father just makes you drive the tractor and lift a couple of bags. The cons are they're very small fields, take many hours. Yep. Well, that's the whole idea. Like real life farming, and that's not to be like don't become a farmer or anything. Like I don't know enough about farming professionally to even have an opinion on that. And there's people who love that job, and there's people who work the job, and it's because they can make money. It's not their favorite. But basically, the simulation games take all the parts of the job that people don't tend to enjoy and give you all the parts of the job that people do tend to enjoy. Or, for example, American Truck Simulator. So you hop into a big rig, and you drive all the way from like Memphis all the way to like San Francisco in your big rig long haul, or like, you know, Seattle. And in real life, that crap is like literally sitting in that thing for hours and hours and hours, where you're required to take breaks every X number of hours because it's not safe for you to drive extended periods of time without it. You've got to go by weighing stations, constantly double checking your load. You got to go and fill out the paperwork at every single weighing station, the delivery side, the side you picked up. Sometimes even when you just cross state borders, you will have paperwork at like the station there to be like, yes, this is what I'm hauling. Yes, this is something that is restricted in this state. No, I am not stopping in your state. And you got to do all of that paperwork and all of that stuff the entire time. And there's all sorts of risk of mechanical failure, even if you take all the time to make sure your stuff is maintained as best as possible. Sometimes things just fail. And all of that, you know, you get stuck on the side of the road all the time. Like if something happens, you get stuck on the side of the road, you gotta wait for the special tow truck that can handle dragging your big rig around. And it just sucks. Yeah, or we get you. But video games, good times. Was he storing flowers surprisingly dangerous? It goes up real easy. Oh yeah, no, that was, if you've ever seen a sawdust fire, that's terrifying. It's a fireball, not an explosion. But you wouldn't blame anyone witnessing it for calling it an explosion. It's just instantly like Hollywood. It's like literally how Hollywood does a lot of their fireballs is sawdust. Because it all burns bright. It spreads very quickly as it, you know, expands out rapidly because it's sawdust. It's super light and all that. You're also checking your seals on load to make sure nobody helped themselves to something while you slept. Yep. Flour doesn't fireball, it booms. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about flour one way or the other. Like, if you have sawdust in an enclosed space, it would be an explosion. Because that's what an explosion is rapidly expanding anything in a contained area, and then the contained area becomes somewhat less contained under a certain amount of pressure. Well, flour just resting burns. Flour distributed into the air explodes. Well, yeah, sawdust kind of erupts into the air and then bursts out. Unless it's like really matted down, like wet sawdust or whatever, or like it's very green sawdust, then I guess it might smolder. I don't know. I've never seen that burned. But like sawdust, like a dry powder sawdust, yeah, it does the same thing, that the heat from the fire causes it to spread, and so it just throws itself in the air in a big fireball. But that's a fireball, not an explosion. For an explosion, you have to have compressed area, because otherwise it's not an explosion, it's a fireball. Which are very similar phenomena, but one is way more dangerous than the other. Like, a fireball getting caught into it, you're getting burned really badly, and that's no fun. But you're probably not dealing with shrapnel and all that. With an explosion, whatever was containing the thing that is expanding, that container is now a massively dangerous thing, because that container has been breached and bits of it are probably airborne. Yeah, that would be the silo. Yep. Yeah, so that, yes, flour inside a silo would more than likely explode, I would assume. That checks out. Alright, so we're going to consider those the last two contracts for this in-game day, because it is heckin' dark. What are we missing out on? Anything super amazing? I'm not doing that transportation in the dark. Yeah, nuts. Honestly, with what we've got left, that's probably not a bad one to go back to our place and go to sleep. And the next in-game day, we are planting some heckin' rice. So we're going to visit our farmhouse and go to bed. All right. But yeah, that's a thing that, like, there's lots of different stuff testing. So we're good. We're doing pretty good. So what's going to happen now is, first, I'm going to see if anything's on sale. Be rice stuff. Nope, no luck. All right, so the first thing we're doing is our rice planter. Oh, you're only 25,000. I don't know why I keep thinking in my head it's like 45,000. Then we're good because I need 90-something thousand for the 90-something thousand for the what's the word I'm looking for? The rice harvester. Now what we don't know. Okay, so this has a capacity of 274 liters. So I am expecting to not be happy with the results of my I'm expecting to not be happy with how much of this we've got. Yeah, so I've got 20 liters is all I have in here. That seems like a lot of... I'm just going to drive that back. I think there's like a weird units difference between there. Okay, so with this, we are going basically straight south. So we now have ourselves a brand... Oh, wait, solid fertilizer. That's what we're missing. I should have solid fertilizer here, too. I forgot that this thing fertilizes for you. Let's go top off the fertilizer. That's what the 250 liters are. Okay, so we might have all the rice we need for the fields we've got. Okay, so we follow that down. So yeah, we'll follow this down and we'll take the right. Because it's time to plant some rice. Oh, you know what I bet? I bet what I'm seeing where I'm like, oh man, it's only 200 liters. It's because all the pallets are kicked out and that's not counted in that count. That's just what's inside the building. So it only counts up till you get a pallet and then it kicks it out until you have no more room for pallets and then it fills up. Let's see, they stored the silo with some special lining in the inside to keep it away from moisture. Anyway, the stuff is super corrosive on the metal. One time the silo blew under pressure from the stuff because there was just too much of it. And so and all the cars in the vicinity had holes in them because of that stuff that had to be written off. It's more than 50 cars destroyed. I would believe it. When you start getting to industrial scale, I appreciate that in this version of the game, the cars actually pass you versus just sitting behind you and Congo lining for 10 miles. That way you have to put a harvester in the middle of the road to stop them. Let's see. Farm Sim, the game famous for not using both volumetric and unitary values or different tools used for the same process. I also wouldn't be surprised if someone told me the actual farming situations that was a problem. Like if you told me that you ran into an issue on the farm because, you know, you were trying to plant this and all the instructions for it were in liters and then everything on the equipment was in a different value despite the instructions being written by the same manufacturer, I would probably be like, yep, that checks out. Because I know that happens in machining. Not my field, not my problem. Honestly, of the farming equipment we've had, this is possibly the one that I feel like the character is the most exposed of what I've seen so far. It does, just because of those wheels, the really thin wheels, it feels like some kind of like hobbled together wagon thing. And I'm sure this is like a highly precise piece of machinery that has gone through thousands of iterations of engineering to get it, you know, really exactly fine-tuned for what it needs. But just because of the environment it's dealing with, where it wants these like knobby little skinny tires, it feels like this plastic wireframe thing. Like where's the engine on this thing? Is it just like, all right, I guess it's like right down there's like mid-engine. It's like a prototype tractor from the 1800s, but yeah, it probably does its job extremely well. It has its one purpose, it's purpose-built, and it does it heckin' good. And yes, we have field stones here. Yes, I'm going to not be dealing with a lot of the other processes we're going to want to deal with. Let's back this up. Okay. So we can pick up one full pallet. Looks like a moped engine. Hey, if it works. Okay, so unfold. All right. I have no idea what those are for. Oh yeah, so we could do the ridge markers if we want. I never really understood the purpose of ridge markers. So if someone knowledgeable in farming, what is the purpose of the ridge marker? I know someone told me before, but I'm gonna be honest, I forgot. Oh, I see. It's not doing it yet. Keep you straight? Gotcha. How do agua? Do I need to pull this up to that? Like it's not plumbed itself? Pete? Oh, did I just miss the prompt? I was hitting buds. I think it's just hitting the wrong ones, maybe. Field number, whatever. Flood the field. Let's see, early tractors are surprisingly light and can be turned pretty much easily. Horse? What are you waiting for? So what I don't know is how long that takes to fill. So the other good news here is that means I will be able to sell a bunch of this.
Take a sip.
1 in-game hour?
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright. So we'll definitely speed up time if it's 1 in-game hour. Okay. So in the meantime, if that's going to take an in-game hour, let's find a task we can knock out relatively quick. Probably Field 47. Yes, you're at water level 5%. And you are up left? Yep. So it's definitely the responsible thing to do is start flooding your field, have no context of how long it's going to take, and then go off and do another large project. That definitely doesn't result in you getting a really, really, really steep water bill and then flooding your field and like the neighboring 2 fields and just completely missing the boat on what you should be doing. But yeah, so I'm going to let that go to, 8:45 in game, and then we'll check on it. Because I still do need a little bit more money for us to, there's a little bit more money for us to be able to get the harvester on the other side. I also don't know if we have to weed those fields or any of the other stuff. I'm honestly curious, like, how big of fields we would want to do. Because, like, right now we're looking at some really tiny rice fields. I also probably want to look into the production line that uses rice. I do believe I saw that rice could be made into flour. Like, rice seemed like it had a good, like, 4 or 5 different things I could do production line-wise. Weeding isn't required after planting. This is true. Does it have a wiki? I mean, they do have the in-game help thing. Imagine the weeds just drown. There are water-based weeds. Or weeds that grow well in water. I thought you already bought a land? I did. We are actively flooding it in this very moment. Oh, you are really not a good tractor for this. Rice oil, rice oil, rice oil, rice oil. Ah. Yeah, but you flood then drain the land, no? So one gets drowned, the other gets dried? Well, I was under the impression with rice, and this could be my own just misunderstanding, that you flood the field, you plant the rice, and then you just kind of continue. The rice gradually grows, absorbing the water that you flood the field with until you basically, it's not dry, but it's much lower, you know, by the time you get to the point of harvest. So that you flood the field as the initial step, and it kind of empties itself out through the fact of like evaporation and the rice consuming it. Because that was my under impression of why you flood the field, is rice is extremely water hungry and grows in moist environments, like wet environments. Versus, I want to say cranberries were the other way around, where it's usually like kind of a wet, boggy type soil, but when it comes time to harvest, I want to say you flood it. Do we need to buy the water? It does not appear to be costing us anything for the water. The water seems to just be watering on its own. Like, the water just seems to be free. Which is a curiosity. I was expecting to see that water ticker rolling. Because when you build, like, the water silo in the past game, you had to pay for it. And that could actually add up pretty fast. Let's see, did you Kosh Ruthin the Platinum DLC for Farming Sim 20, since you are not a fan of, I'm sorry, what? If you're asking me the specific DLC about what vehicles we got, I don't know. Do you want to see a 20-second clip of a rice harvester on YouTube? Probably not at the moment, but thank you. I mean, that'd be a neat thing to share on the Discord if people want to see, like, hey, this is the real thing versus, like, this is the in-game thing. So, yeah, you heard about cranberries, and it's not because it's needed, just because the berries float so you can skim them off the top of the field. Yes. It just makes harvesting them way more convenient, and that you damage less of them by flooding the field. So it's not strictly required. It's that cranberries float, so you flood the field, you scoop all the cranberries off the top, and then, you know, you've already got stuff for easily making the field more workable, you know, for the next batch or whatever, next harvest. But yeah, I know you have cranberry bogs. They still, I believe, require fairly wet soil and all that, compared to a lot of things. Fairly moist soil, I should say. I don't know too well, because where I'm at, cranberries would not survive. They would get fried by the sun. Alright, so after this row here, we're going to hop back over to our other tractor, just get kind of a, please give away Farm Sim 22. I don't have a spare copy or anything, so I can't do the thing you're asking me to do. Okay, 57%. Also, just for the record, if I was going to give away a key for something, usually I'll just do that in, like, I won't announce it, I'll just, like, normally just do it in, like, the whole regular chat kind of thing. And I'll just be like, hey, here it goes kind of thing. I would go out of my way to not give a key to someone who basically told me to give it away. Like, it's something I give out to, like, it'd be something I gave out because I wanted to share it, not because I got commanded to. I mean, you said please. I shouldn't say command. That's being too harsh. But not because someone, like, was like, hey, please do this. Let's see, if you have rope long enough, you could just gently push them towards the harvesting area instead of trying to get the equipment all through the field. Yep. Along with lots and lots of spiders. Yeah. What's changed since 22? So if you'll notice where I'm following this line, hands-free, this is not my hired worker. This is using steering assistance. So the blue line show how wide the tool is, and the green line is what I'm following. It's not full automation. It's kind of a thing where you line it up, you say, that's the line I want to be on, and it goes. I do not believe you that that's 42% of that field. So you do have something that's kind of sort of ish in the direction of crossplay without, or courseplay, without also being like fully automated. We've got, I believe it's something like 6 additional crops or whatever. Like, I don't know the official amount, but I know we have green beans, we have peas, we have 2 types of rice, rice and long rice. We've got hot peppers, we got spring onions, we got 2 varieties of mushrooms, we got spinach. Ooh, what else do we have? We have volumetric lighting and volumetric fog. So for graphics, we got some nice added additions there. We have more expanded upon production lines. Yeah, we've got all the ingredients for salsa, but they do not have a salsa production line. And granted, spring onions aren't the correct kind of onions for salsa, but I'm willing to ignore that. How you grow volumetric lights? Well, you don't grow them, you just have them on. Is this considered cozy game? I would consider Farming Simulator a cozy game. It is not a game where you're being violently attacked by stuff. You can kind of have chill, cozy vibes, jam to your music, watch a show, do some heckin' farming, pet some cows, pet some dogs. I would put in the in the area of cozy game. How's the new machinery? So far it's been pretty good. We haven't gotten to do a whole lot of the new machinery, just because I've been doing a challenge thing where I started with 0 money and I'm not allowed to lease or anything. So far we did do the green beans where we harvested them. It's perfectly fine. It is one of those things where the harvester is not large in regards to width-wise, so it is not a super efficient setup so far as like real player time to producing tons and tons of money. But it wasn't like bad. Like, it wasn't like, oh my god, this is awful. Like, you didn't have to do like with the carrots where you have to have the thing next to it. Farming with biters turned on, it'd be like a Love, Death, and Robots episode. This poor tractor's struggling. This is the first tractor we've had that's struggling, but this is just what the contract gave us. So whoever gave us this contract was like, yeah, no, this tractor's totally up to snuff. It'll be fine. And meanwhile, you're like listening to it struggle the engine going. You're like, uh-huh, sure. But yeah, I do very much like though that the contracts do give you a wide range of tools. Some that are maybe not the best for the job, and some that are really good. To me, it's a good way of like trying out a bunch of the different equipment over time. To be like, I like that tractor, I don't like this tractor, that kind of thing. But yeah, we are getting ready to do our rice. We are doing just the regular rice. I'm currently flooding the rice field right now to start planting. So I've got my seeder all set up and ready to rock and roll. I'm just waiting for the rice field to be, to be flooded so that I can start the planting. But yeah, no, like, correct me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure the process in real life for growing rice is you flood the field, you seed it, and then basically, other than, dealing with pests or whatever that might be affecting it, it kind of just sits there until, it kind of just sits there until your rice grows, that they do grow in the water. Water level at 65%. Yet you're not running? I guess that's just fine. Okay. So I guess 65% is the desired water level. Okay, I need to switch you to steering assist on this one. No fertilizer? It has fertilizer. If you look... Oh, I'm sorry. There you go. It's got fertilizer. It's just... I'm just in the way because I adjusted this for things before we had this vehicle that has both. Let's see, the flooding process is important as being the primary reason for doing is to hinder weeds. Very interesting indeed. Yeah. Yeah, my impression is that basically you flood the field and the rice takes care of it. Well, we'll try that again. Trying to do that too fast. Yeah, that it is just part of the process that what'll end up happening is that the rice will absorb the water as it grows until the field's effectively no longer flooded because the rice is eaten it all. I'm honestly curious how these rice sheets, whatever the term is for, how they end up in the back from this front part when the front part runs low. Like, I'd assume they like do something like where they lift back on it, but how would a weeder work here? Well, that's what we're being implied is that you don't weed. The flooding is the thing that handles the weeding. Like, by flooding it, the weeds don't get a chance to go there. So that your weed management is by having it flooded. Only plants that can grow in flooded environments do that. And there's probably not that many. And so by you constantly switching it between, like, it's flooded when you plant, and then when you get to the other side, the idea, you harvest it when it's not flooded. A plant that would require the water wouldn't survive the dry part, and then the weeds that require it to not be flooded. Like, I get the logic. I feel like that makes sense. All right. Now, I will say, while this thing has a really nice turn radius, that kind of makes it a little bit harder to deal with. Because for, like, lining up your rows and that. There's definitely a lot more. I didn't even see the switch over. But so you think about the things like that and try to get into the shoes of the first person to perform the process and then go, hey, that actually worked well. I feel like a lot of that stuff ends up being an accident. That you set up your farm or whatever and you had planted crops and it flooded and you're like, oh man, it's flooded, it's gonna be a waste. Well, you know, curse words, I can't, like, you know, we don't have machinery like pumps or anything like this now. This is just ruined. And then you go away and you have like a really good harvest and you're like, wait a second, what the? Like, it's how we discovered that you can eat like fermented food and all that. You know, almost always that came down to you were in a situation where you were starving and you looked at that thing that by all objectiveness you look at and go, that's probably super not safe. But counter argument, starvation is also probably not particularly safe. I guess I'm gonna eat that anyways. Hey, wait a second, that's delicious. Hold up, that is amazing. We should do that on purpose next time. No man, you eat it first, circa 13 BC. I mean, in a lot of those cases, it's probably we're all eating this because this is what we have. And if that's not going to cut it, you know, that is unfortunate because the alternative, you know, malnutrition and or starvation. Let's see, like the origin of fermented poisonous fish left in the dirt for a year. What is that? Oh, is that, oh, what is that? Was it Scandinavian? That they have a fermented fish as like not a delicacy. Like I think that's overstating it, but like it's a regular consumed thing. Like it's just, yeah, like surströmming or something like that. Yeah, like I don't remember if it's like Scandinavian or specifically Swedish or Norwegian or whatever. I want to say it's from like that region of the world. I vaguely remember hearing about that and people describing it, be like, that sounds terrible. And if I remember correctly, they said they open it underwater, basically to control the smell. So you'd fill your sink up with water or whatever, and then you'd dunk it and you'd open it up and take it out and eat it or whatever. I think that's the one. I could be mixing up two different foods. Is perfect farming still a thing? There's a video of Drongo trying it. That doesn't surprise me. Also, I would definitely watch that video. Like, 100% would watch that video. Be disgusted the entire time. But, oh, precision farming? So precision farming was a mod in 22. I suspect you'll probably see that come out in the near term. Like, I can't say yes or no it's coming, because I don't genuinely know. But even for 22, it was a mod. So, likely we'll see what mods we're getting after the release happens. Because right now, in the early access version, or the early release, whatever you want to say, there's literally only 2 mods, and like no other mods are available yet. But those are going to be a thing coming. You saw a video about someone opening a can of the card saying, yeah, I could get the smell. Was it a mod or a DLC? I mean, that's kind of splitting hairs. Like, if it is something that's not incorporated in the game and that you didn't buy, is it a mod or a DLC? And that's kind of the thing. It's like, is it a mod? Yes. Is it a DLC? Yes. All mods are DLC by their very nature. But does it count as which one? Well, that depends. Yeah, I'm not gonna let that one through. We're avoiding the politics. Well, that's interesting that spot. I must have missed plowing that spot. That's probably what happened there. No, not maybe. It's DLC is actually what it says. Right. But I've also had stuff show up under mod and DLC that are very distinctly separate things. Like, I have had things that I have gotten for that are labeled DLC, and then they show up under my mods, and I've had mods that people are like, yep. Yeah, no, it's down to like 12% or whatever. That's weird. It's probably because I have one, like, not quite finished one. I'm gonna try rolling over it again with the planter turned on, which apparently has been turned on the entire time I've been doing this, because there's a gap here, but I think I missed plowing a spot. Oh, I see. Let's try that again. So I didn't turn it off, I raised it. Yeah, I mean, it is DLC in the sense that the developers did release precision farming. But regardless, whatever you want to call it is entirely irrelevant. The point is, it likely, I can't swear it's coming or it's not coming. I'd be surprised if they don't release it. But yeah, it'll be one of those things that will probably show up, you know, a couple days later. Yeah, it looks like I had another spot I missed there. So it does look like I did a kind of a botched job on the plowing, which doesn't super surprise me. But that'll be something I'll need to work on. And part of the reason it doesn't super surprise me is I am using, like, the smallest plow in the game because money is tight. Most likely I'll turn around and get a much larger plow, and then it becomes much easier to not miss anything. You hate buying like DLC after a game? Well, I'd definitely say anything you pay for that's made by the devs is definitely unquestionably DLC. But it's very specifically Farm Sim kind of has a weird thing where when you're looking at mod and DLC, like, okay, if they make it and it adds new vehicles to the thing, but it's not DLC you buy, it's just a thing that shows up that you have to go to their downloadable content workshop, whatever they call it, thing to grab it. You know, is it a mod or a DLC? Well, it's in with all the mods, so I would call it a mod. But also it's called a DLC, so, again, splitting hairs. But yeah. No, I wouldn't expect it would have to pay for precision farming or anything like that. But yeah, I can't tell you anything in regards to what to expect on the way of mods and all that. I know we don't have, like, the store, or not the store, the place you go to download them, that functionality is in the game just the way it is, like Farm Sim 22. But because it's not publicly released yet, the people who are making the mods, they may or may not have early access to it. I don't know. I would suspect the bigger name ones probably do, like the people who have done the larger number of mods probably do, but are probably under NDAs and that kind of stuff. But, most likely we will have the game will release. We'll see any mods that they may pre-populate that for all we know. And then if not, or whether, it'll be one of those things that we'll end up seeing those trickle in as, you know, the mod developers get their hands on things, get them uploaded, make whatever adjustments. Because I do know we are on a new version of the engine versus 22, which is what has enabled all these new graphical changes, is that's new functionality. So that's all good news. But that does mean the more involved a mod was for the previous version, the more likely it's going to need some dev time to get it working. So, like, I would imagine course play is going to take a lot of work to get it up and running, and I could be wrong. I genuinely don't know. I haven't looked into modding this game. I have messed with modding games in the past as someone who's a career software developer in their background. I've got over 15 years software developer experience. But you never know that, like, when you go between versions, you can have massive overhauls in how it works, or it could be mostly the same. I'm going to try and do a pass over that one spot there that we see there's a gap. But I am imagining that's just a missed spot with plowing. That we did a pretty sloppy job with plowing. To be fair, it was mostly mud, so it's kind of hard for me to really make out where it was just, like, my wheels rolling through everything. And where was areas I actually just straight up missed. But we'll do better next time. Well, there's one tiny little spot we filled in. Okay. So we can get out of here. And let's go here and fill this up, even though in real life, if you did this, it would just absolutely rot sitting on here. Can you turn any plot into it? Yeah, so there is, I'll try and show you the thing that we've got here. I didn't set up this one. This was an existing field. That's something we'll do when we do our challenge run, like a proper challenge run when it's available. This can just sit over here, because it's going to sit here for, like, the rest of the year. So if we look at... This is the wrong place for it. If we look at setting up the rice fields, it's kind of similar to... Oh, actually, was it under farmland? Oh, no, it's here somewhere. This is I remember where. It's kind of similar to the orchards. For, like, the stuff there. I just gotta remember where it was. Yeah, so you've got rice fields here. So it's one of those ones where I'd go to an area and I'd say, hey, this area, draw the outline there, and I can make a giant field out of that. But it is one of those ones like the orchard where you kind of outline where you want it, which makes a certain amount of sense, because I imagine having you like plow it down to that height or something like that, whatever the tools would be, would have some graphical weirdness. So you want me to check the fertilizer? It's probably 50%. Yeah, so it's probably 50%, so we are going to get a 65% yield bonus. Clearly, it'd be nice to get another 50%. But another streamer mentioned that the people that created the precision farming had certain year contracts with giants that ended this year. So if that's true, and then you're trying to read between the lines, they're possibly doing something to bring it back. It was well made and implemented. Yeah, we'll have no idea until they announce something one way or the other. So yeah, so this definitely is working well here. You have green exclamation marks. They do not know what that means. It seems happy. Can you sell leftover saplings? Yes. That's actually what I was going to get into, is I have no idea what they're worth. The catch is, what I can do is for right now, I could go to this production line, and we're going to go here and say, hey, so let me go ahead and change your output to sell. And so that shouldn't clear all the stuff on the side out. This is already outside of it. So we could still use that next time. But then, like, next year we could just use these and those could just sit there and do their thing. Alright, so with that, we do have our rice field set up. Now, obviously, it would be good if we could do another round of fertilizer. I don't know. I'm going to assume with the way this works, we probably would have to do another separate pass for fertilizer. I don't think I'm ready to do that quite yet. I need more money for the harvester, and we don't want to accidentally overspend on getting stuff to try and get like that min-max type deal, only to then discover I just don't have nearly enough for what I need. I'm not going to bother with the stone picking right now. I don't think I want to do a lot of these contracts. Let's see here. The hoeing goes pretty well. So I can borrow that. Accept that. Because we don't need a lot more money. Oh, right. I was already doing a weeding field. That's right. I totally forgot we already had this going. That's fine. How expensive is the harvester? It's only about 95,000. So we actually are most of the way there to the harvest. I did forget that this particular vehicle sucked. Steal others' fertilizer? Well, I have the fertilizer, the stuff. I need the fertilizer equipment. Grab a shovel and get going. I mean, honestly, with the size of that that rice farm, I do think realistically it would be plausible to, you know, hand tool it in there. It would be a bad time, but it would be entirely viable. There is a small vertical that doesn't cost much, like 2K. Yeah, that's that big thing. But he's min-maxing. So normally I don't min-max. Like, not at all. Because if we were min-maxing, I'd be going out of my way to be like, okay, what crop is the most lucrative? Alright, all of my fields will be that crop. That way I can, you know, at this phase, like, it'd probably be something like doing silage or something like that. Like, we don't know what the economy is on this one way or the other yet. But, like, let's say it's silage, because that was what it was last time. You know, if you get a lawnmower and then just start replacing all the fields to lawnmower them until you get production lines online, and then that's when you start branching out. And, nah, I'd rather muscle through and just have stuff that does relatively okay. What, config does the... I have no idea what you're asking me right now. Yeah, Silage City. Second screen is an Excel spreadsheet. Yeah, and I've never been that one. Usually when I play these games, I'll do what I need to do to get a production, like some type of money going that's at least something. So it's not going, oh, like soybeans are good or this is good or that is good. Just being like, okay, what is the cheapest production or what's like the cheapest thing I can get up and running? All right, we've got that. And honestly, when I did the Survivor Man Challenge last time, it was primarily what went on sale, because the hardest part in the early game was just getting any type of equipment. So when a harvester showed up and it was like 40% off, you're like, yep, that's the crop we're doing now. Because that crop, like that harvester, it's going to save me like $400,000 or something like that. Or, yep, we're buying that right now. Or 200, whatever it was. And then, you know, filling out the rest of the equipment to get that going, because that was the most expensive piece. So then you go in that, and whatever that crop ended up being, you do that for a number of harvests as you were like slowly building up, you know, instead of having the little microscopic planter and just dealing with it, you'd save up and you'd finally get the, like, maybe not the best seeder, but like in like the top 3 or whatever, you know, wherever that cutoff was where you're like, I can buy this, you know, the best one is 1 meter larger, but this one still, it'll get me there. And then we can, you know, once that's done, it's time to like get the better cultivator, the better whatever your next bottleneck was. And again, and you know, like then again, like when a sale comes by, like, oh, I wasn't planning on buying this cultivator right now, but that's the second best cultivator. If I can get that, you know, 40, 50, 60% off, I'm gonna grab that right now. But see, honestly though, it's always been Farm Sim that those grind starts are your favorite part of the play. Oh yeah, and that's the thing. I know everyone has like their different ways of playing. Very, very much in most of the games I play, I tend to enjoy the slow burn kind of starts. When I played Project Zomboid, I did what people refer to as 0 to hero, which my interpretation of 0 to hero in Project Zomboid was you start with 0 strength, 0 fitness, 0 skills of any kind. So when you pull up your skill sheet, it's just this empty thing. Because to me, the best part of Project Zomboid was that early game. Once you get to the late game and you've got like 8, 9 in your weapon skills, like all there's to do is just knock down zombies really easily and just roll on through them. And so it's just kind of one of those things. The longer I can extend that early game means I get more of the best part of the game. And that's for me. There's some people who cannot stand that way of playing. That's fine. You know, play the way you enjoy. That's the whole point. But yeah, so we do that, and then like this game, we do hardest economy settings. You start with $0. You know, you give yourself a piece of land and a chainsaw because that's just necessary to make it mechanically work. Without that, like, or you do contracts, but usually when you're doing Survivor Man, contracts aren't really an option. Whereas we're doing those right now because we don't have a map that Survivor Man Challenge works on right now. Well, I mean, Kenshi, any start is this, well, any start that you're not exploiting game mechanics to an extreme is a slow burn start. Kenshi is a game that the way you get stronger is spending as much time as you can face down in the dirt, but not dying. That genuinely, Kenshi, if you want to know the way to level your combat skills the fastest, it is to find something that is as close to you in your ability to fight that doesn't just outright wreck you. Like, you want it to be that it is a 50-50 on who wins that fight, that you don't die in the end. Because the longer you're fighting where you're knocked down, the more skills you're gaining. And the more hits you're taking before you get knocked down, the more skills you're gaining. And if you can get back up after being knocked down and go right back into the fight, you get a lot of toughness for that. So it very, very genuine as being like, what is the worst I can get away with without dying right now? And that is the fight you pick. Unless you're doing like a hardcore kind of run, at that point you pick on the weakest things at all times. Yeah, you found the easy games and games can ruin it for you? Oh yeah, well that's the thing. Like, there's different kinds of easy in games. So we're gonna go ahead, we're done with this one. Because that was weeding and the other ones are hoeing. So go ahead and do that. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, if you make a game too easy for yourself, it can be you just blast through it, and it just kind of, eh. It's the same thing I feel about with, like, pay-to-win style games. I feel like the pay-to-win kind of just doing a disservice to yourself, because you just get to the end so quickly, and you're like, oh, I guess I'm done. Well, I'm bored. I've talked about that one of my favorite games of all time is Path of Exile. I've got so many hours in that game. And when I first played it, I was just kind of like, this is just a kind of janky Diablo 2, because it was like right when the game was in its very infancy. And to be fair, when it first released, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough back in those days. So I bounced pretty early on it, being like, there's nothing really grabbing my attention about this game. I'll just go back to playing, you know, Diablo 2 or whatever else I'm in the mood for at the time. And then quite a while later, you know, I was convinced to try it again. And I got a little ways in. No, wait, I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I want to say I revisited it, and I was told, hey, you gotta look up... No, sorry, I don't want the AI to do this. I want to do this myself with this. And so, you know, I had a buddy who's like, hey man, you gotta look up a build guide. Here's a nice meta build. Do this, you'll have a good time. And that person meant well, and it probably was fun for them. But for me, I had used what was like the meta build at the time. And it felt like I would just push a button, the screen would disappear, and then it would sift through loot. And so it ended up being another time that I played it that I was like, And I got to like maps and everything in there, but it's just like, okay, like this really isn't fun for me. I'm just deleting everything. And it was one of the leagues that was particularly unbalanced. That this skill was just like, oh my god, levels of broken. And so that time I didn't bounce because I kind of recognized that I was like, okay, let me try this again, but let me just do this on my own. And so I ended up finding a skill I liked that was very off meta, and I couldn't tell you what it was. I genuinely don't remember. But I'm like, let me just try this with that. And I had a wonderful time. That I thought that was like the best thing ever. It was great. I was having a great time because it didn't feel like I was just having everything handed to me. Like I actually had to, you know, put a little intelligence into my play. I actually had to put a little bit of effort into my gear and all that. And it was a good time. And I played another league after that, where that time I had a bunch of my buddies joined me. And I had one of my buddies who is the kind of person who does like to spend a lot of money on games. And what I didn't know was that he had RMT'd. For those who don't know what that is, that's real money transaction. I.e., he spent real money to get someone to give him a bunch of in-game currency and just trade and give himself anything he wanted. Well, we've been kind of like playing together, all like chipping in and having a good time with it and all that. And he was like, "Hey man, I've been going hard, and I got this gear, and I think you'll like it." And so I didn't know he had like basically bought this gear with real life money. I was like, "Oh, that's so cool! Like you got pretty much the whole set here. Like that's amazing." And I didn't think about it, and I took the gear and instantly went right back into not enjoying the league because I had nothing to go after. I already had the gear. Thank you for the follow. Or sorry, that's not the follow. Thank you for the raid. I really do appreciate that, Tankard. I do hope you had yourself a good stream, and what were you playing today and all that stuff. But welcome in. But yeah, so what ended up happening to me is it basically ruined that league for me because there was nothing to go for. I already had it. And so there's no chase. And that was like just the way he preferred playing. He just wanted to skip right to the end part where he was super powerful. He'd play for like a week or two, and then he'd get bored and he'd leave. And that's fine if that's what he enjoyed. I mean, to me it's a waste of money, but, you know, to each their own. But, you know, it ruined the league for me. And so from then on, like, I had a very strict rule that's like, it doesn't matter, I'm not going to accept your stuff. Like, it doesn't matter who you are, I'm not going to accept stuff. Like, no charity. Like, I will trade for really good stuff, but even then, it's very rare I would trade in Path of Exile. I almost always trade like solo self-found, and I would only trade for stuff like the thing to summon the boss, so I didn't have to grind out finding the thing to summon the boss, because sometimes the RNG was pretty terrible. I'm looking at you, Taskmaster, or Trial Master, sorry, specifically. That was a league that I took a league off because I was just so salty about being RNG gated for trying the endgame content. Like, I was all decked out ready, and I just could not get that man to show up. You're playing Satisfactory, finishing up your rail line that circles the entire map. Nice! Satisfactory is an excellent game, so if you're looking for Satisfactory, Tanker's got that going on over there. Some people enjoy the grind, some people enjoy the OP, to each their own. Exactly. Like, I don't say he was playing it incorrectly or anything for the way I enjoy games. It was just non-compatible. Like, and don't get me wrong, he could play that way and it wouldn't hurt anything else for me, because we also came to realize that Path of Exile is a game that, while is multiplayer, it's a solo game. Let's be honest. Unless you're doing some weird stuff, it's effectively a solo game. You have to put a lot of effort and a lot of coordination together to be able to play with someone else that you basically almost exclusively play at the same like, the one time I've had multiplayer be a lot of fun was me and one of my buddies, where I had my character I played with that friend. And when we played together on those characters. Otherwise, we had our other characters. And that was a lot of fun because we were progressing together. We had different gear we were trying to do, so we were constantly trading back and forth. So it's kind of like we had our own little private league between the two of us. But yeah, that's the only way I've been able to make that work, where it wasn't one person just chasing the other person around as they deleted everything. Like, who was the faster one? They basically cleared everything, and the other person just kind of picked up loot from time to time. And that's genuinely, and that's honestly not even a Path of Exile thing. That has been a action RPG problem since action RPGs were a thing. Where am I on the map? So I'm down here. So if we take the road up and follow it around, okay. I'm gonna learn this map just in time for us to get a no man's land map. How am I doing on time, by the way? Okay, so I got about another hour that I typically stream before usually a wrap. We'll see if we go long tonight or not. I'm on that fence of going back and forth because I know I've gone long a lot of streams lately. That my sleep schedule is much big sad. So I gotta be careful on how hard I push on that. You can only do that for so long. Let's see, you did that in Metin 2? Feel young yet? Metin 2 was playing a ranged character that's basically pulling monsters for way stronger characters to slaughter, so you get the XP. Yeah. Well, there's been a lot of massively multiplayer games in that have all handled that differently, and it's always a trick about you want to make it so friends can play together even if there's a significant level discrepancy. Because it really is a bummer when you're playing something like World of Warcraft and you got, the friend you want to be playing with just has more time to play than you, or vice versa. You are the friend who has more time, and as a result, you're just not in the same levels and all that. And like vanilla World of Warcraft, teaming up with someone else other than to like knock down a quest that was really hard for them really fast, like the escort quest where just get it knocked out for them versus like making them slog through it. Genuinely, you being around them was nothing but a detriment to them because you were just an XP vacuum that they wouldn't get nearly as much credit. So it really was very punishing outside of quest completion to go with other people who are a higher level than you. It's okay if there are a couple levels different, but once you start getting more than 5 levels, with some rare exceptions, it was pretty bad. And there was certain exceptions to that. Then there's the same thing as well where you don't have that, which then everyone starts boosting everyone. Where you have the high level friend who just goes and deletes all the enemies in the area and you just power level. They said, yeah, you played Diablo 3 back in the day and you found it more enjoyable out-leveling the axe unhelped instead of just playing cow levels and gear grinding. Yeah, I'd agree. For me, Path of Exile, like the end game was pretty established that you ran maps. But there were leagues that, most leagues I would just run maps and all that, and I wasn't even like the super duper fast. Like I had really good pace, but not like the kinetic blast, you clear the entire map in a single button push. Usually not that high. Not till I got to like really late league, and you know, you're at that phase in the game where there's very little room to meaningfully upgrade your gear that isn't going to cost you outrageous amounts. Like, you're getting to the point your gear is getting fairly unique. It's so high-end. So there's just not a meaningful way of rolling through that. But there's definitely most leagues that do the map stuff. And I do whatever side content as well as it came by. I wouldn't focus on anything. But then there was definitely leagues where I'm like, you know what this league I'm going to do? I'm going to just do Blight. Like, I'll do the maps to get my Blight and all that. But I'll do Blight as, like, my main thing. Because I enjoyed the Blight mechanic, which was tower defense, a great deal. I will say, doing my 40-40 in Blight League, I basically took 2 leagues off of doing any Blight whatsoever. I always felt that was a mistake for GGG, to have the end game grinds where it's like, do this mechanic, you know, 1,000 times. And you're like, oh, I really hate this mechanic now and I don't want to do it again. Because that happened for me for Blight and Heist both. And to a lesser degree, the Ascension trials. Man, after several leagues of grinding out Argus and all that, you just got tired, just repeating the same content again and again and again and again to get your trophy. Fun game. I haven't been able to play the last couple leagues nearly as much as I'd like. It's just, as a content creator, you don't get much time to play games off stream. And so those games that require a very significant time investment, and even more so a time investment that you have to do it in a time frame, like, it's not like Kenshi, where it could take you several hundred hours to do a playthrough, but you can do a little bit at a time. You know, those ones where it's like, oh, you got 3 months to get through this if you want the reward. These days I have to just be like, all right, well, I guess just so we can get the reward. I just can't do it. I just don't have the time. I miss having the time, but it is what it is. And for the record, I have tried streaming it, and as much as I love the game, it falls super flat in its face every time I play it on the channel. It's just too far of a departure from the content I do. Does you remember getting a laugh with friends while escorting their lower level characters through higher level areas? Or just pushing back horde players that were too inside Alliance territory? Like, dude does camping Stormwind? Yeah. Oh yeah, no, I definitely remember, like, having, what was it? You'd have, like, your super low level person trying to cross the wetlands. I can't remember why people would do that. But you'd be trying, oh, I think it was you were trying to get to, you're back in the day, you were trying to get a low-level, it wasn't Gnome, was it Night Elves? There was one of the factions that the only way to really get to... Right, it was the Night Elves. You were either trying to get to the Night Elf area as either a human or whatever because you wanted to play with your friend who chose the other race. And so you either had to cross from one of the 2 towns to the wetlands, and then from the wetlands take the boat over. Because back in the day, there wasn't a boat that went from the, like, Ironforge or Stormwind to Darnassus. You had to go to the wetlands and take the boat from the wetlands to Darnassus. I remember that crap now. And I remember there was another one, I can't remember which route it was, that you'd end up taking the boat to Stranglevale and then running across Stranglevale. And that wasn't right at the beginning, that was low level, though you could do that to reach an area if you wanted to play with your friends on the other continent. And I remember that one. I think that one was the Horde issue versus the other one was Alliance. So you'd be running around as like a level 12 or 13, you know, gnome mage or whatever, and having your buddy try and escort you across the well, probably not even that high. You know, it's low level, like, gnome mage and trying to get escorted across so you get to Darnassus so you can do the quests over there with your friend. Otherwise you had to play separately until you're like level 20 or something. No, actually, I think you even I think you couldn't even get through like the wetlands really until you're like in your 30s, which is well into it. I just remember it being a whole thing that generally, like, if people played Night Elf, they had to play by themselves for the most of it. back in the day. Like the night elves were over there, and then you had, you know, your gnomes and that, and dwarves and humans and all of them were over on their side. And it was really kind of hard to play with your friends without having someone like escort you over, just, you know, doing ridiculous stuff like swimming across the ocean to reach the dock. Not the, like, east to west, that wasn't a thing, but like following the ocean's edge till you got to the wetlands. And that wasn't even like your PvP. So the lines here, that's just a mechanic in the base game now. So it's not a separate thing. It's what's called steer assist. But basically, if you go to where you'd have your workers before, so you see like you have your AI worker, we now have this new menu. You can hold the button to bring it up that you could change your settings, say, hey, add headlands, add all that. Or you can do steering assist instead. And what you're seeing is steering assist. So steering assist is kind of like the AI worker, except instead of having the AI worker who does literally everything that just automates going back and forth and all that, and you have to pay them, the steering assist, I have to line it up with the middle of the track. The blue lines represent where the tool's going to be, and the middle line is where I'm going to be centered on. So it kind of gives you a halfway between automating it and not automating it. So like I have to turn around, line it up with that line, get it locked in, I hit my button, and then it locks it in course. It mostly makes it easier to like follow the edges as well as do straight lines and that kind of stuff. And even if you don't want like the autopilot side of it, it's still really useful if you're doing, for example, the fertilizer thing on the back. It can be pretty hard to judge where the range on the fertilizer is to figure out like what all you are and are not covering. And so that is a way you can work around that. So that's those two contracts done, so we'll collect those. Because we're trying to save up for our harvester. We have more weeding stuff. They're using the same one. Those are not paying well, though. And we've got the fertilizer spreaders. I might advance her day and just be like, close enough. Yeah, so we've got our rice down and all that. I think we will, because harvest is in August. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be one of those ones I have to wait at least one day to fertilize. That's going to be my guess. I don't know if that's true. But that is the way things have worked in the past. Oh, I need to change you to hotspots. Okay. Because it'll be nice that I get to start doing more and more of my own stuff and not as much contract. Alright, so let's have a look at our rice field. Yeah, so it's not marking as having any weeds. You'll also notice it's no longer properly flooded. That is only 50% fertilized, but it is one of those things I'm a little bit worried about spending the money on the thing for fertilizing, that might end up being a big thing. Ooh. That's some good money there. Let's go ahead. We'll borrow the items for the 10,000. We'll grab this tiny little one to the south of us as well. Because that should be enough that once we finish this contract, I should be able to get the harvester I need. Now, the only downside with what we're setting up here is, unfortunately, the rice things are only ever use the rice. Why Steam not play Harvestim? It isn't at midnight. Everyone's getting it at the exact same time, so it's not time zone gated. So literally everyone gets... What is going on here with Fields 36? Why are the big chunks of the field missing? Okay, sure, whatever. Everyone's getting access to that at the exact same time. So it is going to be about 8 a.m. EST, so 8 a.m. Eastern US time. If you're over in Europe, it'll be a little bit more in your afternoon, or sorry, almost evening. If you get all the way over to like Australia, it's like midnight, the 13th kind of thing. But yeah, it's because it's releasing all at the exact same time, not doing that nonsense where you get it at your midnight, I get it at my midnight, the next person gets it at midnight. So effectively, some people get to play like 22 hours before the next the last people do, kind of thing. So it's all at the same time. But you've got, what is it? Are we at like 3.5 hours till it comes out? Somewhere in that thing. Europe, Lithuania. Yeah, so I believe we're somewhere in the ballpark of about 4-ish hours until it drops. Like, if you go on Steam and you go to the store page, it will literally say, hey, 3 hours and 20 minutes, or whatever the time is. Like, on the store page for the game. Yeah, 3.5 hours? Well, yeah, it'll be 3.5 hours for literally everyone. That's just how it works. And I've said before, I know it sucks because, like, for some people it means it drops in the middle of night for you. I think I would much rather have it this way, though, versus, again, where, like, you have the whole thing where, wherever the game releases, they get it at midnight, and for everyone else, they just have to deal. Well, that's interesting. So I was mentioning before that was a little rough for me because a bunch of these fields I couldn't see when I had done this process, the hoeing. But whatever this crop is, it is very distinctly different between when it's hoed and not hoed, versus a lot of the other crops, it was a lot harder for me to notice. So I really appreciate that this one stands out so I don't have to guess. Because that's always the toughest one, is the processes where you've got your crops kind of grown and you're trying to like fertilize or whatever, and you can't see. You think the weeds are the issue? Could be. Yeah, and so because I'm hoeing, it is getting rid of the weeds as part of its process, even though that's not why I'm doing it. At least I don't think that's why. I don't mind. That's still good. It's also good news to know that that gets rid of that as well. So, the weeder was much slower. If this does that same thing at the same time, there's not a reason not to do it. Because that's another thing that Farm Sims definitely had, where it's like, hey, you use this process to do this thing. You're like, hear me out. I can do this other process. It does qualify as doing that thing, and it's faster. And it might be another process I might actually want. So thereby double dipping, I cut down the time I'm doing, not only because of the efficiency of doing two processes at the same time, but also because the other process was just slow by itself. I will say, with these processes that you go really fast, it's kind of actually hard to use the steering assist just because you fly by so fast. Should you plow and forget about the weeds, or use the big cultivator and herbicide the field? That's a matter of opinion. Generally speaking, the cultivator and herbicide is faster. It also costs more money to do it that way, but at the same time, there's a lot of people who do not like using the plow, because the turnaround on the plow can be kind of not great at times. I personally don't think it's a huge deal either way. Oh, I meant for... Oh, yeah. Yeah, in that particular case, it doesn't work because the cultivator and herbicide collectively together are just faster than the plow. How long till the game releases? I believe we're at about 3.5 hours. About 3.5 hours until the game drops. So we're on that home stretch till it pops out. And I imagine this is going to be like a Path of Exile League launch where everyone's chatting and hanging out while they wait for the game to come out. And then it's going to release, and chat will be dead silence because everyone will be playing. And that is just a thing that happens with so many of these games. For release day. And no judgment, I would do the same thing. The plow is sometimes needed. The field says plowing needed. It's minus 10% yield. And then if you plow it, it's plus 10 or plus 5. Yeah. Well, that's one thing for people new to the series. If you're ever going, I'm not sure what to do, one of the things that can help is, I'll quickly finish this stripe. You can literally just point your camera at the field being relatively close, and it'll be like, you know, 50% fertilizer. You're like, oh, I can probably fertilize that. Or it'll be like, plowing needed, lime needed. It'll give you a lot of information. It still can be cryptic at times as to what you need or how you do it. But it's still a thing where you can go here. And so, like this one, it's telling us it's fully fertilized and all that. And if we pull up our map, let's see if we can get it to say anything for us. We can go over to our spots here. This just tells us what crop we have. We say growth. Okay, it's growing. There's not a whole lot to see. It's growing. Soil composition. So if we look here, it goes, oh, weeds. That's really high on weeds. Oh no. We need to deal with the weeds, and we're just doing one of the ways to deal with the weeds. Just the same, if we look at my field down here, we actually do have a problem on my field. You'll notice I've got stones, but I am doing a challenge run where I basically don't have hardly any money, so the way I would solve stones is I get a stone picker, or you can also use a roller. And so in this particular case, I have a problem. It's a fairly minor one, but it will penalize my yield a little bit. But because I don't have the extra income right now to afford the thing to fix the problem, we just kind of are accepting it, realizing it's going to mean a slightly smaller payout. Well, a moderately smaller payout. And that's because I need 95,000 in just it's like 2 in-game days or 3 in-game days to buy the harvester I need. Otherwise, I just get to watch my stuff rot. You don't think stones are yield but equipment damage? Well, fair enough. Okay. Either way, it cuts into my profit margins. You know, the how it cuts into my profit margins, sure. I have it wrong, but ultimately the end of the day is instead of getting Y dollars, I'm getting Y minus some amount of money. And I do know a lot of people turn off the field stones. I am actually realizing, low-key, way to troll devs, because we have the temple we can build on this map. It requires cement, which requires stone, which does mean most likely we're going to need to deal with the stone. I believe you also might just be able to buy the concrete or cement or whatever. That might just be an option to buy the cement, load it up, and bring it to the temple. I don't know that one way or the other. Yeah, I'll get this little patch over here. But I didn't think about it, and I was like, hey, wait a second. You'd need stone to do that. So if you're trying to do that yourself, you would need the field stone or some other way to get a decent amount of stone, like take the stone breaking contracts or whatever. It can be worse than straight yield loss, because damage header will collect less from the field, and the damage harvester drops some of the stuff. Yep. Plus, the cost of repairing this game is not cheap. It's not super, like, ridiculously over-the-top expensive, but it's definitely one of those ones you're like, eek, that's a little rough. Alright. That should be good. We're going to get this field done. The other field I want to say was much smaller than this one. Man, I'm looking forward to the release and seeing what modded maps pop out and choosing one for doing a Survivor Man challenge. Just like right from the get-go. Let's do a Survivor Man challenge. Let's be absurd. Let's not think through our actions. Let's just lean in on it. People really enjoyed that, and people were like, man, I'd love to see you start one of these again. And then you're like, you have to understand, this is hundreds of hours of work just to get this to this point. Starting again is rough, but this would be the time to do it. Does you wonder if No Man's Land or Forgotten Lands will appear quick? Oh, I would be surprised if they didn't. That's the way it's been for every one of the past versions, to my knowledge, is that since they started doing those, like literally they just pull up the new version, then bring it in, they tweak the map, and usually within like a day or two, those kind of maps drop. Like bringing forward an old map usually is very smooth to do. We'll see though. Like I don't know what's changed. But I can imagine the people who have like those super duper popular maps, if they don't already have access to the game to like get it sorted out, like again under NDA or something, I wouldn't be surprised they're gonna jump in and immediately get their map sorted out. Just like import the map, see what breaks, and clean it up. Sorry about that. Which I imagine what that would be is it would probably just be adding the new crops to the sell point. The buying stuff should already just work because the shop... I don't think the shops are unique to your map in any way. So I imagine it would be literally just going to the... it'd be probably going to your sell points and saying, hey, here's all these new crops I need to support, which is probably just dropping in some like random stats and all that, saying here's what you're supposed to be worth and all that. Just... you know, straight up lift that from one of these maps, just grab, like, here's that, drop it all in. And then turn around and go, okay, now that I've got that, like, what are, like, the water's changed. Maybe with how the water's changed, they have to go through, like, the handful of lakes in the map and, like, delete the water out and put the new water in. They may or may not, because it really depends on how that all has gotten reworked. The trees seem to be basically kind of the same thing they were before. Like, I haven't noticed that as far as the trees existing has changed very much. Maybe, maybe not. But if they have changed, that could be an easy as a select all delete of, like, whatever tree went away and, like, you know, drop a bunch in, just, like, get a paintbrush, clean it up. You know, which, if that one would take them a little bit of time. I don't think the terrain has changed in any way. And because there's no fields, they don't have to like reprogram the contracts or anything else like that. I imagine those are probably pretty easy maps. Now what might break is they have those signs that you can cut down the sign to delete all the trees and cut down the sign to delete all those rocks. Those might not work. That's something I could see them releasing the first version of the map on this version. And then having it where they're like, hey, you know, version 1, the signs are gone. And they know, like, version 2 or whatever, they remake their signs. I could see that being broken, because that gets into scripting and all that, which is where you'd likely see, like, API changes and those kind of things. That'd be edge cases that break. But yeah, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if you see those maps pop up super fast. Like, I would expect, for example, Calm Lands to take a little bit longer just because it has the many different sell points that... you know, they would probably potentially want the new stuff to be in its own new, like, sell point. Like, have the rice in its own little sell point or something. That'd take a little bit more work just to make those out. It could even be that they just go into sell points and just figuring out where they want to put them. But I feel like there's more variables with a map like that. And then, like, the actual, like, big maps where someone has taken a real-life town and painstakingly and carefully, like, rebuilt it in Farming Simulator and all that. Those are ones that'll likely break a lot because you're going to have a lot more things that can go wrong that they'll need to fix up. And they might also just work fine. It really depends on how much the engine changed on that side. Yeah, no, and, well, I mean, for Factorio, I'm pretty sure with Factorio, the really big name, like the really big name, mod designers and all that, I'm pretty sure had access to the DLC in like an early access or beta version for probably months and months before everyone else did. And most likely that earlier version was like, you know, I don't, like, maybe NDA, I don't know what restrictions they have. Like, it might be like, hey, just please don't, that might be NDA. It really depends. Like, every dev company works differently. Because I've definitely have access to, I've definitely had access to stuff well before people that sometimes I was allowed to speak of it saying, hey, I have access to this other game and all that. And then there was others that they're like, you are under NDA, you do not speak about what you have access to. Like, we are doing this as like a favor to you, so like don't ruin our marketing. And it's like, hey, no problem. Like, I'm under a number of NDAs right now that I will not elaborate on, but I cannot wait till I'm allowed to share. Because it is absolutely tearing me up inside, and it's okay. It is the nature of the business. And it's rough when people talk about stuff related to the subject, because you're like, all right, I gotta be very, very careful on this minefield people have put in front of me. That, one, you kind of want to not tip your hat off that you're under an NDA, because then people can't help but keep prodding it, and then I have to start timing people out because I'm not going to get myself in trouble and no longer have access to things by breaking NDA, because that's a real bad thing to do as a creator, is to violate the NDA, because you know what you're not going to ever see again? Any early access to any of those things that they don't want you talking about. And that's just the end of it. So it's one of those things that, like, if people start calling you on something, you're like, all right, well, I'm just going to start timing people out who ask me what game it is, even if they're right or wrong, just to diffuse what game it is. Games, plural in this case. But yeah, we're going to move on before I get myself into that minefield. But it is an interesting thing. But yeah, lots of people get access to games early. The press usually gets access to game early, and they'll usually be under what's referred to as embargo, which is kind of like an NDA, but it's like a time-based one. Where like usually you'll be allowed to talk about everything you've got there, but only after a certain date or time. Like, man, I'm probably under embargo more than I'm not under embargo streaming. Like, anytime a new game is coming out that I want to check out, it's almost always under embargo. And usually with embargo, I'm usually allowed to tell people I have access to something, or I am making content for something, but I gotta hush on what the surprise is. And then sometimes under embargo, like for an example, with this game, I was under embargo for a lot of the stuff going into this game leading up to it being announced. So like, I knew that spinach was going to be a crop before I was allowed to tell people that spinach was a crop. I knew that I had like whatever was, you know, going to be in the game before I was allowed to talk about it. Not always. We unfortunately did have people who leaked stuff out, and so as a result, Giants was like, all right, we're going to have to like not share stuff as much because, you know, someone is leaking kind of thing, which sucks because it's not only because it messes up the marketing for Giants. When you're dealing with like publications like news journals and all these other things, you can run yourself afoul of agreements you have with there if stuff gets leaked. And most of the time companies are understanding, but it still is one of those things that you find yourself walking on eggshells at that point because, you know, you had a promise that this newspaper or whatever, newspaper's not the right, this tech company was going to have exclusive rights to announce something as like a big thing to get your big promotion out there. And it gets a real mess there. Let's see, only good people get early access to the game out farm every day this week. Let's see, only good people get early access to the game out farm. Can I have you try writing that differently? Normally I can parse what's being said, but that one I'm a little stumbling over the words. Like, I think you're saying only people who have a good reason to have early access have it, and a lot of them are playing it all week. Which, other than the all week thing, I would agree to. Like, it's perfectly fine for someone to hop in and play for just a day or two or whatever while in early access. Like, it all depends. Like, that boils down to what is Giant software, like, what are they seeking with the content creators they're doing. Like, obviously they want to promote their game. Like, that's the end of, like, the end all be all. But, like, it could be that they're looking for people who have been very active in the category for a long time, which is usually one thing they'd consider. It could be that they're looking for someone who has a very, very wide reach. So maybe someone who's not been in the category much, but is just huge. Did they mean any day of the week? I don't know. Like, I'm a little confused. And like I said, normally I can parse it, but that particular one has me kind of scratching my head. Let's see. It's worth working retail stuff, seeing stuff under embargo, and you're asking, should I buy this version of this phone or wait to next release? And who knows when the next release will be this? I've been very fortunate I haven't run into quite that much of a minefield where you are getting a question that you do have a friend who is asking about, like, should I buy this or wait for the next version? And then you have that insider knowledge about when the next version is and you're not allowed to share. And then you're staring there going, all right, what is the way I manage this? Because you can do the thing where you're like, you know what, man, I'd wait for that next version. I think I'd wait for it. And they'll be like, how long do you think it'll be? Because if you go, you know, I can't really talk about that, then they know that you have insider knowledge. And there are some people who are really good about being like, oh, okay, cool, man. Like, people have been under NDA or embargo before. They'll be like, oh, okay. Like, no problem. I understand. Like, you're helping me out, but you gotta make sure you're not getting yourself in trouble breaking the rules. No, I gotcha. Like, reading between the lines, you're telling me it's soon, TM, and probably wait. Which is already probably more than you should say, but, you know, you're gonna help your buddy out kind of thing. Like, it is a fine line you walk there. And you, like I said, you do not break NDA, because you will not have that privilege ever again. But then there are other friends who don't understand how much of a big deal it is, who can't help themselves, and to be like, oh, is it gonna have the new camera? Do you know, is it gonna have like a better camera? Like, if I'm really big into photography, is it gonna have the better camera? And you're trying to just not even acknowledge you have an NDA, because some NDAs revealing you have an NDA is against the NDA. I haven't had any I can think of that expressly have said that, but it's just one of those things you just leave alone. It's not worth the risk. But yeah, usually that's the kind of friend where it's like, we can't talk about this, and if you don't drop it, I'm gonna have to stop talking about talking about this until I'm allowed to talk about this. Because you are making this very dangerous for me. You are putting my livelihood in jeopardy, and I do not appreciate it. I've also had to sign BS NDAs, not related to content creation. Fortunately, content creation, they seem to be a lot better than that. But like in the software dev sphere, my God, the number of NDAs I've had to fill out before someone would discuss a job or a contract or anything with me. So you'd be like, okay, you know, you have this opportunity for working in tech stack, whatever. You know, maybe they disclose the pay range, maybe they don't, and all that kind of stuff. And they're like, all right, man, we're gonna need you to sign an NDA because, like, you know, this is the next big thing, my man. It's gonna make waves. It's gonna shake up the industry. It's gonna disrupt. Insert marketing buzzword here, and you're like, all right. And it's honestly after your first or second time, you're like, I understand. Like, this is probably literally nothing, and you have a dream that's based on nothing. And literally, I'm going to hear your idea and be like, why the hell did you make me sign an NDA for this? This is nothing novel or interesting. And that's because 90% of the time, it's not even a good idea, let alone novel or interesting. Nor is it original. It's probably not even the first time you heard the same exact pitch in that year. Like, my God, the number of times I heard the pitch, it's like Facebook, but for insert demographic. Holy crap, and not one of them had a monetization strategy. And usually the first thing you go is, question. Why would I use your platform versus insert the thing you're supposedly disrupting? And they'll be like, well, it's for musicians. I'm like, do you know what the other one also works for? Musicians. And everyone else. What is your pitch that gets me as a musician to get the heck off of the existing thing where everyone I know is, to use your system? Like, what is the thing that makes yours better? And they'll be like, well, it's for musicians. Right. But what does it actually do? Like, Can we share music? I don't know if musicians want to do that, but maybe they do. You know, why would I want to be exclusively among my peers on this platform when I can share it with a whole bunch of people and have more levers I can pull? And they would stare at you like, why are you crushing my dreams? And I'm like, your dreams are terrible. Not really. I wouldn't say that. Because most people, they're just naive. And it's like, the fact is you've got an established player, and you got to bring your A game to the table if you want to disrupt. And I have had once or twice that I got into a project, I'm like, here's the deal. You're talking to the wrong person. You shouldn't be talking to me about this. Right now, you need to be talking to investors about this because you do not have the resources to execute on this. This is actually genuinely something that's going to make you a boatload of money, but you got to move. But I can tell you, of the literally thousands of pitches I've heard, I think I've done that like twice. Where it's like, no, you have something. You have something. And you need to already be moving on it, and you need this to be like 90% done before you tell anyone publicly. Otherwise, you're gonna, reveal your hand, and someone much bigger than you is gonna beat you to the punchline. And one of them did it, and the other one, I think it wasn't that it was a bad idea or anything like that. I think they just lacked the skill set they needed to execute, which happens. Like, some people are just not well suited to be project managers or company leaders or whatever. And that's fine. I would put myself among them. I've run a successful company. I have no intention of ever doing that again because I was not happy doing it. Alright, so we do have enough for our harvester. It's 95,000. That's fine. What I am going to do is I'm going to actually not buy it right this second. We have kind of exhausted the good stuff for today. We're in May, and I need to actually harvest in August. So what we're going to go ahead and do is I'm not going to sit here and, like, just grind out contracts till I can't take it anymore. What we're going to try to do... Is this literally sitting here withering, or did you actually, like, plant it? No. Literally, Walter here is like... Screw rice. I'm out. I hate rice. I bought this field. I'm going to just let it rot. Your field's going to look nice, and I'm going to look like garbage. Because I'm just going to let this rot here next to yours. Getting all funky and all moldy. Walter pays well. I can't complain too much. Yeah, because I don't want to do a bunch of these contracts right now. There's not bad ones. I'd rather move forward and start looking at that. So we're going to go ahead and advance to the next month. Where am I? Where's home? There's home. It's not my home, but I can sleep here. We're going to move forward, and the reason I'm not buying right the moment I can afford it is there is the possibility I can catch it on sale. And if I catch it on sale, that would save me like $40,000. Which is kind of a big deal. So we've got our contracts here. Not going to worry about those right now. We got some interesting stuff there, but now I'm looking for... Are any of these ones I just want to knock out real fast? Not really. We do have a baling job, but I'm not going to worry about that. It is just we haven't seen a baling job yet. Okay. Now, being paranoid, 2 more months till we need to get our thing. So we're going to go ahead and go back to sleep. It's been a long day. We woke up. We looked at the newspaper. We said no. And when we just went back to bed. And sometimes you just feel that way. You just pull up the newspaper, you see the headline, go, no, no, no. Mm-mm. Today is not an awake day. Defoliator. Ah, sugar beets. Alright, and that leaves me, the next in-game day is for harvest. Let's take a quick little peek before we advance our day. That's a feel. Yeah, no, there's those days. Or like you wake up and you look down at your phone and you see a message from your boss about some like major project they want you involved in, and you're like, no. Mm-mm. Like, you still have to show up to work and everything. But you're like, you know what I don't feel like? Anything acknowledging this right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to have my coffee, and I'm going to drag out as long as I can before I actually go to work. Because I just don't want to... What are you? Oh, that's I could change my clothes. That's fine. All right, so this should put us into August, which means harvest time. And in hindsight, I probably should have worked some stuff because I'm going to harvest my rice, and I don't exactly know how I'm getting it to the sell place. And I'm really going to be pretty upset with myself if I have to harvest the rice into the vehicle that is the harvester and just deal. Okay, so we did not catch it on sale. That's fine. We are buying our harvester. Details. Don't you have upgrades I really wanted? Because I didn't even look. Okay, so you are basically what you are. I do see the thing for emptying it out into a trailer, which I do not own. Okay, so let's look at our field. It's just down there on the right. Don't worry, man. Just follow me over. We'll be good. We'll make good time. Look it, I got my gas. You don't want to wait? Come on, I'm going 7 miles an hour. Speed demon. Let's hope it has a big hopper. I was thinking the same thing. While we're waiting patiently for us to arrive, what is the cheapest trailer? 4,000. It's not... Oh, that's like the really tiny one. We're probably better off waiting till like... Yeah. At least going for the 6. It could even be that we do one of these things. If this thing's hopper isn't really sufficient, it could even be that this is one of those things where we hop over, knock out a real fast contract. Yeah, knock out like a real fast contract just to score that like quick couple $1,000 and all that. So the goal now is to make what money we can from the rights. Why are you stopping? Don't worry, sir and or madam, I can't quite make out the person. Don't worry. Hey, look, I didn't even destroy that stop sign. That's not even my fault. Hey, where do you think you're going? That is an unsafe pass. It's not. I'm going to pretend it is, though. Here, look, I'm going to discourage you from passing. No. No. Here, let me try and encourage you. This is my arm. It says no passing. You may pass. You're going the wrong way. That's all the horn is? Does that horn do literally anything? Like, you would not hear, like, you would hear this diesel engine screaming and not even realize that horn is going. They can actually pass? Yes, they will actually pass you. No. I see you. No, oh, you faked me out. That's fine. I want to go this way. Faked me out. Got me turning one way and went around the other way real quick. You know what's gonna be sad? Not having the money to like get the trailer and everything, loading this thing full of rice and slowly driving our rice harvester into town to sell the rice directly from the harvester so that we can afford a trailer in the future. It's perfect. Don't change it. Chris, Rual trolling the NPC cars with the tractor made you laugh harder than it should have. The one got you out of the way and the other one ran for it. Oh yeah, no, there's strategy there. Sadly, I think that thing's probably too long for a clip. That whole experience is probably like 2-3 solid minutes. This will be interesting if it doesn't hold much rice. Yeah, like I said, if this thing ends up holding like only like 500 liters of rice or something like really sad, what we'll end up doing is we'll have to like divert for just a moment, knock out a contract to buy ourselves at least an okay-ish trailer, which shouldn't be a problem. At only $6,000, that should be fine. I'm really hoping this thing does actually have some decent capacity. I wonder how much I'm getting for those rice pallets, the springs. It's probably not much. They sell for, I think it was $450 when you go to buy them, so I imagine it's got to be like $200 when you purchase them, like when you sell them. Which is not nothing, considering the thing only costs like $2 to operate an in-game day. It can't pay that well. I'll have to do touch-up afterwards. Let's see, barely. The money got slightly up with about $98 US maintenance costs. Careful with the time, you don't burn yourself out too much. Yeah, no, my plan is to basically probably wrap up the field. See what we're in for our money, and go from there. So the downside, chat, is it's looking like this is probably 2 or 3 loads. We do have weeds in the field, though. We did actually get weeds in the field towards the end. Not a lot of them. Yeah, I think you're about right, about 2,000. I was waiting to catch on that pipe. You need a gamba? Gamba for the volume? The volume's clearly 2,000. Are those weeds or dead rice? Why would the rice be dead, though? Lack of fertilizer? Only 50%? That'd be an interesting way to communicate that, like, not enough fertilizer is a problem. Instead of it just lowering the number, it would show, like, a small subset of the plants being dead. All right. How much is rice going for? Like, when is the time to sell rice? Oh yeah, that's the other thing, is I don't want to sell the rice right now. We want to wait till it's high. So genuinely, actually, we're selling it today because technically last month was peak price. So we're like just a smidge below peak price. So this is good enough for me. Like, waiting a whole 11 months to sell it, I think I'd be better off spending, like, doing the sale, getting what money I can, and then putting that money to use to make more money, versus waiting 11 months. Because usually what ends up happening with a lot of the crops is just, you know, a lot of times it'll be like 8-9 months away, and so it'll be, you'll be like on the low part when you harvest, like it'll be really bottomed out, and you'll be like, oh man, it's just not worth it for me to sell it. I'm only gonna get half my money. Versus this is looking like 95-ish% of the money. I think while we're low on cash, that might make sense to just do that now. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Imagine using this harvester on a field 10 times the size. Honestly, if it's just straight lines, this is not that bad. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not a big harvester. But compared to, like, so many things in the game, like the the carrots, the parsnips, the potatoes, those kind of crops. Go first person for inside view, please. On the straight? Yeah. That's kind of cool. That's a pretty nice view. I absolutely appreciate that the diesel engine on this thing isn't nearly as loud from this position. I did miss the row, but that's fine. Why do they release it with only the tiniest harvester possible? Because usually it's with partnerships of the people who actually make those harvesters and all that, and they accurately represent them. It's just the reality that it might just be the harvester is genuinely just small. But also thank you for, like, you know, wellness checking me, being like, hey, don't go too late. Yeah, and I just want to finish the thing I'm actively working on. Just ADHD things. If I cut it out in the middle, it's a bad time. You meant when they added carrots, they just added the small harvester and so forth? Well, the carrots and all that, they had like the small harvester with the boxes, which was kind of an interesting novel thing for like doing a really small field, but anything more than a small field was super rough. The issue was like they had the giant ones, and it's just the fact that only like one of the bigger ones had an internal storage, so you had to have two vehicles operating at the same time for it to work. And just the AI wasn't nearly good enough to handle that with AI. At least not reliably. And then with multiplayer, you know, a lot of people don't have a group of friends to play together with and all that. I wonder if I am going to be able to get mostly through this field. I don't think we'll get all the way through this field before it's full, but we are making relatively good progress on it. The other question is how much we're going to get paid at the end of all this. Okay. The kilogram was 115. Was it that much? The rice was the whatever these units are. It's about a 1,150-ish. Sorry, it's per ton. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like I just genuinely didn't know. Yeah, so I'm not expecting particularly great money out of that. Let's see, about that group friends thing. A friend bought Farming Simulator 22 to play together. We played for like 30 minutes before we had to go for the day. It was some stuff, and then they got bored with the game. Yeah, no, it's difficult. I honestly, like, there's definitely going to be groups of friends who play this together. I'm absolutely sure. This thing could turn on a dime, and I love it. I'm so used to, like, the big wheat harvesters that you're, like, turning, and it just takes for days. It's got that big, fat thing on the front, so you have to, like, do the thing where you have to, like, turn it and back it up and all that, and get the wheels all sideways. And it seems like tank tread turn the circle. So I do appreciate that while this thing is not fast, its capacity is actually relatively okay, all things considered. But, like, the fact that it can just turn on a dime. Weed Harvester GTA SA was nice. San Andreas was nice for harvesting NPCs. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not quite going to be able to finish the field in one pass, I don't think. Because I think it's been like 5 or 6% per row. It's going to be so close. It's going to be like 5% on that. There's an ex-soccer player who's a radio pundit in the UK, and his sons were playing together, but he's not a gamer and he couldn't get his head around it. Yeah. Yeah, actually we're about 10% short. Where are the sell points to this stuff? So we've got the oil mill. Okay, so we can untag. So the nearest one actually... So this is the third highest price. So we have the grain mill, and we have that one. But this one's way closer. I'm going to go ahead and tag that. It's not that big of a price difference. But yeah, so just down the road over there. I know this is not the fastest, but I can either do a side mission to get a trailer and do all that, or we can run back here. I probably just need to do the side mission, don't I? Okay, how much is a trailer? So that's 4,000 for 1.6 meters cubed. That's 4 to 8 meters cubed for 6,000. That goes up to 12 for 36. So we're definitely not jumping all the way up there. You're 19 for 26. Yeah, that's... If we can get one job that's worth a couple thousand, I think that'd be worth it. So let's see if we have a job here that isn't super expensive. So the problem is there's the fast jobs. Oh, the cultivating job? That'll work. The cultivating jobs here should be good. We can grab this one, we borrow the items. We'll grab the second one. And we'll knock those out really quick. Okay, so cultivating jobs, you are... There's the one, there's two of them. Okay. Yeah, so you turn left, we do this, we knock out the cultivating jobs, we get our money, we buy the trailer, and I don't know that trailer's going to let me empty out the whole thing, or it's just going to give me a little bit, but even if it gives me just a little bit, that should be just enough that, you know, we don't have, like, the full thing. We are going to definitely need to get a bigger trailer, probably. But yeah. So with the trailer, instead of just going to the nearest one, what I'll probably do is go to whichever one. Like, assuming there's a decent money difference, I'll go to whichever one gives me the best payout. You're gonna need a bigger boat? Yes. Yeah, so 42 is just up here on the left. But yeah, this is the intro part of the game. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing. We're probably down to 3 hours now till release. You have no idea why, but your brain is just build additional pylons. I mean, it was a tough time. No matter what you seem to do, you always need more pylons. Helps if you lower the tool. Doesn't work so well if it's not working. That was an unnecessary height check. I don't know. Approximately 3 hours, probably closer to 2. Yes, we're getting the home stretch. I do wonder if I back up my save and when like the Steam version comes out, pull the save in. Technically, the save has finished a bunch of achievements. I don't think it tracks on the save though, so I think that won't be a thing to worry about. Even if it is, it'll just be one of those things that, you know, I will get to, I'll end up going to the, what's the words I'm looking for? Words are hard. I'll end up just doing them again when we do our new save on, like, a modded map or whatever. That's kind of the big thing I want to see, is I just want to see the modded map so badly. Yeah, no, I don't think it will. I'm willing to bet the tracking on the achievements is probably on, like, the actual executable itself, not the save files. Well, not the executable, but, like, its saved configuration that it puts in, like, you know, Steam or wherever it stores them. But that's one of the things I'm torn on, is now that we got these things where we can, like, build the temple and all that, is what I want to focus. I kind of feel like I still want to focus on the Survivor Man kind of run. And that maybe what ends up happening is maybe like I make it a YouTube series where I build the temple or something like that. Do you have the government signs? No, I'm not using the government signs. They are available on the mod store, but I'm not using them. Survivor Man and doing Survivor Man with the goal of doing the map community thing. Well, the problem is the Survivor Man challenge is literally starting on a map that doesn't have anything on it. That is one of the main core aspects of what that challenge is. So if you have a map that's got like contracts going on and all that, it's inherently not the Survivor Man challenge. Like, the whole Survivor Man is that your character is like in the middle of nowhere and just building up a farm from literally nothing. And part of the reason I actually like that is I like creating my own kind of city, all that. Okay, thanks. You pre-ordered here a couple weeks ago. Unfortunately, you work third shift. I know that feeling as I stream third shift, but I do get to play it, so it is what things. You're sure a modder can remove those? The existing fields and all that? No, they generally don't do that kind of thing. That's just not how they approach the maps. Like, you could make a map that does all that, but so far I've never seen anyone make like the the contracts? Yeah, I mean, well, I can just ignore the contracts. That's always an option, is just don't do them. My thing is I like designing the fields and like, you know, setting up the roadways and all that, like actually building the town from scratch kind of thing. Going, well, I want this business and I want that business. Like, it's just kind of fun to like watch it build up from literally nothing. Versus this one, I mean, you've got a whole city that's fully functional and fleshed out and everything, which is cool. I think it's great that this is an offering. But I want to build my stuff from scratch. Now, granted, I also want to see the temple thing, because I did do the I don't think I did on stream, but I did do Silver Run. I did build a roller coaster. Yeah, so it does seem like for this map, we either need to buy cement, if you're able to. I don't even know if you can. Or we would be required to build the production line for cement to build the temple. Looks like the AI for the cars gives room now. Yeah, the AI cars definitely got an improvement. They do try, like, if you're blocking a lane driving slow, they will try to, like, pass you and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So they definitely improved that AI. So if I take this road to the south, guess I can't take it from there. Loop back over here. Yeah, we follow that, they'll take me to 13. And from 13, we can go ahead and knock that out real quick. And then we should be able to buy a trailer for harvesting our rice. And I think where we'll end up wrapping up tonight, assuming things don't go, like, way off kilter, is I think we will harvest our rice, see what our payout is, and get all that figured out. Because I'm going to try to not go super duper late, just because I do know for a fact I'm going to be playing this a whole bunch. And I don't need to go to, like, midnight every night or whatever to do it. Cement line, SAS Factory vibes hitting. Yep. But yeah, it'll be curious. I've mentioned a couple times here. I think this time for Survivor Man Challenge, you're gonna do one that's probably a little bit less focused on money being like the impossible obstacle. I think I want to lean towards trying to find a map that's more forested, because I think it'll be fun to just watch the farm slowly get carved out of the forest and happen. Even though obviously, like in real life, that's real bad. Mass deforestation's kind of not good. But hear me out, video game. But I kind of want to do that. But the catch is, lumber is super duper lucrative. Which does mean it'll make that less of a challenge. Which map are you on? I always forget the name. It's like Hutan Pantai or something like that. Which if I remember correctly from when I looked up, I believe it means coastal. Oh, what was it? It was something like coastal forest or something like coastal forest in Indonesian. That said, the actual map is kind of just a mishmash of like Eastern Asian cultures. So it's not clearly one or the other. Let's see, how did you find the ending of SAS Factory? You totally understand if you don't want to answer because it would spoil for someone chat. I will deliberately try to not spoil in chat, but I will say that I felt, while appropriate, it was a bit underwhelming. Is the way I will phrase it. I don't think it was bad, but yeah. Let's see, you looked into it. If you plant a hectare of chestnut trees, after 30 years, the lumber is worth around €1 million. Yep. And then if you're doing everything else, you're getting chestnuts in the meantime. The big challenge with stuff like that is I don't know what the span between you planting a chestnut tree and you actually getting a good harvest. It's probably like 7, 8, 9 years or something like that, or maybe longer. I don't know with chestnut. It is kind of one of those things that, yeah, you can make some pretty good money on it in the end, but that means you depend on 30 years of nothing going wrong. Like, no wildfire happening, no, like, really unusual weather that, you know, potentially jeopardizes your plants, like really bad freezes or something like that. And so it's just kind of one of those things that you do need to be able to take that, like, length of time ahead to be like, I am putting this down and it's going to be fine. We are going to, like, wait that out. But also, you know, to get those crops, that's just what you have to do. I couldn't imagine the amount of stress with that. Like, you're year 8 waiting for that you know, waiting for that to finally come into harvest. And just, you know, they have the report that's like the weather's gonna be really bad, and you're just like, oh man, please. Like I got 7 years sunk into this thing. Let's see, have I seen a tornado yet? I have not seen a tornado yet. They are in the game, but I do think it's good that they aren't so frequent that they're like happening every single year or whatever, because that would kind of ruin the interest of them. Versus if the tornado is like a fairly rare occurrence, you know, when it happens, you'd be like, oh my god, it's a tornado. Does Farm Simulator 25 run better than Farm Simulator 22? So far I've had only one crash, and that was after messing with like a bunch of video settings and all that I think it was honestly, you know, going in and out of my save again and again is what probably made it angry. And that's the only one I've had. I haven't had much in the way of performance issues. I did have to update my video drivers, which are only about 2 months only 2 months old, but I did have to update my video drivers to get it to perform well. And then I had to turn off VSync. That those two things seem to be causing some mild performance issues. But once I did that, we are running on, I can't remember if it's high or very high settings. So we're not on ultra, we're not in the best settings, but we're like a step or two down from that. And it has been running smoothly for me. That said, your mileage could obviously vary. Everyone has different hardware and yada yada yada. Like your computer might need more cleaning up. You just might have hardware that doesn't react as well to it. Like just, you know, individually the game might not run well on this or that hardware. I can't answer that. The thing I would recommend is make sure you check out the minimum settings for the game to see how you feel about it doing. And as far as my stuff, I am running a 3090. I couldn't tell you what my CPU is off the top of my head. I've got like all the stats written down on Twitch for people to check it out, but I don't think I have those handy on the YouTube side. I'm not actually used to having a whole lot of people over on the YouTube side just because, generally speaking, the streaming situation on YouTube is a bit rougher in regards to, like, it just doesn't feel like YouTube supports it particularly well. Like, it seems like it's that afterthought that occasionally go, oh yeah, we've got live streaming. Sure, I'll do something. Like, by all means, watch it whatever platform you prefer, but it's just kind of one of those things. I haven't had as much focus on that, and I probably, like, I know for a fact I need to do better on the YouTube side. I used to do edited content on my channel, but viewership just wasn't there, so between my efforts on Twitch and YouTube, you know, I put a lot of effort into YouTube as well, and it didn't pan out for a long time. It's like, well, I only have so many hours to give, so I'm going to focus on where that's getting me momentum. I primarily stream on Twitch. I do stream onto Twitch and YouTube every night, but my main platform is Twitch. So to give you context, like on YouTube, I'm sitting at somewhere around like 25 or so viewers. And on Twitch, I'm usually sitting around like 150, 160, whatever viewers. So you get the idea about the balance between there. YouTube and emotes, I haven't seen hardly anything in that regards on YouTube. My issue with YouTube is like half the comments that roll in, you're like, oh my god, please. Like, it's been very nice tonight on chat. But like, half the people who pop into chat, in my experience, when I'm doing YouTube are trolls. Yeah, usually watching YouTube because you have premium so you don't get ads. Yeah, no, I get you. And like Twitch has Twitch Turbo, it's the same thing, but obviously paying for more than one platform, you know, that money adds up fast. So I don't blame anyone for that. Like I've had YouTube Premium. I don't have it right now, but I've had it in the past, and I have Twitch Turbo, which I've had forever. Both of them do the same thing. They get rid of ads. But yeah. And that's one of those things. Everyone has their preferences, which is why it's like, yeah, like, just because I have more of a presence on one platform than the other. I mean, honestly, it'd be in my best interest to diversify my audience as well, like have a stronger audience on multiple platforms. That way, when one platform suddenly decides they're going to pass some new policy that's kind of garbage, you know, you don't lose everybody at the same time because suddenly like Twitch implodes or YouTube implodes or whatever. Which, not that I'm expecting that either, but you never know when someone's gonna like pass a really awful policy and it's gonna have a really bad effect on your, your monetization, your viewership, all that kind of stuff. Because I do this full time. It is my living right now. So it is one of those things that when some policy goes around, they're changing prices and all that. Whatever the outcome is, I gotta worry about. Hey Gorham, thank you so much for the... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. I usually do anonymous follows. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. My apologies. I do anonymous follows just for some reason. Probably just getting tired. I looked at the name like twice and was like, oh, is that someone I thought it is? Oh no, that's not the name I think it is. So my bad. For those who are usually here, I usually do anonymous follows and all that. Just because I know there's a lot of people who do not want to be part of the content, they just want to enjoy the content. Tired? It's not even a 6-hour stream yet. Hey, but also, I've definitely not recovered from that 16.5-hour stream the other day. I usually do 9, and we're going a little bit long because I want to not leave a task cache finished because ADHD things. But yeah, no, finishing up Factorio in that 16.5-hour stream, that was something. Let's see, so the pre-order on the PC isn't the same as on the PS5 to accept for better mods. I unfortunately don't know anything about the console versions. I wish I could answer those questions better for you. But it is just one of those things that I play almost exclusively PC games. I haven't purchased a console in well over a decade. So I just don't know the answers for you. My understanding is the version you play on the PC and on the Xbox and on the PlayStation will likely be almost identical, if not identical. Now, as far as the modding scene goes, quite often the consoles do not get nearly as much in the way of mods as on the PC. And that just has to go with technical stuff between them. Generally speaking, the PC, they can afford to have mods that don't have to worry nearly about as much as the capabilities of the hardware, because if a mod doesn't work with your particular PC, you just uninstall it. Whereas if a mod doesn't work on PlayStation at all, that doesn't do any good because it literally won't work on anyone's PlayStation at all. Yeah, generally speaking, I can't really answer too much when it comes to consoles versions, other than it exists and it's available kind of thing, or like when it becomes available, which I assume it's releasing at the same time as the others. That's what I've been led to believe, is that's coming out and all the stuff at the same time. But I do not know that for a fact, because very genuinely, I've got so many games I'm keeping track of, even just the release dates for PC can overwhelm me, that trying to keep track of multiple systems is a whole thing. But yeah, generally speaking, PC almost always wins in the modding scene versus any other platform, just because they're able to do that much more versus consoles, which do restrict a lot of stuff we can do as developers. For good reasons, but it is just the unfortunate reality that does end up being a massive limitation. Now, some games are exceptions, like Planet Coaster 2, for example. They are doing it where it is supposed to be all mods are cross-platform. Unfortunately, and a lot of times in practice, it usually just means the PC doesn't get to have the more interesting mods because they won't work on other things. And I don't know that for a fact is what's going to happen with Planet Coaster 2, but they are trying to make all the mods cross-platform capable. That is one thing, that if you're trying to decide, like you're on the market of deciding what platform you want, if you care about mods, you're going to be kind of forced into PC. If you don't care about mods, any of the platforms just have a good time. Pros and cons, you just hit the start button, it's ready to go. That's the advantage of console. Having a lot more options and adaptability, and being able to customize your experience and modding and all that stuff's the advantage of PC. Price is also often an advantage of PC. Like, yeah, you gotta buy your computer and all that, and that's certainly a thing. But then usually you can get games a lot cheaper than on the console versions. Give or take. Sometimes they'll be locked in at the same price, but then there's sales and yada yada. There's also a lot of games that, and I don't think this is true of Farm Sim, but there's a lot of games that you have the PC version, and then you have the console version. The console version will be heavily restricted on its performance stuff. So like on the PC version, you'd be like, yeah, just crank up the frame rate as high as it'll go. And then the console version to say, I'm hard locked at 60 or 120 or whatever. And you're just not even allowed to take that hard lock off. And that's just because in their testing, that was the frame rate that they could run the game smoothly at. You know, and then the pro and the cons, you don't have to think about it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You know, then you don't have to think about, will my PlayStation run this? You know, it should. But it can be a thing that's a very frustrating limitation if they're very pessimistic on what they believe the performance is going to be, so they really ratchet down the settings. How's my night going? It's going pretty good. We're wrapping up, cultivating this field, and then we're going to go ahead and get our trailer to sell our rice, and see what we get our payout for our rice. We didn't get to do like the 2 rounds of fertilizer and everything on the rice, so we'll see how that actually pays out. But with this, I should be able at least to get like something bigger than the smallest trailer. So my hope is that'll make it worthwhile for me to do laps of the trailer as opposed to driving the harvester itself, like doing 1 round of the trailer and then 1 round of the harvester all the way back. It'll really depend on how much, like, percentage-wise of the harvester that does. Yeah, because the trailer here, we're looking at this one. Yeah, so that's the baler one. So it's actually 9,000 to get the one that would be best for us. We'll see. Obviously, I'm going to want a much bigger trailer down the road, but we are kind of doing this in a challenge way, so it's very beggars can't be choosers that we've got next to no money, and we're going to be very frugal for a while. So if I need something, I need to get like minimal viable product in most cases. And this one, the contracts we're doing right now will pay up, I don't remember, so it's going to pay us about a little over 10,000. But you haven't played Farm Sim since 2019 release? Is this automatically for you right now? It seems so much, it seems so because aligned. Oh yeah, so it's keeping me straight on the line, but you'll notice it will not turn around. And this is not a mod. So it'll keep me straight lined up, but it does not turn around. So I have to manually turn around and be like, this is where I want to line up. And so you can see where it's highlighting the lines, saying which one do you want to lock on, you know, with the orange is yellow, and then I lock onto it, and then I can go back to hands-free. So you do have where you can control it throughout the entire thing and not have to rely on this at all. You do have then the next step up with automation is the steering assist, which is this. And then you do have where you can hire a worker to do the whole thing automatically, but it will cost you in-game money, like slowly cut into your profits to do that. So you're playing on really hard economy settings. Some of the slower processes you can actually wind up losing money if you hire a bunch of workers. It all depends. Like the narrower the tool and the slower it has to move, the more it's going to cost you to get the process done, the more likely it is going to be a major setback. But on regular economy settings, you can almost always make good money by just taking contracts, hiring a worker, and say, go do it. You can always make at least some money. It might not be worth your time managing it if it's a particularly not valuable one, but you get the idea. But yeah, so right now what we're doing is we're trying to get that little bit of contract money. I'm going to go buy the trailer for our other stuff. We're going to go take our rice and we're going to sell it because technically July is the best month to sell the rice, but the month we're in is only like single-digit percent points cheaper. So it is one of those things like, no, now is a good time to still sell rice. So it's not like a lot of the crops in 22 where you harvest it and then next thing you know, it bottoms out to be like 30% less or some nonsense because you happen to be in the wrong season. So it's just worth holding on to. It seems like rice is pretty sparing in that regard. Eventually I'll want to go and get a production line set up for the rice if we're going to keep doing it, which is interesting because rice seems to be able to do like 3 or 4 different production lines between like using it as a grain for flour and using it for oil and using it for, I think cereal was another one you can use it for, and a bunch of other stuff. So it does seem like it's a very versatile product, which it is in real life, so that checks out. But it's going to be a matter of going, okay, which production line makes the most sense for the rice to get the most bang for my buck? But yeah, so then what we'll do is we'll go from there to try and expand the operation. And that's, again, assuming when the game doesn't drop. I want to do a Survivor Man challenge again, like I did for Farming Sim 22 on the content on the channel. So it's just a matter of when the game releases publicly available, what does the mod scene look like? Is it going to be one that we just drop in and there's a ton of mods right away that drop in? Or is it going to be a little bit more of a slow burn where we got to wait, 1, 2, 3 weeks till they slowly trickle in? Because it could go either way. It'll probably genuinely be a little bit of both, that we get, a bunch of really easy mods, like the super strength mod will probably be there almost instantly. The being able to cut down trees anywhere on the map will probably be there almost instantly, because those are mostly just configuration change kind of mods. Mods like Courseplay will probably take way longer to show up. Though, genuinely, Courseplay feels way less necessary now. Or equivalents. Because it was just one of those things that the AI in the old game in 22 was pretty rough. Like, it could do a rectangle just fine as long as you weren't using something like the sprayer that was super wide. But the moment you started to get more complicated stuff, like fields are like hourglass shaped or something, the AI would just kind of throw its hands in the air and go run into a tree. Which is me being a little unfair. It wasn't quite that bad, but there were certain things like the spraying the field that the AI in 22 just, you couldn't have them do. They would consistently get stuck and you'd just spend your time trying to unstuck them, that you might as well have just done it yourself. So I'm glad that the AI seems to be way better. Granted, we haven't gotten a lot of those later ones, just because it made it so as you got to your farm later and later on, it got bigger and bigger. Unless you used mods like Courseplay, you just had to do those specific tasks the AI was bad at yourself. And it meant you would, have the AI do your harvesting and your plowing and your cultivating and all that. And you would just spray all the fields yourself the whole time. And so you got that one task you just kept repeating because it's the one that the AI couldn't do. So that gets a little tiresome. So you get Courseplay as a mod, and then you just use that. And that's where this came in, and this, they changed the worker AI. So the old worker AI, it basically would just go to a field, you line up to spot and say go, and it would start wherever you're at, and line up to the edge, and it just go up and down, in a direction until it hit the other side. And if you, split it in the middle of the field, you have to, then take it around to the other side and have it go the other way. And it would be those turnarounds on the end that, had most of the problems. Sometimes it was just literally stones or whatever that you could no longer see, but the AI knew was there. Even if they weren't really a problem, but they were in that field close enough that it complained about it. And what Courseplay did is it did head field, so it'd go around the outside border, do that once or twice, then it would go down the edges so it could turn around inside the field because it already cleared an area out. And so what this does is now the AI has that capability where you can say do a header, like a head field or whatever. I'm using the wrong term. But, do the outer ring first, then do the up and down, so you don't have nearly as much problems. Like, the pattern I have here that I'm following will be the same style of pattern that the AI would follow. And you can customize it too. Headland, thank you. And you can customize it too. I could say I would like 3 headlands or 2 headlands or 1 headland, and the AI worker could do the same thing. So if you're doing something that you really don't care, you've got like the fertilizer sprayer attached on the back, you're gonna be like, yeah, don't even worry about the headland, just go. Whereas if you're doing like the smallest little if you're doing something like maybe your cultivator or something that folds out, you might want to do headlands just to make it more manageable. So good news, it looks like we'll probably get down this next row about halfway, and then that should kick over to 100%. And then we can complete these contracts, grab our trailer, get our rice sold, and see what we're dealing with. I'm having this bad feeling with the rice sale. We're going to sell it. We're going to walk away with like $3,000-$4,000 or something that we've made. And that's going to be really disappointing. But that said, it is a very small field that we're dealing with, that we bought the land it's on for like $40,000, which is an honestly extremely low amount for land in Farm Sim. So it's kind of one of those things that we didn't spend a whole lot on it, so we shouldn't be expecting a whole lot out of it. But as those things, that means every single year when we harvest it, we should get something in that ballpark, whatever we do make from the selling of the crops. Which then will be a matter of how many harvests does it take to pay off the things we got. You probably made more money in this contract? Probably. This is genuinely true. Contracts do tend to be fairly lucrative in this game, even on the hard economy settings. Okay, so we'll collect that and that. So we made about 10,000. So let's look here at the trailers. So I should be able to go up here and get the big trailer here. Yep, for $9,000. Could I change your color to something better? As much as I really want to do those, it's not an attractive setup. Sure. I'm just trying to make it the channel colors, but I'm gonna be real. As much as I love the color orange, there's just some things that the color orange does not look good on, and this is one of them, and I'm doing it anyways. Okay. Alright, so if we look at our map, I need to go up here, so if we leave to the north and follow the road, that should take us where we want to go. Okay. But this should give us an okay-sized trailer. No, we just got to make it work from there. And this tractor we've got has actually got a pretty good amount of horsepower, but it just doesn't have a great top speed. But considering it's 230 horsepower and it only cost me like $90-something thousand, is good. I didn't even check the sales. Can't afford that giant trailer, unfortunately, but still. Yeah, so just gotta go around this bend here, and I'll be able to grab that trailer. We'll bring it back, we'll see how far it goes in the harvester. I don't expect the entire harvester to be able to empty into it, but it would be nice if I can get down to like 2 loads, maybe 3 loads. That shouldn't be too big of an issue. Because then we can just grab it, drag it back to where it needs to sell, get our money, and see how that goes. Now the good news is, as far as like resources I had to pay for, we just have the gas in the tractor, which we used almost nothing. The tractor's maintenance, which we had almost nothing. We did have a bit of fertilizer, but I think it was like a tiny fraction of 1 container, so that shouldn't be too bad. So genuinely it seems like the rice, as far as like operating costs, is very low. Oh, you are not going to carry much. It's fine. All right. That sign started it. You saw it. You're all witnesses. Wasn't it rated for 4-6 cubic meters? I believe we were up to 6 cubic meters with this setup. Which is not a huge amount. But going from literally nothing to 6 cubic meters is literally infinitely better. And this thing goes 25 miles per hour versus our harvester was going 7. So that means I could literally do 3 laps in this thing in the time it takes the harvester to do a lap. Achieve about 6,000 liters? That seems high. I believe you, but that feels high. Oh, no, I guess, you know what? That does make sense. Looking at these side by side, I guess that is much bigger than I'm giving it credit for. Or rather, this is much smaller than I'm giving it credit for. Yeah, no, that's looking pretty good. And no, the game doesn't have the idea that because I'm halfway split on it, that half it's going on the ground or anything like that. So before everyone's like, oh my god, you're wasting it. It's fine. So let's get that last little bit and sell what rice we've got. Yeah, no, we're good. It'll obviously not hold up, but if we get like a big wheat field or something. But for our rice right now, that seems like it'll be fine. And then from there, what we're going to want to do is we will want to, you know, basically expand our operation. So the good news is I do have the basics for being able to do rice in its entirety. So the next things I would probably do is either A, get something that's another thing, like maybe if I have room for another greenhouse that's not the rice sapling, I could see potentially slipping in another greenhouse next to this one to start doing like the hot peppers or some other stuff like that, just because. Otherwise, saying having a big rice field with this little harvester would take forever. Yes. Okay, so we did successfully harvest that. We do actually have this over here is 2 more rice fields that are split between 2 elevations. I could see purchasing those. I want to say they're like 40,000 as well. And like I said, I could see if I could fit it in, putting like another another greenhouse, but instead of a rice greenhouse, because it seems like the rice greenhouse is more than adequate for literally all of that. Maybe getting just the regular greenhouse or the mushrooms greenhouse or whatever. But giving us another product that will be just like a trickle income. We just feed water into it and we just get some extra money. I'm just gonna go ahead and park this out of the way over here, because you're done for the year. How much of this tile is mine, by the way? So if we look at the farmland here, honestly, that's probably enough room. Yeah, honestly, like I'd probably need to move these. I could see putting down just a little bit more ground here and probably fitting just a regular greenhouse there. Not a big one. Okay, so let's be smart about this. Hey, don't drive yet. Let's be smart about this. We can go here and untag that. Where's the best money? So the canning factory appears to be my best money. That is, I believe, the other side of downtown. Yeah. We're going downtown, and we're going to the far side of downtown. So we did only get ourselves about 20%, 26% of a trailer. We are sitting at $2,700.58. I would guess we probably spent like $100, $200 on fertilizer, because it was one of those things that we barely dented the amount of fertilizer in the actual cedar, and it almost instantaneously filled up without even barely denting one of the boxes. So it does seem like from a fertilizer standpoint, we probably haven't invested much money. The actual like planters that we got out of our greenhouse, I think we ended up needing like 1.5 of them to actually plant that. So maybe that ends up being like $300 in there. So that would mean for material value, we're probably in this thing 4-ish, 500-ish bucks. And then whatever gas and maintenance we have on this tractor and other vehicles, which is probably another $200. We're probably looking at somewhere in the area of like $700 worth of cost of operations, not counting buying the equipment, because that's more how long it takes for us to make our money back. So we're aiming to have probably somewhere in the area of well over $800-900. Hopefully we get like a couple $1,000. So at least we know that is profitable from here on out. And then ideally, if we get more area, then we make more profit per year. Or if we make more profit per year, then we turn around. Because, like, for example, if I get those other rice fields, there's the whole scale of economics that because I'm using the same tools longer, while I am paying more maintenance, because I'm not spreading that maintenance across a lot of things, that should do relatively well. And then time-wise, it should be a little bit more efficient just because I'm not having to switch between a whole bunch of different vehicles. Alright. So we're at 2,100 regular rice. Is what we're about to drop. It does not feel like a very large load. Compared to what I'm used to, this is really not much. Okay, I'm not displeased with that. It's not great. We did get just shy of $2,500. And sure, that's one contract. But generally speaking, considering how little of a field that is, that's not the worst. I'm imagining if you had yourself an actually decent-sized field, you could very, very reliably be able to pull in, over $100,000 a year from that. We need more fields? Yeah. It does mean realistically we're doing more contracts, because if we just try and go back and forth every year, making $2,400 while all our stuff just sits there, that is going to get tedious. So yeah, so we'll end up doing more contracts to making some more money. and it just means we will have our own field. Let's see, does the water cost you anything to flood it? Nope. Which surprises me, but no, it didn't cost me anything to fill the water. Yeah, so our material costs are literally the gas and maintenance on our equipment, which there is 3 pieces of equipment, but all of them barely touched any gas or maintenance. It's not a zero amount. It's probably a couple $100. We had a little teeny tiny bit of fertilizer we put down, which we could actually have done more fertilizer. I just don't have the equipment to do it. Let's see, I wonder if there are longer production chains in 25. I haven't looked to see if there's longer. We could check that. I know there's more, but I haven't looked at longer. But we could take a quick peek at that before I wrap up. But needless to say, we're going to need a lot more crop. But that's where you heard the comment where I said, like, you really can't use workers in this game early on. So for the contracts, I probably could make money, and that'd be okay. But for, like, this, where I have, like, the harvester is not so big, the seeder is not so big, all that kind of stuff, which just means it takes a little bit of time. If I had a worker that I was paying, you know, for each step of the game, like, we hired a worker to plow it, that cost us $300-400. We hire a worker for, seeding, that costs us $3-4. You know, then we have like harvesting, $300-400. By the time you're done, you might walk away with a profit of like $200, and you might be like, that is just not worth. So when you're playing in hard economy settings, you just can't use the workers till later on. Thing a reminder earlier, updating your graphics drivers now. Yeah, for those who didn't hear my comment earlier, I did have performance issues before I updated my drivers. My drivers were only 2 months old, but I did have some like weird stutters, and then I updated the drivers and everything worked well. So I would advise, if you have not updated your video drivers in a hot minute, and you're getting all excited for the game, you might want to give those drivers a little nudge. For those who might be like, well, is it an NVIDIA or whatever? I am using NVIDIA 3090. So if you're using that, probably going to have some stuff. I also had to turn VSync off. That may vary for you depending on what monitor you have, as whether VSync on or off helps. But VSync off gave me a much better frame rate than VSync on, which that is one of those ones, roll the dice. Most games VSync off is better. Some games VSync on is way better. So that is my personal experience. Your mileage may vary, but you got a couple hours until the game drops. We're probably getting pretty close to like 2.5 or so. You'll probably want to do all that before. Well, actually, we're probably down. No, we're still pretty close to 3. Whatever. But you're getting to that point where you get the idea. You might want to do that just in case, because it'd be a real bummer to download the game and it runs like crap, and then you have to like wait for your drivers to update and reboot and do all that stuff, and then it runs fine. So that is one. Let's see, yours must have been old. It went for a chipset drivers update as well in your setup. Yeah, that's probably been a while. So yeah, that'll probably help out, and probably not just with this game, but any other games you might be playing. So with all that said, chat, we are going to go ahead and be wrapping up here. We did get our first payout from our own field, our own crop, on starting with $0, no leases, no loans, and all that. And it was only about $2,400, which is not amazing, but all things considered, that's the size of our field. We made some money. Now, granted, considering we put about, what would you say, chat? $180,000, $190,000 into equipment to do this. Well, actually, if you're counting the tractor too, probably like $250,000 or so. $2,000 is going to take a long time to pay that up. So what we're definitely going to want to do is expand our operation so that we can spread the cost of that equipment over more fields to make it recover faster. But with all that said, if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending here in just a moment because I don't know how to do that raid thing. And I really do appreciate, again, getting that raid and all that on the YouTube side. It does mean a lot. And all the raids we had over here on Twitch as well. But so if you enjoyed over on YouTube, don't forget to do the subscribing and all that kind of stuff. But I'm going to go ahead and end the stream there. And then for all of you over here on the Twitch side, we're going to go find someone for us to raid. So I'm going to go ahead and first before I do all those things, I'm going to hit the save